Chapter 1 The Void's Ethereal Shadow, the Zombie Tide Off the Apocalypse. In the fifth year of the apocalypse, atop the Panty building in the Imperial capital. Hurry, I Camberley Holden. Where is the support? Juzio guess how denta the radio, his gaze fixed on thousand soft zombies swarming below. Beneath the towering de soft Panty building, the surrounding array of several kilometers was littered with dismembered bodies and the incessant thou soft-hewn dead. In this desolate, lifeless expanse of crumbling concrete, Juzio just stood as the sole survivor. I'm sorry, Zhu Xiaoga, there are too many zombies round don't get through. The voice from the radio crackled before abruptly cutting off. Moments later, Juzio watched his air jeep spit away from Teach Soft zombie horde. Zzzzz. Damn it, Juzio cranked up the volume and drilled the radio into the throng of zombies. Itar said through the air before crashing to the ground, igniting a frenzy among Theravenous creatures. He refused to accept this, Juzio raw red in frustration, but Fatu Asialed he was ensnared in averitable Ron Barilo fun dead, surrounded by layers of flesh-eaten horror, with no escape in sight. Moreover, fresh waves of zombies continued to push in from the periphery, leaving no hope for treating lessenuary deity. No mount of resistance could alteriscrum realid lafuus fickle, and when death called, it was inevitable. Despite his struggles, Juzio resigned himself to fate, finding King chair on Thirufto Pofty Panty building. Hele back against Theglas Fakad, smoking gas cigarette and sipping gone salvage liqueur, resignedly observing the apocalypse Thinabello. 5 year spreer, a silver iron sphere, Thesisiophamin, had crashed in skis above the United States, heralding the Insatov nightmares. The earth began to reset, the apocalypse commenced, and zombies merged in every corner of the globe. 5 months later, the United States fell, and in the subsequent year, governments worldwide collapsed, plunging the planet into anaerobic, where a various zombie species proliferated. Fortunately, this virus affected Don Limimals. However, an array of unknown monstrosities began to appear, undergoing incessant mutations and evolutions, while a long extinct Tantian creatures were resurrected. All of the exhibit ancestral traits, with coastal regions becoming hotspots of devastation, and the depths of Hiashins transformed into nests for abominations. Humanity retreated, whereonce barren desert sprout in top primordial forests. Inio nu hoventurted woods vanished without a trace, and by nightfall, the mournful cries of women echoed through the depths, weaving ga hunting melody thought stretch Edford House and soft miles. After 5 years of relentless struggle, Juzio had managed to survive, yet humanity was on the brink of collapse, unable to bear through fit sound existence. And then humanity perished, and a mocking voice resonated within Juzio's mind. Were you? Juzio jolted awake, eyes wide. Do not speak communicate through hot. The booming voice continued. All right. May I inquire sto your identity? Juzio cautiously closed his eyes, hisher tracing. Tomaki, a long story short, I am your ancestor, the Yellow Emperor. Long ago, when we transcended the void and ascended to another realm, we foresaw the troubles befalling Garama land today. Unable to bear witness to the extinction of four descendants, have come to persistence. If is taken news 5 years to forgedum peral passage between earth and the outside world. Buter physica form seed the pinnacle of this realm, and do return would disrupt the cosmic laws of earth. Thus, have come in a form of consciousness to I do. Shortly, it wills endure awareness back to 9 years, allowing you to alter fate, defy death, maintain world peace, and survey humanity's future. Why Kasim? Juzio inquired. In response, the Yellow Emperor constructed a three-dimensional model of Earth in Juzio's mind, with red dots flickering across Asia, America, Europe, Australia, and Africa. The Sigir planetary dots represent the surviving amans. Like you, the Ari under Siegbe hordes of zombies. In 5 minutes, their defenses will be breached, and they will perish. And what if? Juzio pressed. You? Without me intervention, your fate will murder in 10 minutes, leading to humanity's extinction. However, it wills endure consciousness backadkid. This requires the shielding of heavenly secrets and the detection of external consciousness, which will take at least 5 minutes. Others slack the timido and do run till the transmission concludes, making out the inevitable coas, the Yellow Emperor explained. What of me current body? Tor turn to the pace stand alter the future. Do you believe your current form holds any value? Moreover, The cosmoscan and detective inst had havia corridor rebaudo happen, not the innermost thought so fopperson. If we'll force a blytransporty our body tonight years back, the lighter consequences would reduce it oases, scattered throughout the cosmos, while it heavier could lead to the obliteration of fio yourself. Preventing it from entering the seo for birth. But I was merely a student tonight years ago, apenilis nobody with nor sorcerer power. What good would it do to send back? I could at best protect my family, but thought wouldn't resolve anything, Josiah pondered, feeling increasingly unworthy of such a monumental task. Returning wouldn't lie afford 5 more years soft comfort before the apocalypse Saint Evita struck again. What he fiwer redegrantiao, the collective wiz, domifal humanity? What he fibe sto Japoni, wadvinci extraterrestrial technology, ine blinjaudo alteri artistini? The Yellow Emperor countered. Doyo accept, or shall I seek another? Ildoit. However, I have a request, Josiah replied. Watery or quests. First, I want assistance. Second, I wish to know the probability of success for this consciousness transfer. Third, I want to let you like. Ha ha ha. Quite an unusual Satov demands, the Yellow Emperor chuckled. Soon, a misty cloud enveloped Josiah's mind. It will grant our first request. The 9-turn void tower will protect our cell during the transfer. Wythe Tower Spirit, the blood-devouring divine dragon, assisting you. With or support, your success rate is 100%. As for your third request, we shall discuss it once you have accomplished your mission to maintain world peace and save all of humanity. With that, the Mr. Uptiden toe-blending light, a colossal black tower enveloping Josiah's consciousness, initiating the transfer to 10 years past. 10 minutes later, Aram bleachowed through the cosmos, as chunder reverberate head from the heavens. A vast sea of clouds sparted, revealing gatowering figure hundreds saw fetal, standing before the panty building. The throng of zombies between hemeruptiden aviolent explosion, showering Theriath blood and flesh, unleashing an overwhelming stench. Die, Thelistoff the Manris, the celestialgent, radiating purity, point Daffinger, and in an instant, the towering figura transformed into todroplets, cascading to the ground. Meanwhile, Josiah's robust physical form was reduced toish, scattered across the expanse-oft universe. Chapter 2 At the moment of rebirth, defying fate. Dazadan disoriented, a flash of white light flickered before his eyes. When Josiah finally opened his eyes, his consciousness traversed Bakadkid, and found himself enveloped in a familiar ambience. It was the 5th year before the apocalypse, the English teacher bellowing from the podium while students below listened as if to an L. Josiah sat in Hilastrobe at the window, beside his shifty classmate, Lauchio, how a secret lie indulgent Genesee cream beneath the desk. As Josiah glanced at Lauchio, memory as of his future plight flooded back. 30 seconds later, the director of the political education of Faswoods Patlakai with his cream while Azuxi a jetos off, leading to both of Tim being sent to Themer Silas homeroom teacher, Lujuansong, and subsequent Lidragid Homa be their parents for a co-reflection. Despite returning, Lao Kaya continued to mung consnacks during class, and Josiah remained oblivious, but he had become a more discreet than before. Josiah dedicated his face, recalling the Theod beant he first college student in his village, fled with boundless hope during high school. However, after being reprimanded for sleeping in class, he received 2 hard slaps from his father, a lesson it into his memory for life. From that momentum, have outergets me dignity. Ultimately hesitated for smashing Lu Jun Song Skarando and cursing him behind his back. 3 years off high school passed without any significant progress. But now, things were different. Josiah Jewis Dasked with altering humanity's future, maintaining global peace, armed with the collective wiz, Dama Falmankind and the technological prowess of extraterrestrial civilizations. In this world, Kwezakanto Aga dealing with Hamir Hamurum teacher like Lu Junsingwald but child's play. With this thought, Josiah swatted Laukuzasi Krium, wick tumbled to the ground after just twabit stop. Lauchio, relishing istriat, bear lihid to me touter kursi before the director of political education office lurked at the classroom door. Lau Kayuka cliffig nedas studious demeanor, glancing at Theramane and Jeek sandpapers, while Josiah pretended to scratch his nose, feigning interest in the blackboard. The director, seeing the thingamus, nodded at the English teacher before he exiting through the back door. Thanks, Lau Q said, eyeing the scattered papers. I fit weren't for you. It'd be in for the round of reflection. No problem, Josiah replied casually, closing Isaias Dobtertani himself to his body. Ace a student, Heffelt fragile and diesel fatigued, exacerbated by late night study sessions that had left them drained. Heppender dweather hesh who'd take a few days to recuperate. Asha eyes a hazy world dune full deed in his mind. His consciousness transformed into a humanoid form, drifting gasifin a dream. A majestic black tower stewed to lint the center of his mind, and Dupin entering, have found Simeonzi ate to desk, leisurely engrossed in a booked, upon the arrival of Jushiauga, he carelessly selected will volumes from Astakof books and thither by in tossed them towards him. In an instant, Juzio Jewis propelled by a fierce Gustof Windutoft to tower, with the dorsaling shut behind him, accompanied Bithermark, return tomorrow. Subsequently, Juzio Jewis sex spelled from his own consciousness real man tumbled back into reality. Ashio Panetices have found himself find disbelief had actually fallen asleep? Unfittable late ancient texts, beautiful abound in traditional style, exuding an air of antiquity. Clearly, these books were Etheverion she had brought back from his consciousness world in a comprehensive encyclopedia of knowledge from Earth, and thither grand compendium of universal technology. Regardless of these circumstances, he resolved to first absorb the knowledge of Earth. Juzio Giagerla picked up the encyclopedion prepared to delve in toit spades with fervor however, no matter how it read, hekud not him to open the book. In utter frustration, Heppendered Theorison behind these. Fool! Dropey our blood toke knowledge ownership. Up in hearing this, Juzio Jehestily used a pencil sharpener to make a small incision on his spinkai finger, letting gay few drops soft blood fall on the book. Themamin this blood touched the pages, the encyclopedia shimmered and transformed into streamo flight, that surged into Juzio Jeh's mind. Countless golden characters then said within his consciousness, and vivid illustrations swirled around. A solthechno-ledge off earth flowed into Hyman an instant. Various experiences and ideas raced through his awareness, causing an overwhelming sensation akin to an explosion. The deluge of knowledge, akin to a mighty torrent, swept through Juzio Jeh's consciousness, forcing streams soft crimson from his nostrils like high-pressure jets, splattering thittable. Coincidentally, Abitoff blood splashed on a Thegran compendium of universal technology, which Shinto, rushed into Juzio Jeh's Bernina flasho flight. Overcome a wavy of nausea, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Juzio Jeh awakened to find the soon had shifted o themon, indicating he had been out for near like 10 hours. During this time, his consciousness had seemingly expanded to its limits, yet, thanks to the enhancement from the 9-turn Void Tower, Hehede Depla mastered both the Encyclopedia Vert and the Compendium of Universal Technology. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cultivation civilization of Earth, wick thrived thou sans so fire sego, was not in theliast inferiordo extraterrestrial technology. Thus, Juzio Jeh diligent lie studied old knowledge and experience soft the cultivation civilization, immersing himself in topics such as cultivation, medicine, divination, runes, and formations. Now, I feel as though I am destined to defy the heavens, Juzio Jeh proclaimed with a cold demeanor, tossing a Sherbekanagram gesture. DeFi Thevens? What nonsense! You've slept through 7 classes, and Lu Jun Song Haskomi Biadas Intimester Heven He Tokali our father Tokamado Thefis, instructing Autopaya Visitansu Wawaken. Old Kyra marked with him Shivas Grunge observed Jushiauga. Juzio Jeh's composure shittered in an instant. Her recall led that outside the shoal, a tragic multi-car pileup had occurred, resulting in several fatalities and numerous injuries. Heffervent Lahopet the Tisparent Shad not being caught in Thichia Shehad not seen his father in over 4 years, having lost him to a horde of zombie sent the fierce sty Ero of Tipacalypse. This time, Hekud not Bertolos Heim again. Casting gag Lansot the clock hang in Jin the classroom, Hinot to Twasha Pastate. Thankfully, the accident the doe occurred on in a 40, the Demesco Woldel tout. It simed he weighs in the clear for Natharu is still in the class remaining. Lu Jun Song and Dor father are in Thefis. You'd better hurry over. Old Caillou added with no hint of mercy. Fine, what's me antibwilb? If it's misfortune, it cannot be voided. I'll go after class, Juzio Jeh replied, then leaned on his distor reflectant theek knowledge hankered hat day. With the encyclopedia Firth no ingrained in his mind, Heffelt Thaddeus and Sathi Highsclavo were a trivial he could dace them with his eyes closed. What mattered no was store of euthymedic knowledge within the encyclopedia, preparation for the potent figure in the impending catastrophe. As for Lujuan song, Kiwasmer Yespekov Dustin Thiver of the story. Unworthy of concern Juzio could eliminates have a person whenever he wished. However, the starting point of his destinis alteration must be guineth the pivotal figure in the accident. Chapter 3, 18-car pileup. Seizing opportunities as the bell signaling the end of class rang with a series of sharp chimes, students surged forth like a deluge, racing down the stairs. Outside the school gates, a dazzling array of vehicles awaited, with private cars lined up to collect their children, including an assortment of luxury automobiles. Many parents, in their eagerness to pick up their offspring, engaged in a subtle competition, flaunting their wealth by boasting about their numerous properties and expensive cars. Academic performance seemed inconsequential. As long as one was willing to invest money, a donation of a new building could pave the way for their child's admission into a prestigious university. The children of these affluent parents often struggled academically, rendering their superficial comparisons utterly ludicrous. In their eyes, lower scores were a badge of honor, enhancing their parents' pride. To Zhu Xiaoga, these parents resembled nothing more than livestock awaiting slaughter. In the face of an impending apocalypse, none would escape their fate. Yet, the purpose of his consciousness traversing this realm was to engage with these very livestock. Zhu Xiaoga frowned at the display of ostentation outside the school. Lamenting the moral decay of those who flaunted their wealth, he resolved to eliminate a portion of such individuals, or, perhaps, simply refrain from saving them altogether. P.S. Zhu Xiaoga noticed several luxury car owners pointing and whispering about his father's electric tricycle. "Hey, Dad, get over here quickly. The teacher's looking for you." An idea sparked in Zhu Xiaoga's mind as he hastily dialed his father. The scene of the 18-car pileup was no trivial matter. Having not seen his father in over 4 years, the thought of encountering him in a hospital due to an accident was unnerving. After all, to save the world, one must first protect their own family. What value is there in rescuing humanity if one's own kin perishes? Your perspective is commendable. I appreciate it is far more reliable than the empty rhetoric of those moralistic old men. Echoed a voice in Zhu Xiaoga's mind. Bloodthirsty divine dragon, can you read my thoughts? Zhu Xiaoga mentally inquired. Indeed, I reside within your mind, privy to all your thoughts and capable of rewriting them. However, I have no interest in altering you just yet. For you are humanity's hope for the future. As long as you do not go too far, I will not interfere. Additionally, I have good news. You have now met the minimum requirements to unlock the first level of the 9-turn Void Tower. The bloodthirsty divine dragon continued. To seek truth and clarity, to return to one's essence, is the criterion for entering the first level of the 9-turn Void Tower. Entering with a pure and unpretentious mind will yield many surprises. Zhu Xiaoga promptly closed his eyes, a thick white mist enveloping his thoughts. A towering black edifice with 9 levels stood before him. Placing his hands upon the door, he was swiftly drawn inside. Upon entry, darkness enveloped him, only to be pierced by a series of fluorescent lights radiating outwards from his center. Rows upon rows of weapon racks emerged, showcasing an arsenal that included sniper rifles, machine guns, assault rifles, grenade launchers, pistols, shotguns, grenades, aircraft, tanks, cars, missiles, and laser cannons. Everything one could desire, resembling a superlative armory. This small space has been specially isolated from the first level of the 9-turn Void Tower by my master. It encompasses all your needs for sustenance, shelter, and transportation, with enough supplies to outfit 20 armies. This is your personal domain, which you may modify as you please. Just be mindful of your actions, proclaimed a gentle, refined gentleman who approached. The space was vast, roughly equivalent to a northwestern region of Huaxia, where time stood still except for living beings. Using his consciousness to navigate this space, Zhu Xiaoga could summon items at will. To bring external objects inside, he merely needed to touch them and will them into the realm. The gentleman then placed a watch upon Zhu Xiaoga's wrist, explaining, "This is a spatial watch, with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Use it wisely and remember not to seek me out for assistance. Now, be gone with that." He gave Zhu Xiaoga a firm kick, sending him back to reality. As Zhu Xiaoga's consciousness returned to his body, he found himself nearly colliding with a dump truck that had just accelerated and was now driving against traffic. On the wide street, the truck posed no real threat. As long as one was not blind, they could easily avoid a collision, let alone a catastrophic 18-car pileup. However, Zhu Xiaoge felt an unsettling premonition. Just then, the truck's protective mesh suddenly flew off, revealing a sleek, long recoilless cannon that swiftly aimed at an Audi within the convoy. A deafening blast ensued, reducing the Audi to mere fragments and killing its 4 occupants instantly, with body parts scattering in a gruesome display. The driver of a concrete truck behind them, startled by the explosion, lost control and, in a panic, slammed on the gas pedal. The 25-ton behemoth careened forward like a wild stallion, crashing into the vehicles ahead, igniting a series of collisions. Seeing the chaos unfold, Zhu Xiaoge hastily exited the school premises. Damn it! That's a first-class security officer from the Department of Homeland Security. If I can establish a connection with such individuals, borrowing weapons and vehicles will be a breeze. But then it struck him. Wait, don't I possess an arsenal capable of equipping 20 armies? What do I need him for? After running around in circles, it dawned on him like a wake-up call. He had been neglecting a treasure trove right under his nose. There was no need for him now. Why should he bother to save anyone? With that realization, Zhu Xiaoge quickly turned back, scaling the school's rear wall to find a shortcut out. He retrieved a military-grade off-road vehicle worth over 1 million soft-shelled currency from the Northwest space and hurriedly drove home. He feared that if he lingered at the scene, the police would apprehend him at this moment. All Zhu Xiaoge could think about was reaching home. 5 years into the apocalypse, Zhu Xiaoge had been a university student. Following the onset of the catastrophe, the railways had collapsed. If even one person were found infected in a train car, the entire train would be disposed of through biological containment. Mutated avian creatures ruled the skies, tearing apart anything that dared to fly. Only ground transportation remained viable. By the time Zhu Xiaoge returned from his university in Nanhe Province to Dongshan Province, a year had already passed. His hometown lay desolate for hundreds of miles, devoid of life, littered with zombies and crumbling skyscrapers. His family had long since vanished. It was not until the 5th year of the apocalypse that the legendary Huang Di, the ancestral figure of civilization, presented him with a model of Earth, revealing that fewer than 100 red dots remained in the Huaxia region, confirming his worst fears about his family's fate. However, this time, he vowed that the apocalypse would never transpire. At the very least, he would protect his loved ones from harm. 3 minutes after the explosion, upon arriving at the scene, the police swiftly cordoned off the area, enforcing a partial lockdown. All present had their phones confiscated to prevent information leaks. While surveillance footage was collected for analysis and crisis communication efforts were initiated. Emergency news reports spun the narrative, framing the explosion as the result of a concrete truck colliding with a liquefied gas container on a tricycle. Chapter 4. Classified information. Returning late at night after driving several miles, Zhu Xiaoge slowly navigated into the shantytown on the outskirts of Yuanghai City. The area was predominantly inhabited by the impoverished, with only 2 main roads allowing for barely adequate passage. The rest were muddy paths, treacherous and unkempt. The lack of civility among the residents resulted in refuse strewn about, and as Zhu Xiaoge approached the entrance, he was met with a nauseating stench accompanied by swarms of flies and mosquitoes. Pulling up to his home, he stored the military vehicle in the northwest space, took a moment to orient himself, and braved the foul odor of decaying fruit as he entered. To be frank, the smell was far more pleasant than the stench of zombies, but after 4 years of absence, the sour scent was still quite repulsive. As the only university student in the family, Zhu Xiaoge's absence had been a significant burden on his parents. It was past 10 o'clock at night, and apart from a few barbecue stalls, his household was the only one still lit. Each morning during high school, his mother would rise before dawn to prepare meals and tend to chores, only to return home after a long day to make him supper. With over 10 hours of daily labor, his mother, now in her 40s, had never truly enjoyed a moment of respite, and her hair had turned gray on one side. Upon returning to this realm, Zhu Xiaoge was determined to repay his parents for their sacrifices, allowing them to enjoy a few years of peace before the apocalypse. With resolute determination, he grasped his keys and opened the door. So, you do remember how to come back. All day at school, you just sleep. This semester, your teachers have contacted your father 3 times already. When will you give us parents a break? You have 4 meals a day prepared for you. And you don't have to lift a finger. Can't you just study diligently? I'm begging you. His mother, you whinge, admonished with a frown. It seems this teacher must be dealt with, Zhu Xiaoga mused. In his previous life, this teacher had displayed a disdain for the less privileged, looking down on students with poor grades. In a class of 58, he would never call on anyone with a student number above 40. When a struggling student dared to ask a question, the teacher would retort, "What good will it do you to ask? You won't understand anyway." He often picked on students, leaving parents bewildered, while he awaited gifts in return. The cleaning duties were always relegated to the underperformers, and during the crucial exam period, when students were assembled in the cafeteria to take their tests, Lu Junsong, the old tortoise, had Zhu Xiaoga and Lao Qiu carry 2 buckets of water from the 4th floor to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, he drove down with 3 students, 2 boys and a girl, making Zhu Xiaoga and Lao Qiu walk down the hill. Once they reached the cafeteria entrance, Lu Junsong called them over, pointing at the buckets in the back of his car, and ordered, "Carry them inside." How much can one endure? Lu Junsong must be eliminated. In the depths of Zhu Xiaoga's mind, a thunderous roar echoed. After so many years, each recollection invoked a fervent bitterness, as if the injustices he endured were akin to the enmity of a slain father or the wrath of a stolen wife, an animosity that consumed him. Thus, a seed of vengeance was firmly planted within him. When Zhu Xiaoga encountered Deng Zhejier, a university advisor strikingly similar to Lu Junsong, his latent murderous intent erupted with fervor. He seized a slap and struck the advisor, fortunately restraining himself just in time to avoid a grave mistake. Although Zhu Xiaoga had been reincarnated, the mental fortitude he cultivated over 5 years in the apocalypse was far beyond that of a mere high school student. Those who dared to look down upon him in those dire times had long since become mere fodder for the earth, coupled with his temperament and the emotional resonance of the past. Zhu Xiaoga's murderous heart was thoroughly awakened, more refined than ever. The unyielding resentment of his past life and the regret of this one surged within him. Those who dared to offend Zhu Xiaoga would face no mercy. Enough of this foolishness. The food has grown cold. Come, let us eat. His mother, you whinge, nudged him toward the dining table, and no matter how arduous or exhausting life became, as long as their child thrived, parents found their greatest joy. Even if their son made mistakes, they would understand and forgive. Seeing his mother's head adorned with white hair softened Zhu Xiaoga's heart. "Mom, I swear I will not let you and Dad suffer." Hearing her son's words, Yu Wen's eyes brimmed with tears. Years of effort had finally borne fruit. Her son had grown up, understanding the love and sacrifices of his parents. "Eat, eat, what are you dawdling for? If you don't eat soon, it will be cold," his mother urged, quickly wiping away her tears and serving dishes into Zhu Xiaoga's bowl. Pickled vegetables, rice, stir-fried bean sprouts, 2 dishes and a bowl of rice for each meal. Sustenance for a growing teenager and 2 adults for years. Zhu Xiaoga furrowed his brow. "Mom, from tomorrow on, you must stop working in the factory. If I don't so, how will you earn a living?" Yu Wenj laughed lightly, poking the television remote as she ate. "Listening to the news will benefit your political studies." At 9:35 p.m., a severe traffic accident occurred near the new number 1 high school in the outskirts of Farsi City, where an electric tricycle laden with liquefied gas canisters exploded, affecting nearby vehicles. Traffic has since resumed. By the way, didn't your dad go to pick you up? Why hasn't he returned? Yu Wenj suddenly inquired. "It's nothing. The police needed him to clarify the incident. He is a witness." Zhu Xiaoga understood what Yu Wenj implied. His father must have been near his classroom, but they had simply taken different paths, and he had sustained no injuries. As they spoke, Zhu Xiaoga's gaze fell upon a line of small print beneath the news. China Sports Lottery 420 million yuan jackpot, drawing tomorrow. Upon seeing this, an idea sparked in his mind. The blood-devouring dragon had amassed a veritable mountain of cash, coins, and several cash transport machines in his northwest space. While he could secretly spend this unexpected fortune, his honest parents would never indulge in such windfall. They certainly wouldn't allow him to either. What to do? Win the lottery, damn, for 20 million. An amount most people would take a lifetime to earn. That would be enough for his parents to live comfortably for years. After calculating the feasibility in his mind, Zhu Xiaoga said to Yu Wenj, "Today in class, I dreamed of my grandfather. He repeatedly visited me in dreams, expressing his sorrow over our hardships and giving me a set of lottery numbers, insisting I buy 20 tickets. I dreamt this 7 times. I believe it's real. Why don't we buy some? 20 tickets combined cost only 128 yuan. Upon hearing this, you whinge, half convinced and somewhat superstitious, wondered if it could be true. Really, son? I have some spare change. I'll go buy them tomorrow. Just don't buy the wrong ones, Zhu Xiaoge assured her earnestly. All right then, take your time eating. Wai Yuwinj wiped her hands on her apron and retired to her room for sleep. Moments later, the door swung open abruptly, and Zhu Xiaoge recognized that his father, Zhu Jianjun, had returned after being questioned by the police. You little rascal, just you wait until tomorrow, Zhu Jianjun barked. I found this USB drive at your school gate. See whose teacher it belongs to. After saying this, he coughed twice before heading to bed. Zhu Jianjun had originally been a laborer on construction sites, but when the construction company delayed payments, he resorted to odd jobs, hauling lime to earn a living. Each bag of lime he dropped would send clouds of powder swirling, and many of his colleagues had developed pneumoconiosis. It seemed his father's lungs were also in jeopardy. After finishing his meal, Zhu Xiaoge cleared the dishes to the kitchen, lay on his bed, and placed the USB drive into his northwest space. His consciousness transformed into a human form and entered the northwest space. He activated the supercomputer within, inserted the USB drive, and with nimble fingers, he deftly struck the keyboard. Having thoroughly studied the compendium of knowledge from throughout Earth's history and the vast universe, Zhu Xiaoge was well versed in hacking techniques. He observed the USB drive's firewall, fortified like a castle, meticulously guarding its data. Yet even the most well-constructed fortress must have its weaknesses. Can it withstand the tremors and storms of data erosion? Unlike other hackers who seek vulnerabilities within data to infiltrate through the firewall, Zhu Xiaoge intended to eradicate the firewall entirely, bulldozing it down before extracting the data. With a few gentle taps on the keyboard, the data on the USB drive was swiftly unlocked, revealing thousands of classified documents neatly organized, design blueprints for the No. 1 aerospace aircraft carrier, Model 05 Thor assault rifle, and the sister nation's Lifelight genetic weapon design. Lifelight? Zhu Xiaoge opened the document. Lifelight was developed by the sister nation's Umbrella Corporation, capable of significantly enhancing human lifespan, speed, strength, and immune function by modifying human genes with the zombie virus. Zhu Xiaoge's heart raced. The very virus that would trigger the apocalypse was indeed a product of the sister nation's research. This USB drive contained numerous secrets. In 5 years, this virus would be developed and deployed. Reflecting on his past life, Zhu Xiaoge realized he had been captured by the old tortoise Lu Junsong while sleeping during morning classes, leading to a parental summons that occurred at noon. Moreover, his classmate Old Xiao had been taken as well. However, today, he had accidentally spilled Old Xiao's ice cream, slept through 7 classes, and thus dramatically altered his own fate, acquiring a USB drive he should never have had. He had successfully obtained clues to reverse destiny, safeguard world peace, and save humanity's future. This was merely the first day, and it seemed the probability of his success was exceedingly high. Chapter 5. Defying Conventions? A treasure left behind. Time swiftly passed to 10:30 p.m. Zhu Xiaoge glanced at his watch. Just an hour and a half remained until tomorrow. He decided to forego sleep and wandered within the northwest space. Who was it again? That one who picked up an old man's shoes from beneath the bridge and returned them to him. The old man promised the child a valuable gift for the following morning. When dawn broke, the child returned to the bridge, only to find the old man waiting, stating, "You are late. Come back tomorrow." On the second day, the child arrived at the bridge before dawn, but again the old man scolded him for being late, instructing him to return the next day. On the third day, the child remained patiently at the bridge, waiting for the old man. When the old man finally arrived at midnight, seeing the child's dedication, he imparted extraordinary military strategies, and the child ultimately became a renowned military strategist. Study diligently, and the meaning will reveal itself. The blood-devouring dragon had invited him to seek him out tomorrow, yet did not specify the time. What if he arrived late and offended the others? Time waits for no one, but I can wait for time. Zhu Xiaoge's mind buzzed with plans. Within the sister nation's FBI nano-flying robot nest, Zhu Xiaoge discovered a compact device on a high shelf in the northwest space. A small pencil case housed 10 tiny nanorobots, each the size of a fly, equipped with protective structures, operated by microcomputers. Capable of charging in 5 minutes for 2 hours of standby, and a flight radius of 100 meters, featuring video and audio recording functions, infrared detection, and thermal imaging capabilities. A miniature camera, no larger than a button, could transmit wirelessly. He would take that. A lossless audio recording pin, indistinguishable from a regular pin, equipped with ultrasonic and infrasonic three-dimensional scanning capabilities. He would take that too. You old tortoise, Lu Junsong, just wait. Zhu Xiaoga smirked mischievously. The American-made Barrett Special Operations Sniper Rifle, featuring a nano-silencer, no muzzle flash, liquid nitrogen cooling, minimal recoil, and a 36x optical scope with infrared thermal imaging, using low-temperature smokeless powder. He would take that. 2. The American-made R8 ceramic bulletproof vest, impervious to AK-47s from 10 meters away and various handguns from 2 meters away. He would take that as well. The Ming Frost Tang Dao, a peak human-tier weapon, capable of severing hair with a breath, a blade of unparalleled ferocity. Zhu Xiaoga grasped a blade over a meter long, drawing it swiftly, and a flash of cold light glinted before his eyes. A fine sword indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, I placed it into the spatial watch. The newly released soft currency, take it away. Zhu Xiaoga wandered around, but from south to north, he barely made any progress in the northwest space. Standing atop the highest shelf, he vaguely spotted a few aircraft carriers in the distance of the northwest space. Time was running short. He needed to hurry out. Zhu Xiaoga hastily exited the northwest space, placing his hands on the pitch-black door of the 9 turns void tower. With a swift whoosh, he was sucked inside. Quite impressive. Very proactive. A man in white remarked approvingly, gesturing toward the chair in front of the desk. Come, sit. Zhu Xiaoga approached and sat down obediently. I will say this only once. I have matters to attend to and must leave. Before I go, I will leave some items for you. Initially, I had no intention of doing so. But since my young master belongs to this world, I will adhere to his instructions and leave you some toys. Enjoy them, and do not disappoint the young master's trust. However, these toys may pose some dangers for you. I will also assign you some tasks in accordance with the young master's directives, which you will complete in exchange for rewards. How does that sound? No objections, I presume? If there are none, we have an agreement. Before Zhu Xiaoga could voice his thoughts, the bloodthirsty dragon waved his hand, sealing Zhu Xiaoga's mouth. My sister is getting married. I must return to attend the celebration. Please, help me. All right, Zhu Xiaoga replied. Then I shall leave this to you. I must take my leave now. Before Zhu Xiaoga could respond, the bloodthirsty dragon evaporated on the spot, conveniently expelling Zhu Xiaoga from the 9 turns void tower. System transformation, please log in 3 days later. Gazing at the inscription on the tower, Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly exited the consciousness space and lay down in bed, ready to sleep. After all, he had to rise at 5 in the morning, and now it was nearly 1 o'clock. If he didn't get enough rest, he would lack the energy to deal with Lu Junsong the following morning. The plight of high school was daunting. If only he had a household registration in the capital. Passing each subject would grant him easy admission to a prestigious university. With bleary eyes, Zhu Xiaoga squinted and sleepily finished his meal before stepping outside his home to wait for a bus. Truth be told, despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he had slept particularly soundly. It was the first time in 5 years of the apocalypse that he felt such peace. For the past 5 years, he had slept with a gun in his arms, accompanied by the howls of zombies and the stench of decaying bodies. Last night, lying down in such tranquility was almost unbearable. Zhu Xiaoga, Li Yijie? Waiting for the bus? Zhu Xiaoga turned to see her. Coming from a similar background, perhaps because they had grown up together, Li Yijie had secretly harbored feelings for him. Shy by nature, she had never mustered the courage to confess but had quietly taken care of him, often bringing him little snacks. He had been oblivious to her feelings until the boredom of the apocalypse led him to reflect and realize that someone had been secretly in love with him all along. Li Yijie, this afternoon after class, I'll treat you to a meal, Zhu Xiaoga said meaningfully as he glanced at her. Okay, Li Yijie replied with a joyful smile. Now, let me take care of Lu Junsong. That old tortoise. As the school bus came to a stop, Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly dashed off, racing ahead of the crowd into the restroom on the 4th floor. Lu Junsong, the old tortoise of a homeroom teacher, always monitored the morning self-study sessions. Whenever a student made a mistake, they would be dragged out during these sessions and scolded mercilessly by him. Theo gathered incriminating evidence against this old tortoise. One needed to record every word he uttered and post it online. If you need something, reach out to the media. Under their operation, the impact would be maximized, especially those unscrupulous media outlets. Hehehe. Lu Junsong, you old tortoise, I studied media in university. Zhu Xiaoga chuckled mischievously, activating the nanobots from the sister nation. He adjusted the microcomputer controller on the machine nest, and 10 nanobots, each the size of a fly, flew out, positioning themselves in the corridor where Lu Junsong often reprimanded students, ready to record the video. Zhu Xiaoga also set up an FBI miniature camera and a voice recorder, and after a few quick adjustments, he strode confidently into the classroom. As the classroom doors swung open, Lu Junsong commanded, "Stand outside." "Fine, I'll step out, but only for a few minutes. Soon, you'll be begging me on your knees," Zhu Xiaoga retorted as he walked into the corridor. Readjusting the positions of the nanobots for various shots, long shot, medium shot, close-up, from all angles, 360-degree coverage. Once everything was set, Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly returned the nanobots to the spatial watch. Before long, Lu Junsong exited the classroom and approached. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Xiaoga, he asked, "Do you even know what you did wrong?" "Not at all," Zhu Xiaoga replied innocently. "You don't know? Zhu Xiaoga, are you truly unaware, or are you just pretending? You'd better not wait for me to spell it out for you. By then, it will be too late. This is serious." Lu Junsong shook his wrist adorned with a large gold watch. Sunlight glinting off his glasses, making him resemble a petty thug as he uttered words only a scoundrel would dare speak. "Okay, just like that. Be a bit more arrogant, and it would be perfect. I feel like giving you a middle finger in encouragement," Zhu Xiaoga thought, noticing Lu Junsong's attempts to provoke him. "Look at you, what are you wearing? A complete mess, and you dare claim to be stylish? Athletic shoes, school uniform, a buzz cut. Can you be any more obvious in your nitpicking? Let me escalate this conflict. Athletic shoes, a school uniform, a buzz cut. I think that's perfectly normal," Zhu Xiaoga defended himself. "Normal? You call that normal? Sleeping through class all day and doing poorly in your studies, and you still have the gall to complain?" Lu Junsong sneered at, "If I were you, I would tell my dad. Dad, I want to go to vocational school. Don't waste your own time or your family's energy. With your abilities, do you really think you can get into university? Just look at your classmate Joe. He didn't bother with high school and went straight to a teaching college. Look how well he is doing, how easy his life is, and then there's you. If you were a real man, you would take responsibility and tell your dad. I'll be contacting him this afternoon," Lu Junsong boasted arrogantly. "Lu Junsong, you don't even have the right to say that to me," Zhu Xiaoga retorted fiercely. "Look at you, dressed in a little suit, strutting around like some big shot. You're nothing but a sham. Your moral integrity has been devoured by dogs," with a surge of rage ignited within him. Zhu Xiaoga was no longer the same person he once was. After 5 years of the apocalypse and having slain numerous foes, he had finally returned to maintain world peace and protect humanity's future. How could he be intimidated by such pettiness? "Say that again?" Lu Junsong, his head throbbing with anger, clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it toward Zhu Xiaoga's temple. "You still aren't worthy of speaking to me about university." Zhu Xiaoga extended his left hand, clenched his fist, and with a sudden burst of strength, he blocked Lu Junsong's punch with his left hand while delivering a right-handed strike aimed at Lu Junsong's nose. The art of Wing Chun, originating from Shaolin, emphasized short power. Even against a woman or child, a punch could be lethal, let alone someone like Zhu Xiaoga, who had mastered its essence. Zhu Xiaoga blocked Lu Junsong's swing and shattered his nose with a counterstrike. Subsequently, he hooked Lu Junsong's neck with his left hand, yanked him forward, and trapped his head between his knees while his right hand gripped Lu Junsong's chin, relentlessly pummeling his face with his left hand. During the apocalypse, Zhu Xiaoga could wield a 70-kilogram dumbbell with one hand while delivering rapid punches, capable of smashing through a 20-centimeter thick granite slab. Now, though his strength had diminished significantly, each punch still felt like being struck by a 5-kilogram dumbbell to Lu Junsong's face. Pain, 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 pain. By the time Zhu Xiaoge was pulled away by the disciplinary director, Lu Juansong's face bore no unscathed skin. "Call the police, quick, call 120. The teacher checked Lu Juansong's breathing, and it was evident he was more exhaled than inhaled. Trapped under the weight of over a dozen individuals, Zhu Xiaoge knew Lu Juansong wouldn't perish just yet, for he had yet to ruin his reputation. Chapter 6. Cleansing and bone-crushing, super public opinion pinned beneath a throng of bodies. Zhu Xiaoge struggled to breathe and concocted a plan, urgently entering the northwest space within his mind. As soon as his consciousness entered the northwest space, he felt an immediate sense of relief. "Goodness, I nearly suffocated." Zhu Xiaoge activated the supercomputer and ran the PR video editing software. "Oh no. My nanobots still have a set of equipment outside. Never mind, they can transmit wirelessly. Let us sync them to the supercomputer." With seemingly random keystrokes, the files were instantly uploaded to the supercomputer. "Hehe, Lu Juansong, you old fool, prepare to be infamous for eternity." After an hour of relentless effort, a video depicting a high school classroom where a student is verbally abused and physically assaulted by a teacher, only to subsequently overpower the teacher, went viral across major global websites thanks to Zhu Xiaoge's exceptional hacking skills. The video swiftly occupied the front pages and was prominently featured as the top trending story. With multiple reposts, mixed with both Chinese and English letters, localized versions were also released in German, Russian, Japanese, traditional Chinese, Korean, and North Korean. Of course, for Dongshan province, Zhu Xiaoge implemented selective censorship, ensuring that anyone within the province would remain oblivious to the news for 24 hours. Awaiting the arrival of the old tortoise, Zhu Xiaoge felt a sudden discomfort in his rear. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find himself in a police station, in a state of urgency. He returned to the northwest space to devise a strategy. Should he confront the law with brute force? No, it was unwise to clash with state authority now. It would render him immobile, employing cunning? That seemed unlikely, yet after much contemplation, it appeared to be the only viable option. However, the specifics of this cunning approach could wait. For now, he needed to gather his thoughts, as Zhu Xiaoge strolled down the bustling streets of northwest space. Surrounded by an array of high-tech weaponry, a large display case suddenly caught his attention. Cultivation Technology Zone, District 1, Mortals Immortal Elixirs Zone. Oh, quite impressive, indeed. On a grand display, a golden gourd sat prominently. Zhu Xiaoge picked up a book resembling a recipe. Examining it closely, elixirs essential for ancient practitioners during travel and for various nefarious deeds. The bone-cleansing elixir, suitable for mortals, aids in qi cultivation and body strengthening, expelling all impurities and toxins from one system. A mortal may only consume one in their lifetime. The mighty pill, also for mortals, serves a similar purpose, enhancing muscle strength and hardening bones and internal organs, again limited to one per lifetime. After scrutinizing for some time, he found only these two elixirs applicable for mortals, the mighty pill and the bone-cleansing elixir. With a clatter, the gourd spat out two dark spheres, which flew towards Zhu Xiaoge. Upon contact, they transformed into radiant energy, merging into his consciousness. After a moment of sensation, he felt no discomfort. Perhaps he was indeed a consciousness entity? Oh no! Realizing the urgency, Zhu Xiaoge hastily returned to his physical body. Before even opening his eyes, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. My goodness! Zhu Xiaoge retched, expelling dozens of pieces of dental calculus and plaque. The blackheads on his nose, the grime in his pores, and the grease in his hair all surged forth from his body, especially from his armpits, which expelled a strong odor. Oh dear, this is bad. My stomach hurts, officer. I need to use the restroom. Just stay put in the interrogation room. You'll be released once you've answered all the questions. This method undoubtedly instilled a strong sense of intimidation in ordinary individuals. Yet for Zhu Xiaoge, who had survived the apocalypse for 5 years, it was child's play. After consuming the mighty pill and the bone-cleansing elixir, Zhu Xiaoge's physical prowess reached unparalleled heights. He could exert at least 500 kilograms of force with a single punch. With a flick of his wrist, the handcuffs binding him shattered, and he smashed a fist-sized hole into the interrogation table. Squatting atop it to relieve himself, goodness, the aftereffects of the bone-cleansing elixir are intense. Even the parasites in my stomach have been expelled. Zhu Xiaoge glanced down, retrieved a roll of toilet paper from the northwest space, and wiped himself clean. Just as he finished, he quickly pulled out a camera and snapped several photos of the interrogation room and himself, posting them on major global websites using a supercomputer, claiming to have been subjected to harsh interrogation techniques, even alleging to have been assaulted. Simultaneously, he hacked into the police system, erasing all surveillance footage from the interrogation room and blocking access to the news in Huaxia for 2 hours, ensuring no one in the country could find any information about the incident. After completing these actions, Zhu Xiaoge reclined in a corner of the interrogation room, observing the reactions of netizens globally on the supercomputer screen in Northwest Space. In the United States, oh my God, how can there be such shameless teachers in this world? This is truly damaging to students' dignity. If it were me, I would execute him. In the Eagle Nation. Oh heavens! How could this teacher utter such words? How did he even become a teacher? Such a person deserves to be hanged. In Huaxia. Hit him harder. Yes, he deserves to be beaten to death. Which city is this? Yuanhai City? Why is no one stepping forward to explain? Huaxia's Ministry of Education. Such an event will absolutely not occur. It is a rumor and should not be believed. To hell with your rumors. You just trying to downplay the situation. Zhu Xiaoge tapped his finger to send out photos from the police station. The face of the teacher, just cleansed of impurities, appeared grimy, greasy, and caked with filth, hardly distinguishable from someone who had been subjected to unspeakable acts. He then looked to think that the formidable figures I would never dare to imagine are actually dining with me is astonishing. Yu Wenj and Zhu Jianjun picked up their chopsticks and took a few bites, then sat there obediently, too intimidated to move or eat further. They occasionally shot disapproving glances at Zhu Xiaoge, urging him to behave. Zhu Xiaoge, hurry up and eat. Why have you stopped? Mayor Yu of Yuanhai City inquired. Oh, these dishes. Have the kitchen prepare another batch. I'll take it home. Zhu Xiaoge replied with a belch. Did you hear that? Have the kitchen prepare another batch and pack it up. Also, bring another case of drinks. Mayor Yu instructed the small police officer at the door, since it was all public funds or special approvals. If it's free, why not take advantage? Once he left, he would grab a few cases for himself. Mom and Dad, you should head back. Xiaochen will be back from her tutoring class soon, Zhu Xiaoge suggested, realizing that his parents were not eating anything and it would be better for them to return home quickly. Well, we'll be going then. The atmosphere in the restaurant was quite stifling. And with his daughter Xiaochen returning soon, they needed to hurry back to prepare dinner. You, go see them off. Mayor Yu pointed at the small police officer by the door. After his parents left, Zhu Xiaoge wiped his mouth with a napkin. Director Liu, you must have just been promoted, right? Your clothes look rather new. Indeed, thanks to my little brother, I was just promoted today. Director Liu replied with a cupped fist salute. Was there any outcome from last night's shelling incident? Or was something lost? Like this? Zhu Xiaoge waved the USB drive in his hand. No, it was a car accident. How could it have been shelling? Director Liu responded, puzzled. Zhu Xiaoge stared into Director Liu's eyes for a while, confirming he was not lying, before retracting the USB drive. Perhaps I was mistaken. This fellow likely lacks sufficient clearance, and those who came last night were probably not police officers. If they weren't police, then they must belong to a national secret department. After clarifying this, Zhu Xiaoge decided not to say anything further. He would wait for a more opportune moment to address the USB drive. As the wine flowed freely, the dinner gathering shifted to more serious matters. Though all four were feeling quite tipsy, the three seasoned old foxes remained sharp-minded. 2 news stories had nearly tarnished the face of Huaxia, particularly within the public security and education systems. The finesse with which the news was disseminated was truly remarkable, a benchmark in journalism and a textbook example of propaganda. As a result, from top to bottom, anyone or any department even slightly connected to the matter faced a thorough reshuffling. Zhu Xiaoge had become a figure of considerable authority. A mere mention of his name could leave people in a state of disarray. Thus, the 3 old foxes treated Zhu Xiaoge with utmost respect, lowering their postures significantly. Zhu Laodi, would you be interested in working at the city government after you graduate from university? No, how about the police department? With excellent benefits, not interested. What about becoming a teacher? Zhu Xiaoge glanced at the director of the Education Bureau. What are you planning to do about Lu Junsong, that old turtle?" Upon hearing this, the director of the Education Bureau hastily responded, "Of course, we'll expel him from the education system. Such scum does not deserve to be a teacher." And then, Zhu Xiaoga raised an eyebrow and continued to inquire. "Then let him fend for himself, go home and farm." Zhu Xiaoga was quite satisfied, feeling elated. "Do you know that at the new first high school, to maintain the graduation rate, each class needs to expel at least 2 students? I am the second one. I doubt a small teacher would dare to expel a student on their own, right? I must publicize this online and call for a just trial from all conscientious people around the world." The director of the Education Bureau turned pale, fear evident in his expression. "This is a just trial? You're threatening my life. I just got promoted today, too." The old director has been in for 7 or 8 hours. "And there's been no news. We don't even know if he is alive or dead. What if I were to go in as well? Oh dear, Lao Chen, what is wrong? Zhu Laodi is just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? Zhu Laodi, don't scare him. Lao Chen is quite timid, lacking any spirit. Zhu Xiaoga, here is my personal mobile number. I'm available 24/7. Call me anytime. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Mayor, you jested." Seeing this, Director Lu hastily wrote down his own number for Zhu Xiaoga. "In the territory of Yuanhai City, anyone who dares to offend my little brother will have to deal with me. Lu, call me, and I'll have them arrested. I'll move my office to the principal's office of New First High School tomorrow. If anyone needs me, find me," Director Chen of the Education Bureau stammered, deciding. "All right, then I'll be relying on the 3 of you in the future. Good, little brother. Take care." The 3 directors, having eaten and drunk their fill, saw him off, while Director Lu pointed at the small police officer and said, "You, see the little brother home. Goodbye then. Goodbye. When Zhu Xiaoga returned home, the television was just starting to announce the 420 million lottery jackpot. It was evident that Zhu Xiaoga was almost certain to win the grand prize. His mother, Yu Wenj, father, Zhu Jianjun, and younger sister, Xiaochen, were all left agape, repeatedly checking the lottery numbers, celebrating for hours. That night, Zhu Xiaoga placed the lottery ticket into his spatial watch, waiting to claim his prize at the city's lottery station the next day. On August 23, Chapter 8, the silent Doomsday prison.as, the 3 leaders returned home. 4 Hummers escorted a cargo truck quietly into Yuanhai City. At midnight. As the duty officers left one after another, only 2 security guards remained, one on duty and over 1,500 others. "Hey, mate," a casually dressed Caucasian knocked on the guard's window. "What are you doing here at this hour?" The guard opened the window. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, eliminating both guards. After disposing of the bodies, the Caucasian donned an Asian mask and security uniform, taking a seat in the guardhouse. The operation had commenced. Once the signal was sent, 3 Hummer vehicles accompanied the cargo truck into Yuanhai City. Another vehicle entered the adjacent community. 2 silenced bullets found their mark in the duty officer's heart and head. A team equipped with gas masks prepared for the incapacitating gas. 4 fully armed foreigners unloaded a large oxygen tank from the cargo truck and transported it into the dormitory building of Yuanhai City. "Oh my God! Their foul stench will kill me faster than their bullets," one of them exclaimed while covering his nose. "Oh heavens! The smell is nauseating." "Shut up." Yes, the dormitory buildings in Yuanhai City were divided into 3 zones. Zone A for female students, Zone B for midday rest, and Zone C for male students. Since it was nighttime, Zone B was unoccupied, with only the 2 dormitories housing a terrifying total of over 1,500 people. "Prepare to connect to the central air conditioning. Hurry, the central air conditioning is connected and ready to start. Are we authorized to activate it? Approval granted. Initiating startup. 1, 2, 3. The central air conditioning is operational, and the incapacitating gas has been released, expected to be fully deployed within 5 minutes. After receiving the report, the beret-wearing Caucasian shouted into the intercom. Team 2, Team 2. The building courtyard is fully set up. All load-bearing pillars on the first floor are lined with explosives, and the courtyard above has been covered with black fabric. Team 2's work is complete, and they have entered the surveillance room, obtaining the monitoring view. Team 1, I can see you. Yuanhai City, a national key area, was under full lockdown, established in 2010, located in the eastern suburbs of Yuanhai City. North of the Great River, at the intersection of 2 highways, covering an area of 440 acres with a construction area of 76,000 square meters, currently housing over 80 buildings and more than 3,500 employees, with over 300 surveillance cameras monitoring all areas. Yuan Hai consists of an office building and 3 dormitory buildings, forming a square layout, with the office building being the tallest and the dormitory buildings being slightly shorter, each with a separate exit. Situated on a hillside, the back faces the mountain top, providing a commanding view. At the foot of the hill stands a 5-meter-tall statue of Confucius, his gaze indifferent, looking down upon the masses. Team 3 has entered the residential area. Vehicles are parked in the garage with an excellent view. Everything is proceeding as planned. The Belarusian female, holding the intercom, glanced at the corpse of the house's former owner behind her. Sentinel? No one has entered. The road is clear. The Caucasian disguised as a guard reported. 5 minutes later, the incapacitating gas began to take effect. With the central air conditioning in the dormitory, the gas gradually filled every room, plunging the 2 dormitory buildings into silence as the occupants fell deeper into unconsciousness, swiftly losing awareness. Commence the elimination operation. Heavy machine gunners, Team 1 assault troops will clear the female dormitory. Team 2 assault troops. Combat specialists will clear the male dormitory. Snipers and secondary snipers will establish sniper positions to prevent anyone from escaping. The 6 of us will set traps. Remember, when it's over, take the main road. Do not tread on the lawn. The beret-wearing leader clearly directed the team, holding a checklist for the dormitory inspection and counting the number of occupants. Leave no one behind. Understood. In no time, the dormitory was meticulously cleaned. And in order to facilitate attendance checks, the doors were never locked, lacking any form of locks. Coupled with the hypnotic effects of the gas, one by one, the students fell into an unyielding slumber. Soon, the list and the bed cards were scrutinized, and over 1,500 individuals were swiftly accounted for, leaving not a single soul behind. The deployment of 3 groups of unmanned grenade launchers was completed, and a request was made to retreat to the garage for remote command. Approval was granted. Upon completion of the first group's sweep, it was noted that 5 female students were missing. Zhang Dongyu from room 301, Su He from room 320, Zhu Hongxiao from room 323, Ho Yuding from room 340, and Lu Xiaoxiao from room 343. Their beds were still warm, yet there were no traces left behind. Among the males, 2 students were absent, Li Wen from room 555 and Dong Zhan from room 556, with their beds already cold, suggesting they had departed before our arrival. Did you hear that? The commander, wearing a beret, was quite vexed by the turn of events. The 2 males escaped by scaling the back wall at 11:30. The wall is 3 meters high, but there is a soft ladder. I recommend setting up triggering mines. As for the 5 females, the surveillance showed no signs of their presence, which clearly indicated they were still within the dormitory building. Thus, I suggest we lay mines to encircle them. Chief, the signal jammers have been set up. No communication devices can be used except for ours. We now wait patiently for the net to be cast. Excellent, ordered the beret-clad commander. Teams 1 and 2, assemble at the building and prepare the traps. Take a moment to rest and await tomorrow. Sniper, secure your position and eliminate those 7 stragglers. Understood. Morning arrived, and Zhu Xiaoga inquired, Liya, have you eaten yet? Not yet. What about you? Neither have I. Don't you find it odd that it's just the 2 of us waiting for the bus? Usually, there are at least a dozen people here at this hour, and now there's not a soul. Could it mean the shuttle has already left? Perhaps, Zhu Xiaoga pondered, realizing that being with Liya presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to confess his feelings. Although she had an affection for him, her usual shyness made it unlikely that she would confess first. Liya. Yes, I like you. Zhu Xiaoga abruptly pulled Liya into an embrace and fervently kissed her. Liya was taken aback as Zhu Xiaoga's insistence pressed against her soft lips, engaging in a passionate kiss. After a moment of heated intimacy, Liya quickly pushed him away, noting the increasing foot traffic. Continuing in such a public display could have dire consequences. If her parents were to hear, she would surely face their wrath. Liya adjusted her disheveled bra and scolded, Zhu Xiaoga, how could you be such a person? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Xiaoga embraced her once more, and Liya bit down on his tongue while gazing fiercely into his eyes. Zhu Xiaoga, undeterred, explored Liya's delicate form, igniting her feelings of desire as her body grew warm. After a while, they released each other, and Leah nestled against Zhu Xiaoga, playfully stating, "Xiao Gu, if I were to bear your child, would you take responsibility?" "Of course, but what if our parents oppose? Then I shall whisk you away, to a place where no one can find us, just the five of us." Zhu Xiaoga quoted a line from a drama, slowly reciting it while his hands wandered towards Lia's figure once more. "Why five? Because you must at least bear me 3 children. How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore." Leah feigned anger, burying her head into Zhu Xiaoga's chest, seemingly delighted. "From this day forth, you are my woman, Leah. You are my everything." Zhu Xiaoga planted a kiss on her silky hair. "Yes, from now on, I will heed your words." Leah blushed. Reflecting on a past life, Zhu Xiaoga recalled how Leah's bashfulness had delayed many opportunities, and it was only after he had begun dating another girl that Leah finally confessed her feelings, which had left him feeling quite frustrated. "Ho Yuding, I must admit, I do miss you a bit." After a tender moment, sensing the heat between them, Zhu Xiaoga and Leah quickly composed themselves, allowing the morning breeze to cool them before hailing a taxi. On August 23, Chapter 9, the beachhead landing. At 6:10 in the morning, a fleet of buses arrived at the entrance of Yuanghai City New No. 1 High School, reminiscent of the Normandy landings. As over 1,500 students, laden with backpacks, rushed into the school's teaching building. Under the pressures of an exam-oriented education system, these children lacked the privilege of residence permits from the capital, some even coming from families reliant on welfare, struggling to afford 3 meals a day. All they possessed was their lives, and their sole purpose was to study. They fought with their hands, risking their lives for a chance at a brighter future, striving for high scores to alter their destinies. Even during the apocalypse, Zhu Xiaoga often lamented, to enter the same university with scores exceeding those from other provinces by several hundred points. We may not be the changers of the times, yet we have indelibly shaped an era. Even when attending the same university as peers with lower scores, they felt no pride, only a sense of inferiority, knowing that in a decade, their own children would tread the same path, needing to score higher just to gain admission to a less prestigious university. Nevertheless, this generation had no choice but to strive. As usual, silence ushered in learning, and those who had been napping at home immediately began their studies upon entering the classroom. Oblivious to the absence of a dozen classmates, however, the homeroom teachers of the senior year were in a frenzy, just 1 month away from the college entrance examination, with only 5 or 6 students showing up for morning self-study. They were instructed to check the dormitories, but the heavy iron doors had long been locked, and attempts to contact the duty teacher yielded no response. Elderly teachers hastily called the principal to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing the news, the principal rushed to calm the teachers, making his way from home to the school, instructing them to tally the number of students present in each class. "Alas, old Xiao, why are so many absent today?" Zhu Xiaoga asked, feigning interest while picking up a physics book. "I don't know. Just keep an eye on the teacher for me. I'm going to take a nap." Old Xiao rested his chin on his hand, turning to gaze out the window as he drifted off. "Hey!" Zhu Xiaoga shook his head, knowing that old Xiao always slept during class and ate snacks, ultimately scoring only a little over 300 in the college entrance examination. Ending up in a vocational school to learn electrical work, IT was quite a feat for a hefty fellow, weighing over 200 pounds to stay awake for 19 hours a day. Hello everyone. I am the director of the Yuanghai City Education Bureau, and starting today, I will be your new homeroom teacher for physics. Your former teacher, Lu Junsong, has been dismissed due to misconduct. My surname is Chen. You may call me Teacher Chun." The students of class 14 were taken aback. "Wow, that old tortoise has finally been taken down. Zhu Xiaoga has come to school. This is incredible. He even dares to take on a teacher. What a legend. The director of the Education Bureau personally comes to teach. What a privilege this must be. He must be the son of the provincial governor." Zhu Xiaoga is the son of the provincial governor. 66666. Silence, everyone. Continue with your self-study, Director Chen asserted sternly. With the teacher present, the students quickly settled down and began to focus on their studies. "Zhu Xiaoga, please step out for a moment," Director Chan beckoned to Zhu Xiaoga. In the hallway, "Zhu Xiaoga, my brother, you're quite the steady one." Director Chen flattered him with a beaming smile. "Steady? Truly very steady. Only someone of your stature as an education bureau director would think of becoming a high school teacher. Ha ha, indeed. For my little brother, I would brave fire and water, scale mountains and cross rivers. Seeing his efforts recognized, Director Chen beamed with joy. Resembling a child weighing over 200 pounds, Director Chen, who knows about your new role as a teacher? Just me. What of it? No reason. I was merely curious. What a peculiar situation. Leaving behind a prestigious position as an education bureau director to flatter yourself by teaching physics at Yuanghai City No. 1 high school. No one can compare to you, Zhu Xiaoga thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Well then, I shall take my leave, Teacher Chen. All right, go back. Zhu Xiaoga, study hard and do your best, Director Chen encouraged. Feeling somewhat unnerved, Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly returned to his seat, pretending to read. Director Chen quickly entered the classroom, adopting a serious demeanor as he observed the students engaged in self-study. The broadcast interrupted. All students and teachers, please assemble in the courtyard. Do not bring chairs, I repeat. All students and teachers, please gather in the courtyard. Do not bring chairs. Gathering in the narrow courtyard? Are they joking? It's so cramped, right? We used to gather on the playground. Why the courtyard this time? Is the principal unwell? Get moving. Hurry up and assemble. The PE class representative will lead the way. Move quickly. Target. Courtyard. Run forward, Director Chen commanded, wanting to establish authority on his first day. Ensuring the students complied. Quickly, quickly, Director Chen expelled all the students and hurried over to Zhu Xiaoga, inquiring, Zhu Xiaoga, shall we head to the courtyard and take a look? To be honest, this was Director Chen's inaugural visit to Yuanghai City's No. 1 middle school for an inspection, presumably concerning the educational sector. IT was also his first time attending a student assembly in over 2 decades. How swiftly time has flown, and how fleeting youth feels. Suddenly surrounded by a throng of students, he experienced a nostalgic return to his youth, his heart swelling with fervor and genuine emotion. Before long, all classes had congregated in the courtyard situated between 4 buildings, with teachers at the forefront and students behind them. The only exception was Director Chen, who, with a childlike spirit, donned a school uniform and stood right behind Zhu Xiaoga. Zhu Xiaoga, meanwhile, was exceedingly vexed, feeling as if he had a large fly buzzing incessantly behind him, no matter how hard he tried. It wouldn't leave him alone. It was utterly infuriating. A sense of discomfort washed over Zhu Xiaoga. The announcement blared. Everyone, take a seat. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in protest, exclaiming, Is this even a place to sit? Teacher, are you blind? No chairs provided, and we're expected to sit on the ground. What if our pants get dirty? Who is going to wash them? Yet, the teacher's command was akin to a royal decree. Despite their grievances, they had no choice but to comply. Over 1,500 students promptly settled on the ground, filling the courtyard while only a handful of teachers remained standing. Suddenly, 3 Hummer vehicles rolled into the vicinity of the teaching and administrative buildings. Obstructing 3 exits, A&M, 1 heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire upon the standing teachers. The high-caliber bullets penetrated the bodies of dozens of educators, tearing through flesh and bone, some even severed in half. Leaving behind a gruesome wall of blood, a man clad in camouflage, wearing a beret and a full-body bulletproof vest, shouted through a loudspeaker, I shall repeat, everyone, sit down. August 24, Chapter 10. Covert transmission, bloody purge. The sound of dozens of bullets created a cacophony akin to thunder in the courtyard, and droplets of blood began to fall from the sky. The female students were left pale with fear, weeping uncontrollably, some unable to contain themselves, losing control and fainting. Bullets sliced through the bodies of the standing teachers, resulting in a horrific scene where students in the front row were drenched in blood, enveloped in a gruesome spectacle. In a moment of panic, the students, overwhelmed by their terror, abandoned all restraint and surged towards the exits. The M1 machine gun fired at a staggering rate of 300 rounds per minute, each bullet spinning 1,200 times before piercing flesh, its immense kinetic energy tearing through bodies and creating gaping wounds. The courtyard transformed into a hellish nightmare, a veritable realm of demons. Good heavens, old Chun. How could you be unconscious? Zhu Xiaoga frantically pinched the acupressure point on Director Chen's face. but to no avail. It was astonishing that this official had survived, having donned a school uniform and sat among the students, miraculously escaping the machine gun's wrath. Just as he prepared to flee, he stumbled, truly a stroke of incredible fortune. Zhu Xiaoge continued to pinch, and Director Chen gradually regained consciousness, albeit in a daze, his eyes wide as saucers, surveying the scene. At least half of the 10 individuals around him had collapsed, while others were either in shock, suffering bodily distress, or weeping uncontrollably, a surreal tableau of despair. Only Zhu Xiaoge, seemingly trained for such crises, remained composed and steadfast. Unable to hold back, he expelled the contents of his stomach, remnants of his breakfast mingled with bile. Wiping his mouth, he knelt, gasping for breath in the apocalyptic chaos of battling zombies. The blood of the undead was black and foul, but the scent of human blood was distinctly different, pungent and overwhelming. Further accentuated by the horrific scene unfolding, it was evident that the terrorist barrage had instilled profound terror among the students, effectively obliterating any will to resist. The beret-wearing leader, positioned on the second floor, gestured for 2 soldiers to approach with a plastic bin, instructing, "Place your phones in this bin. I do not wish to hear another ringtone. Otherwise, your teachers and any students attempting to resist will serve as examples." He added, "If anyone can report those who failed to surrender their phones, I shall ensure that whistleblowers safe passage out of here. We do not wish to kill, but do not force our hand." Everyone complied, surrendering their devices. Zhu Xiaoge discreetly concealed his spatial wristwatch within the northwest space, evading detection. During assembly, few students carried phones, resulting in only a handful being collected, which were promptly removed, with both signal jamming and confiscation of phones in place. Not even a whisper of news could escape this hellish scene. The beret-wearing leader, satisfied, brandished his revolver as he exited the second floor, picking up a walkie-talkie. Team 1, eliminate all the rats in these buildings. Understood. 8 terrorists clad in camouflage positioned dozens of landmines at the entrances of the courtyard before storming into the office building. Gunfire erupted chaotically within the office, creating a cacophony of terror. The students huddled together, supporting one another in their shared fear. Report, leader. According to the school's surveillance, the current teachers are all homeroom instructors. The others will arrive by 8 a.m. The second group frantically reviewed the footage in the monitoring room while a few students trickled in at the school entrance. Leader, you should take a look. With the landmines creating a barricade, the guards monitoring the courtyard were reduced by more than half, leaving only a machine gunner stationed on the 5th floor, occasionally glancing down. Zhu Xiaoge hastily retrieved his spatial wristwatch from the northwest space, then extracted the miniature camera and recording pin he had previously used against Lu Junsong. The mini-camera, no larger than a button, could transmit wirelessly. He donned it. The recording pin, indistinguishable from a regular pin, was equipped with ultrasonic and infrasound 3-dimensional scanning capabilities. Initiate dual-band 3-dimensional scanning. Invisible sound waves began to pulse throughout the campus. Returning to Zhu Xiaoge, this device operated on principles akin to sonar, constructing a 3-dimensional spatial model. 3-dimensional spatial model construction complete. Please review. Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness entered the supercomputer within the northwest space, where analyses began to compile. The number of survivors in the courtyard is 1,523. The death toll in the dormitory stands at 1,758. Unknown individuals number 40, possibly due to illness or tardiness. All those in the dormitory are dead. Zhu Xiaoge felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as several of his favorite female classmates were dorm residents, one of whom was set to become his girlfriend next year. Additionally, 247 teachers had yet to arrive at school, including the principal of Yuanghai City's No. 1 middle school. Display the information on the terrorists, Zhu Xiaoge commanded. This group of terrorists comprised 25 individuals, divided into 2 teams. The first team, consisting of 12 members, was led by a man wearing a beret and wielding a revolver, subject to an international red alert for a bounty of $1 million. Among the remaining 24 were 4 assault troops armed with Razor submachine guns, 2 machine gunners equipped with M249s, 4 snipers each armed with Barrett .50 caliber anti-material rifles and Russian SVD sniper rifles, 1 communications officer, 4 guards carrying M4A1 tactical carbines, and 9 regular members. The premises of Yuanghai City No. 1 Middle School were laced with various landmines and traps. "Caution is advised," Zhu Xiaoga gasped in shock. The situation was spiraling out of control. His rebirth had drastically altered the course of events. Truth be told, he envied Lu Junsong, having just sent him to the hospital and dismissed him from his position, only for such calamity to unfold at the school the very next day. That old tortoise was truly cunning. Why does fate always favor such individuals, while neglecting those like him? Immediately send this intelligence, along with the video, to the National Anti-Terrorism Office, as well as to Lu, the head of the Yuanghai City Public Security Bureau, and Mayor Yu's office, and ensure my name is attached. Zhu Xiaoga glanced at the courtyard gradually being shrouded in black cloth. A once brilliant sun now turning blood red. This time, he vowed to ensure that these scoundrels would find no refuge. For Ho Yuding. August 24, Chapter 11. Blood-stained skies, the national machine, outside the campus. The roar of Bugatti Veyrons, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and various supercars echoed as they arrived in droves at the school entrance. The scissor doors swung open. Little emperors and princesses adorned in top hats, oversized sunglasses, and carrying small umbrellas paraded into the campus with their backpacks, laughing and playfully teasing one another. "Sentinels, sentinels, eliminate those fools. These wealthy imbeciles are utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Most criminals commit acts of wrongdoing for monetary gain, but who among the affluent would engage in crime without cause? Treading the razor's edge, they seek merely to improve their circumstances slightly. Thus, this group harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the wealthy, unable to tolerate anyone having more than themselves or squandering money recklessly. In summary, this group is characterized by both a hatred of the rich and a lack of financial means. Everyone, take heed. The Operation Black Sun has officially commenced. The beret-clad captain of the second squad, brandishing his weapons, commands, "Bring forth your damn artillery." With the artillery positioned, a row of high-explosive shells, each as thick as a thumb, eagerly enters the chamber, ready to unleash warmth upon you. Fire! Fire! The beret-wearing commander brazenly breaches the glass curtain wall, and fiery serpents erupt forth, inflicting excruciating pain as they arc towards the cluster of luxury vehicles. These multimillion-dollar cars are mercilessly devastated, as the young emperor and princesses, bewildered by the whizzing projectiles overhead, are swept away by the oncoming shockwave. A sentry, disguised as a security guard at the entrance, pulls out two MP-7 submachine guns and unleashes a hail of bullets, causing blood to spray from the young emperor and princesses, who convulse a few times before falling still. The National Anti-Terrorism Command Center in the capital. A voice on the line says, "Hello, Director. Yes, we have arrived." Additionally, the Public Security Bureau of Yuanghai City and the Municipal Committee have also been informed. What? The Director has also received it. We're still verifying its authenticity. If true, we will initiate the emergency response plan. Yes, I'll call you back shortly. Goodbye. A five-star general hangs up the phone, incredulous at the thought of over 1,000 casualties. Xiao Lu, pull up yesterday's and the current satellite imagery of Yuanghai City New First High School for me. I want to see who is behind this deception. It's already retrieved. Please look at the big screen. A clerk stands up to compare, stating, the left image is yesterday's noon satellite imagery, at a resolution of 30 meters. Compared to historical data, there is no significant difference aside from the reporters at the entrance. Reporters? What are they doing at Yuanghai City New First High School? Inquires the five-star general, intrigued. Just a farce. It's merely a case of teacher striking student, student striking teacher. The clerk quickly pulls up news stories from that time, detailing how a beastly teacher was beaten by students and an unscrupulous educator forced students to transfer, leading to a public outcry. Quite interesting. Organize this and present it to me later. A student striking a teacher. What a rare phenomenon. The five-star general quips. The image below is the current satellite imagery at 6:10 p.m., also at a 30-meter resolution, showing no differences from yesterday's noon imagery. It can be concluded that this incident is likely fabricated. Chief, there's no need for concern. We can have local police verify if necessary. The five-star general lets out a sigh of relief. After over a century since the founding of our nation, no major incidents have occurred, and the country is peaceful. This matter appears to be false. Just apprehend the rumor monger. Xiao Lu. Investigate the signal source. Find out who is spreading these rumors. Xiao Lu types on his computer, only to regretfully report the tech department says they cannot trace it, and the reason headquarters received this information is that our computers were hacked. How is that possible? The five-star general exclaims. The tech department responds, the enemy utilized a supercomputer capable of performing trillions of calculations per second, swiftly breaching our firewall and inserting the information before repairing it. Did we lose any data? The five-star general inquires. No, that's strange. Nothing was lost, yet they inserted information and left. Truly remarkable. The five-star general contemplates, replaying the information. Display it on the big screen. I want to see. Yuanghai City New First High School has suffered a terrorist attack, with all individuals trapped within a courtyard surrounded by 3 teaching buildings and 1 office building. The current survival count stands at 1,523 individuals. The number of students deceased is 40. The number of teachers deceased is 53. The dormitory fatalities amount to 758. The number of students unaccounted for is 40. Additionally, 247 teachers, including the principal of Yuanghai City New First High School, have yet to arrive. This group of terrorists consists of 25 individuals, well-trained and heavily armed, divided into 2 teams. One consisting of 12 members, led by a man in a beret wielding a revolver. A photo appears on the screen. This is an international red notice. Wanted for serious crimes in multiple countries, including genocide in Africa. The international police are offering a reward of $1 million for his capture. The remaining 24 include 4 assault team members with Razor submachine guns, 2 machine gunners with M249S, 4 snipers with Barrett .50 caliber anti-material rifles and Russian SVD sniper rifles, 1 communications officer, 4 guards with M4A1 tactical carbines, and 9 regular team members. The entire vicinity of Yuanghai City New First High School is littered with various landmines and traps. Exercise caution. I am Zhu Xiaoga, a first-year student at Yuanghai City New First High School. This is absolutely true, and I am not lying. If you don't believe me, you can call all the students at Yuanghai City New First High School. None will answer. Subsequently, a series of gruesome images are displayed, including one depicting the courtyard sky, where amidst a pitch-black background, a black sun looms ominously, casting a cursed glow. These images possess a staggering impact, prompting the five-star general to pound the table. Retrieve the latest satellite imagery immediately. Verify this again. If it's false, I swear I'll flay Zhu Xiaoga alive. The five-star general is visibly anxious. All evidence suggests this incident is likely genuine. Zhu Xiaoga, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of global history and technology, cleverly intertwines photography with criminal psychology, producing a series of images that evoke a profound sense of crime, particularly the last image of the black sun, which instills a feeling of impending doom. Thus, the five-star general is compelled to repeatedly review and verify, as the sensation of destruction feels all too real. On August 25, Chapter 12, the desperate struggle for survival as the doors of the National Defense Command Center swing open. A dozen military personnel armed with various documents enter. What are you doing? Who allowed you to come in here? The five-star general barks as he rises from his command chair. Mind your business, is the dismissive response from the group, disregarding the top-ranking general entirely. They set up computers and exchange data, revealing an even clearer satellite image on the big screen. It was I who summoned them. The five-star general, upon seeing the elderly man with white hair and youthful features, stands at attention and salutes respectfully. Lao Lu, what brings you to the National Defense Command Center? How can you have the audacity to ask me that? Lao Lu's expression darkens. A major incident has occurred on the mainland, and you question why I am here? He forcefully swats at the five-star general's large-brimmed hat, admonishing, "This is the National Defense Command Center. This is the command center for counterterrorism, not for fire prevention or theft prevention. What do you have to say for yourself? You're failing at your job. You're just eating and gaining weight. Look at how you've ballooned. In the face of this crisis, your response is still so sluggish. All day long, you're just flattering yourselves, consuming resources without contributing. Perhaps we should rename the National Defense Against Terrorism to the National Food Bureau. You, as the counterterrorism commander, can become the head of the Food Bureau." Lao Lu trembles with indignation, relentlessly berating the five-star general before him. The five-star general, head bowed in submission, endures Lao Lu's tirade. After a lengthy reprimand, when Lao Lu can no longer continue, feeling his heart strain, he hurriedly retrieves nitroglycerin from his pocket and takes it. After a brief pause, he continues, as soon as this information reached the chairman's office, we confirmed its authenticity and escalated the response. Xiao Li, you explain. A clerk rises, carefully reading from a folder. Currently, 5 satellites have been deployed above Yuanghai City New First High School, closely monitoring the situation. Additionally, all military, armed police, special police, and fire departments in Yuanghai City are armed and have cordoned off the area surrounding Yuanghai City New First High School with a 3-layer defense. The entire vicinity has been placed under martial law, extending 10 miles in every direction. The criminals have yet to make contact, and our negotiation experts are already on site, with drones poised for reconnaissance. Hearing Xiao Li's report, the 5-star general feels a wave of cold sweat. Lao Lu, upon hearing this, strikes the 5-star general's hat once more, knocking it off. What are you doing? Still debating the authenticity of this information? Go verify it. Your efficiency is dismal. Why don't you go home and sell sweet potatoes? Just throw them in the oven, add some coal, and wait for them to cook. Lao Lu continues to chastise the 5-star general, causing him to shed tears. I resign. Is that acceptable? Lao Lu, upon hearing this, retorts angrily, to hell with it. Resign? Do you have the face to resign? An incident of this magnitude occurs, and you want to escape? Who will take the blame if you run away? Get out. Go sit in the deputy commander's chair. This time, I will take command, understood. The 5-star general stands at attention, adjusts his hat, and moves to the deputy commander's position. This is the satellite imagery of Yuanghai City New First High School at 6:24 p.m. At a 1-meter resolution, after verification by our Longyan Special Forces Intelligence Department, this incident has indeed occurred, with the death toll exceeding 1,800. The President has entrusted this matter to us, and we will take charge of it. Let us do everything in our power to bring this terrorist attack to an end. It is now 7:05 and 25 seconds. Here is the document regarding the transfer of command for this incident. Please sign it. In 5 minutes, the President will arrive to personally oversee the operation. The 5-star general accepted the document, which bore the elegant signature of Lu Lao, Lu Wenlong. In a flourish, I have faith in Lu Lao. I will comply with the nation's arrangements. After signing, the 5-star general solemnly handed the document to the file administrator behind him. The satellite imagery was even clearer than before, revealing the scattered shell casings of MP-7 submachine guns on the ground. In just 5 minutes, the periphery of Yuanhai City's Cini Middle School had been fortified with 3 barricades over 5 meters high, with countless snipers lying in their designated positions, their dark muzzles all trained on Cini Middle School. Dark clouds loomed ominously, as the great battle was on the verge of erupting. Soon, the President arrived at the National Counterterrorism Command Center, warmly shaking Lu Lao's hand. Lu Lao, I am not versed in military operations, and I will not interfere. You are in charge. This time, I am but a soldier under your command. Wherever you direct, I shall follow. However, I do have one request. We must, at all costs, rescue every surviving student. The President paused significantly on the phrase surviving students, and Lu Lao felt the weight of responsibility increase substantially. The elder straightened his back, the feeling of charging into battle in his youth returning to him. Standing at attention, he saluted and gazed intently at the President. Please, Chief, issue your command. For the promise we soldiers have made to the people, for the dignity of our nation, I command you, at all costs. Even if it means expending our last bullet or our final soldier, we must rescue every surviving student. The elder saluted. I, Lu Wenlong, shall not betray the trust placed in me by the party, the country, and the people. I will resolutely fulfill the mission entrusted to me. Excellent. With your word, Lu Wenlong, I find solace. The President solemnly patted Lu Lao's shoulder. Now, let us discuss the situation on the ground. Very well. Let me brief you on the current situation. Lu Lao pointed to the 3-dimensional sensory map on the command table, continuously relaying updates. At approximately 6:20 this morning, Sini Middle School in Yuanhai City was subjected to a terrorist attack, with all surviving students confined within a courtyard enclosed by 3 teaching buildings and 1 administrative building. The number of individuals trapped is 1,523. The total fatalities from this incident have reached 1,851, and this number may continue to rise. This conclusion is based on satellite thermal imaging and intelligence provided by Zhu Xiaoga, along with student and classroom records. The terrorist group comprises 25 individuals, all professionally trained and well-equipped, with minefields established and heavy firepower deployed. If we launch an immediate assault, we estimate that we could rescue less than 30% of the students, approximately 450 individuals, especially given the heavy weaponry the terrorists have set up inside. However, if we rely on special forces, we could potentially rescue at least 80% of the students, around 1,200 individuals. That is the specific situation. The Mixed Armored Infantry Division from Dongshan Province has already been dispatched to the battlefield and is expected to arrive within 1 hour. The Dragon Flame Special Forces, the Eastern Divine Sword Special Forces, and the Wolfang Special Forces will each arrive within 30 minutes. Among them, the Snow Leopard Tactical Unit, the finest SWAT team in the nation, has already reached the scene and is currently in command. After Lu Lao concluded his briefing, he placed the command baton on the table and requested the president's decision. Report, Chief. There has been unrest at the perimeter of the front lines, with many parents demanding to see their children. Upon hearing this, Lu Lao's expression darkened as he realized that they had just established their defenses, yet the situation inside remained unclear, and the parents were already demanding access. Was this not sheer folly? Switch to the site surveillance. Also, contact Zhu Xiaoga to see if we can establish communication. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoga was an essential component in resolving this terrorist incident. Sini Middle School. The internal signals were being jammed, making it impossible to reach Zhu Xiaoga. To establish contact, we must utilize the supercomputer. Then let us employ the supercomputer. Contact the National Academy of Sciences at all costs. We must break through the signal interference at Sini Middle School and establish contact with Zhu Xiaoga. The command was given, and the staff in the command room hurriedly implemented the orders. First, bringing up the site surveillance to assess the situation. The outer perimeter of Sini Middle School. Desperate pleas echoed from parents. Please, let us see our children. Many parents were fainting from distress, while others shouted at the mediators, "Don't the robbers desire money? I have money. Let me in to ransom my son. Yes, let us in. We demand entry. What right do you have to keep us out? My child lost a hair and scraped his skin. Can you compensate for that? What responsibility do you bear? Will they all be dead? Are they collecting corpses? Or perhaps some have contracted an infectious disease, endangering everyone in the school. This must be a biochemical crisis. Look at all the soldiers that have arrived. Surely they have come to combat the zombies." At the capital's National Defense Command Center, the cacophony of voices erupted, and upon hearing it, the face of the chief darkened with dismay. These unscrupulous media outlets possess no sense of professional ethics. Instead of helping us calm the public, they are fanning the flames of panic. Notify the on-site commander to disperse all media personnel from the area, especially those incendiary journalists. Seize those reporters with gaunt faces, crooked features, and cameras hanging from their necks, and ensure they are thoroughly investigated for any illicit activities. Sentence them to several years. Upon hearing this, Lu Lao immediately took command of the site. Did you hear what was just said? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Take immediate action. Lu Lao grasped the microphone, reiterating, forcefully escort all student parents to the conference room at the hotel behind you, and be courteous. Then control the reporters present. Those identified earlier must all be apprehended and their equipment seized. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. The commander of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, holding a walkie-talkie, issued the orders. Police officers, please calm the crowd and escort them to the conference room at the hotel. City management, evict everyone from the scene except for the media. Armed police, take all the disruptive journalists who are disturbing public order to the detention center, with no bail or release allowed. Soon, the scene was methodically cleared, with all parents escorted to the conference room at the hotel behind the school. Hundreds of psychological experts were on hand to provide counseling, and the hotel management offered water and food to the parents in hopes of alleviating their distress. To prevent further disturbances, The Yuanhai City Urban Management Team detained the journalists along with their equipment, confining them in the city management office. Regardless of their cries and protest, a dozen urban management personnel locked the heavy iron gates and surrounded the reporters with iron rods, ensuring they would not escape. Those incendiary journalists were all taken to the police station and placed in a detention room for serious offenders, where they received a rather special treatment from the inmates. Resulting in chaos in the aftermath, they were sentenced to life imprisonment for disrupting public order, with no possibility of parole. Following this incident, the government initiated a rigorous overhaul of the media industry, gradually expelling journalists who spread rumors and incited trouble from the profession. But that is a story for another time. Report, Chief. The Dragon Flame Special Forces, Eastern Divine Sword Special Forces, and Wolfang Special Forces have all arrived on the scene. Please provide instructions. Hundreds of soldiers clad in 3 different colors of camouflage stood before the command camera, saluting. Thank you for your hard work. Without further ado, your mission is of utmost importance. I require you to exert every effort to rescue all students from Yuanhai City's Cine Middle School. You are to immediately familiarize yourselves with the situation on the ground. Rest in place, await orders, and prepare to depart. Lu Lao commanded the personnel on site. Yes, we will resolutely accomplish our mission. All personnel immediately rested in place, checking their equipment. The hundreds of special operations personnel wasted no time, sitting down in unison to begin inventorying their gear, cleaning their weapons, and resting. Lu Lao, you manage the situation on site. I will go reassure the parents. It was suggested that this was the first time such a large-scale terrorist attack had occurred in the history of Huaxia. The public's anxiety was palpable, and the parents were frantic, with over 1,500 students still trapped in the courtyard, their fates unknown, and their safety in jeopardy. For the first time, this was even a first for the entire world. Such a terrorist incident occurring in a sovereign nation with an army was truly unprecedented and shocking. At the hotel conference room, I wish to conduct a video call with the parents of the students. Shortly, the hotel's projector connected to the computer, casting a large image onto the wall. Hello, everyone. The parents in the hotel watched the screen intently, their eyes fixed on it. Many individuals have begun to shed tears, their hearts heavy with the gravity of the situation. Everyone is intently focused on this matter, acutely aware that the chances of their children being rescued have significantly increased. This operation is being orchestrated by myself alongside professional command personnel. Outside the new First High School in Yuanhai City, we have summoned the nation's finest special forces and elite SWAT teams. Additionally, a combined armored infantry division is en route. This is splendid news. Our children finally have a glimmer of hope. Numerous parents embrace one another, finding solace in the knowledge that there is a plan in motion. Although we may not be able to save everyone, we shall exert every effort to rescue those in peril. Your assurance is all we need. Yes, your words bring me comfort. Even if we venture forth and are unable to save them, if tragedy befalls my child, it will simply be a matter of fate. Many parents, filled with righteous indignation, raise their arms high. Thank you all for your understanding. As for the terrorists and organizations involved in this heinous attack, I will pursue them with utmost vigor, ensuring they are all brought to justice. Wherever they are captured, there shall they meet their end. If we find them in a restroom, they shall drown in the toilet. If in the forest, they shall hang from the trees. We shall not tolerate terrorist acts, nor can we, from this day forward. Those who dare to threaten our great nation shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Retribution shall be swift and certain. Many parents, fervently raising their voices, seem to care little for their children's rescue. Their greater concern lies in bringing these terrorists to justice, wishing to see them utterly annihilated. From this moment on, we shall broadcast live updates from New First High School in Yuanhai City. Parents can rest assured that the nation will never abandon any of its citizens. As the scene shifts, aerial footage from a drone reveals the school surrounded by a fortified perimeter, stirring up clouds of dust as it approaches. Report to command. The commander of the 73rd Combined Armored Infantry Division has arrived. The division boasts 285 tanks, 103 armored vehicles, and 7,000 infantry personnel, all ready for action. Please advise. Nearly 300 tanks, accompanied by over 100 armored vehicles and more than 7,000 combatants, surge forth like a tidal wave toward New First High School in Yuanhai City. Report to command. The Southern Sea Fleet's aircraft carrier battle group has reached the designated location, and our fighter jets have launched. We now control the territorial seas and airspace. 9 fighter jets sweep low over the school, conducting reconnaissance and maneuvering for a closer look. The atmosphere in the conference room among the parents becomes electrified. Yes, in the courtyard of New First High School, Zhu Xiaoga slowly shifts closer to Sister Li Ya, enveloping her in a tight embrace, gently running his fingers through her hair. He leans in, whispering softly into her ear, playfully nibbling at it. Elia, filled with trepidation, presses closer to Zhu Xiaoga, wrapping her arms around him. Xiaogu, I'm scared. There's no need to fear. I will get you out of here. Zhu Xiaoga comforts her with a tender kiss on her hair, his heart heavy with melancholy. The roar of military aircraft conducting close-range reconnaissance echoes in the air. The terrorists, filled with tumultuous emotions, are stirred with a mix of fear and anxiety, acutely aware that their escape may be thwarted. The leader of the terrorists, wearing a beret, seethes with rage as he strides to the second floor of the courtyard. Drawing a revolver and firing a shot into the air, several girls scream in terror. Xiaogu, Sister Li Ya, nestled in Zhu Xiaoga's embrace, is visibly worried. It's all right. Zhu Xiaoga reassures her. Who is Zhu Xiaoga? The beret-wearing leader, now frantic, fires 5 shots into the air, emptying his revolver. Zhu Xiaoga, step forward. Many students are struck, collapsing to the ground in agony. If you don't come out, I will kill everyone. The leader seizes a guard's rifle, unleashing a barrage toward the crowd below. Zhu Xiaoga, come out. Many lie motionless in pools of blood, the crimson liquid flowing far and wide, while nearby students hastily clear a space. Come out, Zhu Xiaoga. Who is Zhu Xiaoga? Hurry! Is he a foreign spy infiltrating New First High School? Just look at that name. It's clear he's no good. Students whisper amongst themselves, searching for Zhu Xiaoga. Zhu Xiaoga, that's him. A student who recognizes Zhu Xiaoga points him out, and those sitting near him quickly distance themselves, isolating Zhu Xiaoga and Sister Li Ya. Some individuals are simply spineless, sycophantic by nature, born to be lackeys. Zhu Xiaoga pushes Li Ya aside and stands tall. Killing them won't help you escape. Why persist in this madness? Isn't it all because of you? The beret-wearing leader flings a yellow notebook the size of a palm at Zhu Xiaoga. The small yellow book is commonplace, indistinguishable from those sold in convenience stores. Yet the handwriting is unmistakably Zhu Xiaoga's, with his name inscribed on the cover. The school is now surrounded on all sides by tanks and armored vehicles. Even fighter jets have arrived. Zhu Xiaoga? Tell me how we can break free. I don't know. What good is it to ask me? Besides, it's you who cannot escape, not us. Why not let us go, and you can surrender instead? In the end, it's all death. Surrender or not, it's still death. Rather than languishing in prison for a lifetime, I would prefer a swift and decisive confrontation. Perhaps we might yet escape. You speak nonsense, the beret-wearing leader, furious, hurls the empty revolver at Zhu Xiaoga's head. In that fleeting moment, an idea strikes Zhu Xiaoga. Since he seeks to use me to break free, why can I not use him instead? Just as the revolver strikes his head, his consciousness plunges into a realm beyond, and he loses consciousness. Medic, drag him out. He is the key to our escape. The beret-wearing leader is in agony, yet feels powerless. The entire operation against New First High School was derived from this very yellow notebook, with only slight modifications, and the architect of this plan is none other than Zhu Xiaoga. 2 terrorists, navigating through the tripwires, carry Zhu Xiaoga out of the courtyard and into the school's infirmary. In the realm beyond, Zhu Xiaoga holds the notebook, deep in thought. 10 years prior, out of boredom during class, he had jotted down ideas using his military knowledge. The entire manuscript comprises 20,000 words, detailing a group of terrorists entering the school during class, arriving in a convoy of 20 Hummers, armed with heavy machine guns and artillery to bombard and fire upon New First High School, subsequently herding the remaining students into the courtyard to confront the police, ultimately slaughtering all the students while eliminating the police with their firepower, tearing through the encirclement, and making their escape on the highway to Yuanhai. Later on, Lu Junsong discovered this plan, berating Zhu Xiaoga in the morning and calling his parents to reprimand him. Eventually, Zhu Xiaoga admitted his wrongdoing, and the matter was laid to rest. the notebook discarded into the restroom. Fading into obscurity. Apart from Zhu Xiaoge and Lu Junsong from a past life, no one else was aware of this plan, a twist of fate. Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness returns from the future. He had inadvertently altered history. As his father picked up a USB drive that should have been stolen at the school gate. It stands to reason that this group of terrorists sought that very USB drive when they attacked the school. Who knows how the beret-wearing leader stumbled upon that notebook, turning Zhu Xiaoge's youthful musings into a grim reality, leaving one at a loss for words. Report to command. The signal jamming system at New First High School has been dismantled, and radio communication has been restored. We can now establish contact with Zhu Xiaoge. A clerk at the command center proposes. Immediately set up communications. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong, ding 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 ding. Upon seeing the hundreds of messages and missed calls on his phone, Zhu Xiaoge is overwhelmed with emotion and quickly opens QQ to video chat with his parents. Xiaogu, is that you? Yuanj seizes the phone, shouting frantically. The parents in the hotel conference room turn their gaze, excitedly anticipating news from their children. Oh my, it must be my handsome son. I'm fine, really. The ruffians aren't near me anymore. No, come on, why cry? What's the point of crying? I'm not going to be trapped forever. Zhu Xiaoge tries to reassure Yuanj. Xiaogu, how much ransom do those bandits want for your release? Just name a sum. I will exhaust all my resources to gather the money. Zhu Jianjun suppresses his tears. Holding on to Yuanj tightly. Brother, you must come back alive. I still want to be your wife. Zhu Xiaoge's younger sister, Xiao Chun, rubs her eyes incessantly. My son has called. Is it a ransom demand? Hurry, have him ask how much we need to pay to bring him back. Is my son Liu still alive? Is my daughter Lieli still alive? What exactly happened inside? Yu Yang, can you see Dad? Zhu Xiaoge's face was filled with annoyance. I merely answered a phone call. Is that really necessary? Everyone, rest assured, as Zhu Xiaoge, a martial saint of my generation, I will undoubtedly rescue all the children. Zhu Xiaoge, 5 years after his departure from the wasteland, reassured the audience present at the National Defense Command Center. A report was made. Commander, Zhu Xiaoge is currently chatting with his parents via QQ phone. Should we intercept? The staff in the command room furiously tapped their keyboards, awaiting the commander's orders. Immediately clear all TV channels of their programming and broadcast this video across all channels, as well as on the big screens in public squares. All programs on major live streaming platforms must cease immediately to transmit this video live. Simultaneously, ensure that the signal transmission from the terrorists is prepared, allowing only this single signal to be transmitted. The entire world is watching this matter. We must execute this flawlessly. The chairman incessantly issued commands. Once Zhu Xiaoge relayed the events occurring at the school and the situation on site, special forces would be dispatched immediately to launch an assault and rescue all hostages. Report to the commander. Every mobile phone has received this news push, and it can be viewed with a simple click. Excellent. Switch the feed to the command room. The chairman straightened his attire, faced the camera earnestly, and assumed a formal demeanor. While each lighting group was perfectly positioned, suddenly, Zhu Xiaoge's phone screen went black, and Yuanj along with Zhu Jianjun vanished, replaced by a very familiar man. Hello, Zhu Xiaoge. I would like to understand the internal situation of the school. I hope you can cooperate. The chairman? Zhu Xiaoge was astonished to find himself on a QQ call with the chairman. It was utterly unbelievable. Yes, came the response from the other end. Wait a moment. I have a few questions for you. If my life is threatened, can I defend myself? You can. If the students in the school aid the terrorists in attacking me, can I shoot them dead? Zhu Xiaoge jestingly queried the chairman. If they truly do that, then they are no different from the terrorists, and you have the right to protect your life and health from harm. The chairman's expression became uncharacteristically strained, having been led by the nose with 2 consecutive questions. Very well, I shall deal with these 2 rats first. Zhu Xiaoge transferred the recorded video onto a micro camera the size of a button on his chest. As his consciousness returned to his body, Zhu Xiaoge opened his eyes gently, and the video recording commenced. A terrorist was lying on his chest, exposing his clothing, listening to Zhu Xiaoge's heartbeat. Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness re-entered his body. It felt akin to awakening from slumber, with his heart gradually transforming from calm to a powerful rhythm. Hey, have you had enough? Zhu Xiaoge lay on the bed, raising his head, as a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. plunging directly into the neck of the terrorist doctor. The dagger traced an arc, penetrating the terrorist's carotid artery, then entering the trachea, ultimately piercing through the other carotid artery before being withdrawn. The terrorist clutched his neck in agony, unable to utter a sound, repeatedly pounding the ground. Hearing the commotion inside, the terrorists at the door hurriedly pushed it open, only to find a dagger pinned to the wall, protruding from a skull. "You two are truly disgusting, making me all bloodied." Zhu Xiaoga quickly removed his clothes to cover the camera. After changing his gear in the northwest space, he reattached the camera. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoga had transformed entirely. Adorned in authentic hunter camouflage, with protective gear on all four joints, and a micromap on his left arm, he wore a ceramic bulletproof helmet and an American R8 ceramic bulletproof vest, which could withstand AK-47 fire from 10 meters away and various high-caliber handguns from 2 meters away. The arm-mounted map boasted a dual-band architectural 3D imaging device and infrared dual cameras. "Chairman, I am about to exercise my civil rights," Zhu Xiaoga said with a mischievous smile. After 5 years in the wasteland, where he fought daily, returning to a few days of peaceful life felt rather uncomfortable. It was only the third day, and his hands were beginning to itch. "Zhu Xiaoga, I warn you not to act recklessly, as every move you make could jeopardize the lives of all the kidnapped students." The chairman, infuriated, pounded the table. "Zhu Xiaoga, I tell you, I have already negotiated with the terrorists, and we will soon rescue you. Do not take unnecessary actions that could harm yourself and others. Chairman, I am someone who enjoys seizing life rather than being violated by it." Zhu Xiaoga chuckled, continuously glancing at the map. "Chairman, remember this. Never negotiate with the villains." There were a total of 25 terrorists. I am honored to have eliminated 2, leaving 23. 3 drivers were in a Hummer on the first floor, and 1 driver sat on the train outside the Northern Teaching Building. These 4 could not see each other, making them easy targets. That would leave me with 19. The machine gunners on the 5th floor were also particularly simple to deal with. Once I neutralized the 4 snipers on the roof of the 6th floor and the 13th floor, all would be well. This would leave 14 individuals. One of them had gone out to negotiate, leaving 13. Zhu Xiaoga nonchalantly counted the numbers. Among these 13, 5 were resting in a cargo truck, leaving 8. 3 were in the principal's office on the 8th floor, 3 were in the monitoring room on the 5th floor, and 2 were chatting on the 4th floor. I believe taking care of these individuals shouldn't be too difficult. "Zhu Xiaoga, have you ever fired a gun?" The chairman, considering the feasibility of the plan, casually inquired. Although Zhu Xiaoga had some accuracy with throwing daggers, if he couldn't shoot accurately, the hostages would never be rescued. "If you don't trust my abilities, then just launch an assault." Zhu Xiaoga was furious. After all, he had traversed from the future to save them. Having survived 5 years in the wasteland, he had outlived everyone. And with his superior skills and knowledge, why should they doubt him? It was absurd. "Of course, I can shoot. If you cannot shoot, it would be best for you to remain still," the chairman sternly declared. "I demand you stay put and await the special forces dispatched by our government. Trust in the party and the nation. We will ensure that you and your classmates suffer no harm." "In that case, I shall rely on close combat." Zhu Xiaoga replied helplessly. "If I couldn't shoot, I would have perished long ago. How could I return to life only to forget how to shoot?" "Do you know martial arts?" the chairman asked Zhu Xiaoga, questioning his capability to rescue all the students. "Wing Chun, not inferior to Bruce Lee." Before the chairman could say anything further, he noticed the camera nodding incessantly. "All right, I agree to your demands. But if a single student is harmed, I will stake my life on it." "Good. We'll handle the snipers on the roof, and the rest is up to you," the chairman decisively stated. Slamming the table, "I shall name this Operation Marshal Saint Action. As it is ordained by the heavens, let it be executed with utmost diligence. Marshal Saint, all is entrusted to you." No problem. On August 27, Chapter 16. Where the Heart Directs. Heaven shall obliterate. Soon, 8 drones ascended from a location 5 kilometers from the school, flying to within 300 meters of the new first high school in Yuhai City. Bang, bang, bang. 8 shots rang out simultaneously, and the 4 terrorists on the roof fell lifelessly. "Marshal Saint, you may commence your action now," the chairman, acting as the commander, reported on the situation. Over 100 ambulances were already in position, and the special forces were prepared to deploy at any moment. If you can no longer endure, feel free to say so. Zhu Xiaoga smiled faintly. I am the martial saint. How could I possibly falter? Zhu Xiaoga exited the medical room located on the first floor of the office building, not rushing to eliminate the terrorists in the Hummer on the first floor. Instead, he turned and dashed to the monitoring room on the fifth floor. Apart from the densely monitored office building, he did not wish to leave any enemies in the monitoring room. If he did, he would be utterly hampered. Soon, Zhu Xiaoga reached the fifth floor, opened his arm-mounted map, and noted that the enemies were remarkably still. They remained in their original positions. Two terrorists stood guard outside the monitoring room, while behind the door, one terrorist was fixated on the screen. This meant that as long as the gun's power was sufficient, he could eliminate the terrorist inside without entering. Chairman, may I ask what kind of gun can penetrate a 10-centimeter thick door? Lu Lao. Essentially, all rifles and submachine guns can. Then it's simple. Zhu Xiaoga brandished a Razor submachine gun, equipped with a 100-round magazine and a silencer, disengaging the safety and aligning the laser sight without a moment's hesitation. He unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards the terrorists. The rapid succession of de echoed as the Razor submachine gun, renowned for its minimal recoil and formidable power, quickly transformed two terrorists into a mangled mass of flesh. The wooden door was perforated, revealing the lifeless bodies within through the gaping holes. Zhu Xiaoga dragged the two fallen terrorists into the monitoring room before descending to the first floor. Atop a Humvee, a terrorist gripped the trigger of an M1 heavy machine gun tightly, oblivious to Zhu Xiaoga's presence behind him. If Zhu Xiaoga failed to eliminate him swiftly, the machine gun would roar to life, thwarting all plans and prompting the terrorists to commence a massacre of the students. Should the gunner on the fifth floor unleash the M134 Vulcan cannon for a mere 20 seconds, even if special forces stormed in immediately, every student would undoubtedly perish. Zhu Xiaoga, do you have confidence? The chairman felt a sheen of sweat forming on his palms, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. In the hotel conference room, several parents had even sunk to their knees, imploring the heavens for Zhu Xiaoga's success. If you save my son, I swear never to worship Buddha again. I shall instead honor the god of war with daily offerings. Amitabha, god of war, you must succeed. May Allah bless you. I would construct a 3-foot golden statue in your honor, praying day and night, keeping the incense burning continuously. Just grant me the life of my daughter. Amen. Even more fervently, some approached Zhu Xiaoga's parents, Zhu Jiangwo and Wu Wenj, prostrating themselves in devotion, vowing to forsake their fortunes in exchange for their son's life, regardless of the cost. Zhu Xiaoga discreetly withdrew a 108-centimeter long blade, the Ming Frost Tang sword, a pinnacle weapon of human rank, capable of slicing through hair with ease. He grasped the sword. Its cold gleam flashed before him. Zhu Xiaoga crouched low and stealthily approached the rear of the Humvee. Positioning himself in the gunner's blind spot, he slowed his breathing, preparing to strike. 1, 2, 3. With the power of a strength-enhancing pill surging through him, he leaped, his strength now surpassing 500 kilograms. He soared to the side of the gunner, his right hand slicing down, but alas, it seemed as though he had struck nothing at all. Zhu Xiaoga, I will kill you, the chairman roared, flinging his cup to the ground, tea spilling everywhere. My son, my daughter. How could the nation choose such a person? The god of war can't even cut through anyone. Can he wield a blade? Outside the screen, curses erupted. Yet, the gunner atop the Humvee remained utterly still, as if he had not seen Zhu Xiaoga at all. How could this be? I am right in front of him. How can he pretend not to see me? Zhu Xiaoga rose, waving his sword before the gunner's eyes. All onlookers fell silent, their breaths caught in their throats. Was this not courting death? Not realizing he was right before the gunner. Seizing the moment when the gunner showed no reaction, Zhu Xiaoga struck the back of the gunner's hand with the sword's spine, severing his head and fingers, along with the gloved hand, which tumbled to the ground. The audience outside the screen was stunned into silence, exchanging bewildered glances before erupting into cheers. Yes, that's it. Damn him. With such a divine weapon, what enemy could withstand his might? Hey, you weren't saying that just now, someone nearby remarked. Shut up, came the retort, fists raised in anger. I apologize, Zhu Xiaoga. I misjudged you. the chairman said with an awkward smile, tightening his grip on the microphone. With such a stunning strike, what enemy could possibly stand against him? Thus, do not underestimate anyone. Zhu Xiaoge swiftly stored the thunderous traps within the northwest space. As long as he did not touch them, they would not explode. Even if they did, there would be no harm within that realm. Go be frank. Zhu Xiaoge himself broke into a cold sweat. Everything had transpired so swiftly, he had barely registered whether he had struck his target. What if he had missed? Best not to dwell on that. After all, he had seen his blow connect. As it turned out, the same strategy applied to the remaining gunmen on the other two Humvees. Each dispatched with a single stroke. Without delay. In total, 25 terrorists had been neutralized, with 4 snipers eliminated by the government, leaving 21.2 terrorists had been killed in the infirmary, reducing the number to 19. 3 more terrorists had perished in the monitoring room, leaving 16. Subsequently, 3 gunmen atop the Humvees were dispatched, bringing the total down to 13. Now, 13 terrorists remained, one of whom was currently negotiating outside. Inside the school, there were 12 terrorists left. Among them, 5 were resting in the cargo truck, leaving 7. 1 was in the truck's cab, 3 were commanding from the 8th floor office, 2 were chatting on the 4th floor, and 1 was the gunner on the 5th floor. All right, it's time to showcase true skill with that. A cold glimmer flashed, targeting the 4th floor. On August 27, Chapter 17. The cold light of autumn water, as sliced through. There were still 12 terrorists remaining, 5 resting in the cargo truck, 1 in the cab, 3 directing from the 8th floor principal's office, 2 chatting on the 4th floor, and 1 gunner on the 5th floor. Zhu Xiaoge twirled his blade and charged towards the 4th floor. Upon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor, he retrieved a nanorobot hive from the Mayor Nation, activating the switches for 10 nanorobots, which remained stationed at the location where Zhu Xiaoge had previously subdued Lu Junsong. Great, the robots are out of power, Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed, exasperated. This American product truly lacked reliability. With no other option, he bent his arm and activated the 3-dimensional map on his left arm. The clear 3-dimensional layout revealed 2 heavily armed terrorists engaged in conversation, their backs to a 3-meter-high glass curtain wall, beyond which lay a courtyard filled with students. In this environment, firing a weapon posed a grave risk. A single stray bullet or a shot passing through a terrorist's body could shatter the glass and rain deadly shards upon the innocent students below. A shard of glass falling from the 4th floor would descend like a dagger, inflicting catastrophic harm, and the sound of breaking glass would draw the attention of other terrorists, prompting the M134 Vulcan cannon on the 5th floor to open fire, resulting in devastating casualties among the students below. This was precisely what Zhu Xiaoge and all the spectators dreaded. Zhu Xiaoge, are you facing difficulties? The chairman inquired, clearly sensing the predicament. If you need assistance, we can help. Don't overexert yourself. After all, you're just a student. Zhu Xiaoge frowned, feeling the condescension towards students was palpable. However, given the current situation, he needed to devise a plan that would serve both ends. The 2 terrorists were engrossed in conversation, and regardless of the approach he took, they would not fail to notice him. Clad in bulletproof vests, bullets could not penetrate 3 layers of armor consecutively. A headshot would only take 1 down at a time. Yet, if he hesitated, the other terrorist would have time to react, thus leading to failure. What to do? The situation seemed insurmountable. Perhaps we should let the special forces in, the chairman suggested quietly. No need. The special forces are too slow to respond, and an overt frontal assault would expose us to enemy detection, leading to the same result. It would be futile. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoge recalled an item he possessed in the northwest space that could aid him. He quickly traversed into that realm, retrieving a sword over a meter long, and crafted 2 talismans from the rune area before returning to his physical form. The cold light of autumn water sword, weighing 200 Jin, was a top-tier Earth-grade artifact. It transcended ordinary items. The wind-walking talisman summoned a gust of wind to bolster speed, potentially doubling it for 2 minutes. The faster the speed, the greater the consumption. Zhu Xiaoge affixed the wind-walking talisman, drawing forth the cold light of autumn water sword. Instantly, the stairwell shimmered with a chilling radiance, captivating Zhu Xiaoge and momentarily disorienting him. This sword could even influence one's spirit. He nearly lost control. It seemed that at his current level, such weapons were all he could wield. The armory in the cultivation zone contained various intriguing items. Yet they were beyond his reach. The corridor where the two terrorists stood was approximately 10 meters from the stairwell. Normally, it would take 3 to 4 seconds to cover that distance. However, Zhu Xiaoga needed to engage in close combat. Dispatching one terrorist before the other could react. This was seemingly impossible, but with life and death hanging in the balance, he had to make the impossible possible. After confirming the terrorists' positions via the arm map, Zhu Xiaoga activated the wind-walking talisman. Suddenly, his body felt as if it had shed the weight of gravity, moving effortlessly as though someone were pushing him from behind, allowing him to traverse great distances without exertion. It was time to display true skill. Zhu Xiaoga stepped forth, blade in hand, emerging from the stairwell. Enemies ahead. Facing the terrorists, Zhu Xiaoga swiftly raised his gun. Before the weapon could be fully lifted, Zhu Xiaoga made a decisive motion, hurling the cold glinting Qiu Shui sword forward. Following this, he advanced with alacrity, wielding the gleaming frosty Tang Dao, and executed a horizontal strike aimed at the heads of the two terrorists. Enhanced by the wind-walking talisman, Zhu Xiaoga's speed approached that of the flying sword. The Qiu Shui sword pierced through the backs of the terrorists, creating 4 gaping wounds before fully penetrating both bodies. Before they could react, Zhu Xiaoga expertly severed their heads in one clean stroke, their massive craniums rolling some distance away, despite the protection of their helmets. Zhu Xiaoga withdrew the Qiu Shui sword, its unparalleled blade remarkably unsullied by blood, emanating a chilling aura. What a fine sword! Zhu Xiaoga marveled, promptly retrieving his spatial wristwatch and sprinting towards the 5th floor. Observers outside, transfixed by various screens, felt a shiver run down their spines, their hairs standing on end as they witnessed geysers of blood erupting from the necks of the corpses, causing a wave of nausea that led many to retch uncontrollably. The chairman, seated beside the screen, had just turned a shade resembling that of a liver PT, struggling to contain his stomach in this public setting for the sake of national dignity. With a graceful leap, Zhu Xiaoga bounded up the stairs, covering several flights in an instant. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he spotted a machine gunner fixated on the students below, demonstrating commendable dedication. The two were separated by a mere 20 meters, and everyone presumed Zhu Xiaoga would adopt a stealthy approach, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, Zhu Xiaoga took a different route, boldly brandishing the Qiu Shui sword as he strode towards the gunner. To his astonishment, after advancing 3 to 4 meters, he remained undetected. Was the man blind or deaf? Zhu Xiaoga felt no trepidation, yet the parents watching from the screens were nearly driven to madness at the thought that their children could be struck down by gunfire at any moment. This Zhu Xiaoga was exceedingly audacious. The chairman rubbed his eyes, deeply dissatisfied with Zhu Xiaoga's recklessness. If the gunner regained his senses and fired, it could spell disaster. Nevertheless, despite the perilous situation, the chairman felt an inexplicable sense of calm, as if he innately trusted Zhu Xiaoga's actions. Perhaps it was a subconscious belief that the approaching figure was an ally. Even when Zhu Xiaoga stood directly before the gunner, the latter exhibited no reaction. On August 28, Chapter 18, The Death Machine Gun, a perfect finale unfolded. Zhu Xiaoga, observing the gunner closely, realized he was not monitoring the students but rather engrossed in playing a mobile game, having advanced well beyond the 500th level. "Hey fool," Zhu Xiaoga greeted the gunner. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Clearly still lost in the game, the gunner remained oblivious. "You should try playing Honor of Kings next time. It's even more addictive." Without further ado, Zhu Xiaoga executed a swift strike, decapitating the gunner with his slender Tang Dao, sealing all hope of survival for the terrorist. A large head tumbled down. Outside the screens, another wave of spectators succumbed to illness. "Well done, Zhu Xiaoga." The reception area erupted in cheers. Just 9 more to go, and their children would be saved. Out of the 25 terrorists, Zhu Xiaoga had already dispatched 15. An astonishing feat. The crowd roared in jubilation, while the Yu family gradually unclenched their white-knuckled fists. "Martial Saint! Martial Saint! Martial Saint!" The atmosphere was electric, with everyone raising their arms in fervent celebration. "Zhu Xiaoga, you're a bit of a freak," the chairman quipped. Relieved. "The National Defense Headquarters has an important mission for you, and you may choose freely. Capture the beret-wearing terrorist alive." We need to interrogate him. Although this task would be arduous, he hoped Zhu Xiaoge would acquiesce. For the sake of those innocent victims, we must uncover the organization behind this group and bring them to justice. All fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of Zhu Xiaoge's response, under the condition that they are executed afterward. I can agree, Zhu Xiaoge conceded. Excellent, the Martial Saint speaks with authority. Martial Saint, you're amazing. I want to have your babies, a love-struck girl exclaimed. Xiaoge, well done. Yu Wenj and Zhu Jianjun continuously praised their son. My dear son, you've finally grown up. You can stand on your own now. Martial Saint, Martial Saint, Martial Saint, Martial Saint. The audience, including many foreign spectators, shouted in excitement. Such individual heroism is universally revered across all races and nations. Target the 8th floor, move out. Zhu Xiaoge readied the M134 Gatling gun, loading it with rubber bullets from the spatial compartment, and headed straight for the principal's office on the 8th floor. Almost there? Prepare for extraction. Zhu Xiaoge kicked open the principal's office door, revealing a beret-clad terrorist seated beside a grenade launcher, while another napped on the reception sofa. The office was opulently adorned, reminiscent of the lavish dinner hosted by Mayor Yu the previous night. Absolutely corrupt, Zhu Xiaoge thought, and without further ado, he unleashed a hail of bullets from the Gatling gun, set to a staggering 6,000 rounds per minute, the blue flames erupting as he rained down a storm of bullets. The terrorists were left battered and broken, their bodies crumpling under the onslaught. This is the price for your terrorist attacks. Die. Once the ammunition was expended, Zhu Xiaoge, fearing their escape, severed their tendons and bound them with rope. All units, mobilize. Zhu Xiaoge ascended to the balcony, aiming the Gatling gun at the cargo truck below, unleashing another barrage. The gun emitted a series of blue flames, quickly transforming the truck into a sieve. Bullets pierced through the cargo area, igniting the fuel tank and engulfing the vehicle in flames. The terrorists within either succumbed to gunfire or were consumed by the inferno. Thus, the May 26th campus terror attack was flawlessly resolved. The nation had mobilized an armored infantry division and a significant portion of the South China Sea Fleet, deploying a tri-service force and 5 satellites to address this crisis. Justice prevailed. The law's net is vast. Capturing all that it may. A captured negotiator, 3 heavily wounded, while the remaining 22 were slain by Zhu Xiaoge, who executed the gunman in the armored vehicle, and the terrorists engaged in idle chatter on the 4th floor, as well as those playing games on the 5th. In the end, all 25 terrorists received their deserved punishment. Through media broadcasts, the Huaxia nation showcased this incident to over 220 countries and regions without edits, demonstrating the nation's strength and military prowess. Moreover, it conveyed Huaxia's unwavering commitment to safeguarding the lives of its citizens, vowing never to abandon them, nor relent in their defense. In conclusion, the chairman stated, although the Nui Middle School in Yuanhai City lacks picturesque landscapes or treasures, as long as we have our citizens, we will spare no effort to rescue them, even against the mightiest foes. As long as you maintain faith in your homeland, it will stand behind you. Those who dare to offend Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Zhu Xiaoge emerged as a sensation from this incident, single-handedly vanquishing terrorists with his sword and knife, rescuing over 1,500 hostages. The nation called upon him in its time of need, his valor unmatched, embodying the spirit of the martial saint. Months later, after the Nui Middle School was relocated and rebuilt, a 10-meter-high statue of Zhu Xiaoge, crafted from pure white marble, stood proudly at the new entrance. The statue depicted him in a bulletproof vest and sharp camouflage gear, wearing a tactical helmet, armed with a short blade and long sword. As he gazed fiercely ahead, in times of national peril, we shall strike without hesitation. The blade of courage shall pierce the heavens, guided by the heart's intent. These 38 crimson words were inscribed on the base of the statue, with the back adorned with the gilded characters, presented by the central government of Huaxia. As well as the national emblem. However, by the time the new semester commenced at the new first high school of Yuanhai City, Zhu Xiaoge had not attended a single day of classes. Each year during festivals, college entrance examination pledges, and volunteer recruitment periods, the students and teachers of New First High School would kneel before the statue of the martial saint to pray for blessings, demonstrating their determination. Moreover, many entrepreneurs and private individuals worshipped the martial saint, believing he could overcome all obstacles, dispel evil, and gather fortune. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 19. A perfect finale. A perfect counterattack. Standing atop the building of New First High School, the armed police continuously transported injured students to the hospital for treatment, while soldiers tirelessly moved in and out of the dormitory, clearing away the bodies of the deceased students. Many students had been trapped beneath the rubble, with ghostly thunder buried beneath their mouths and limbs. Numerous soldiers were injured or even killed while attempting to carry the bodies. Many students were hastily sent back home without undergoing any investigation, resulting in numerous parents and children collapsing in tears at their doorsteps. Some students, having suffered extreme fright in the courtyard, developed mental illnesses that remained untreated, negatively impacting their lives for years to come. Zhu Xiaoge, you may take a rest. Your performance in this operation was exceptional. You are an outstanding soldier and a military talent. I hope you will serve in the national government. The chairman expressed his satisfaction with the outcome of the event, extending an olive branch to Zhu Xiaoge. No, I have no interest in working for the national government. Zhu Xiaoge promptly declined without hesitation. This is all a joke. I am here to maintain world peace and save the future of humanity. I have my own plans and am busy to the point of exhaustion. Who has the leisure to join the military? Besides, I have body odor, flat feet, and nearsightedness. I do not meet our country's recruitment requirements. Let's forget it. Zhu Xiaoge delivered the final blow, completely extinguishing the chairman's hopes. Very well, I shall not force you, regardless of where you are or what you do. You are contributing to the nation, Zhu Xiaoge. I support your choice. By the way, Chairman, I have a request that I hope you will grant. Zhu Xiaoge suddenly recalled a timeless issue that had remained unresolved in his previous life. Yet he hoped to turn it into reality through his own efforts. Please, speak. Not so fast, Chairman. You must agree to my terms first before I can share my request. Zhu Xiaoge recalled Zhao Min from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, who had set a trap for Zhang Sanfeng's disciple, extracting 3 promises under the condition that they would not violate morality or righteousness. Very well, as long as your request does not contravene morals or laws, I shall agree to it. Really? Is it a promise? Of course, a gentleman's word is as unbreakable as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Certainly. The chairman waved his hand, joking that as the president, he could easily fulfill a request from a mere elementary school student. However, if he truly believed that, he was gravely mistaken. The subsequent request from Zhu Xiaoge would leave the chairman regretting his decision. Chairman, I knew you were a patriotic, dedicated, trustworthy, and kind-hearted leader. Zhu Xiaoge flattered, and then proceeded to voice his request. For the sake of justice and equality in our nation, I hope you can implement a unified examination paper across the Huaxia region. The same scores. All college entrance examinations within the boundaries of Huaxia should utilize a single paper. Eliminating household registration disparities, abolishing regional direct recruitment, and ranking all candidate scores from highest to lowest for selection rather than setting different cutoff scores for each region. This matter neither violates the law nor morality. On the contrary, it offers numerous benefits to the nation, and I believe the chairman will surely agree. Do not forget, you promised me. A gentleman's word is unbreakable. Due to the live broadcast of this event, Zhu Xiaoge and the chairman were under the scrutiny of the entire nation and even the world as they discussed this matter. You do not agree? Very well, that indicates the issue lies with your nation, not with you as an individual. To be untrustworthy and shameless will tarnish Huaxia's reputation on the international stage and may even affect the nation's standing. But if you agree, you will face considerable opposition from many, especially those in privileged positions. While the common people may find it beneficial and gain public support, implementing such a reform will not merely offend 1 or 2 individuals but thousands. Chairman, what are your thoughts? Speak. Zhu Xiaoge understood the chairman's predicament, but as long as the education system remained unreformed, societal injustices would persist. With each passing year, the grievances stemming from this inequality during the college entrance examination could indeed threaten the long-term stability of the nation. For the country and its people, reforming the examination system is imperative, a pressing matter that cannot be delayed. Hearing Zhu Xiaoge's words, the chairman realized that he had been cleverly maneuvered, caught in a transparent scheme. He knew it was a trap but could not retaliate. He had to acquiesce to Zhu Xiaoge's demands. Such a clever strategy, Zhu Xiaoge, You truly are a remarkable talent, a phoenix among men. If I do not bring you into my fold, it would be an injustice for the conundrum you have presented me." The chairman hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. "Agree to him. Agree to him." The chairman conceded. In the aftermath of this incident, many schools suspended classes. All students were glued to their televisions and phones, watching the unfolding events, and soon, posts on the internet exploded. A flurry of news supporting the martial saint and advocating for educational reform spread across the nation, taking center stage on various news platforms. Upon the release of this news, it immediately ignited a fierce quarrel between two factions. One faction consisted of students from the capital who, due to their household registration, could gain admission to prestigious universities with lower scores. The other faction comprised students from other regions who had to achieve high scores to gain entry into renowned universities. A heated exchange ensued. "You impoverished wretch. If you can't afford a house in the capital, don't bother going to college. You garbage. Is it just because you have some money? Why not rely on your own abilities to pass the exam? My family is wealthy, and I can afford to be willful. What of it? If you disagree, then come to the capital and buy a house, 50,000 per square meter. Come on, you pauper." I, a candidate from Dongshan province, do not agree. I support the martial saints' educational reform. I, a candidate from Nanha province, do not agree. I support the martial saints' educational reform. I, a candidate from Jiangxia province, do not agree. I support the martial saints' educational reform. I, a candidate from Sujiang province, do not agree. I support the martial saints' educational reform. The number of privileged candidates was merely a handful, yet they commanded a staggering 80% of the nation's top resources. Their arguments were soon drowned out like small boats in a vast ocean. Candidates from over 20 provinces rallied to support the call for educational reform, advocating for the same examination paper, the same region, and the same scores proposed by the martial saint. They declared that if such measures were not implemented, they would go on strike and march the very next day. The clamor for reform grew louder, with demands for changes to the education system echoing everywhere. Numerous anecdotes and articles emerged, reflecting the people's resistance to the existing educational framework, driving the sentiment to a fever pitch. Furthermore, as most of these candidates' parents were farmers or workers, they all hoped their children could attend good universities, secure promising futures, and thus rallied in support of the martial saints' educational reforms. August 29, Chapter 20. Borrowing your hand to accomplish goodness before long. The number of posts on the internet surpassed 1.1 billion, with 99% advocating for educational reform, supporting the perfect concept of a unified examination paper, the same region, and the same scores proposed by Zhu Xiaoge. The martial saint. "Are you ready?" Zhu Xiaoge quickly inquired, fearing that the video might be cut off and the matter dismissed. His eyes were bloodshot, caught in the dilemma of whether to reform or not. In the past, one could feign ignorance about the need for reform, but now that the issue had been laid bare, failing to take tangible action, regardless of bias, would render him incompetent in the eyes of both sides. If the education system is not reformed, then, if we do reform the education system, we may very well offend those obstinate old geezers who will surely lay traps for us at every turn. Zhu Xiaoge glanced at the elderly Lu standing behind the camera. Lu shook his head. Lu's grandson happened to be in his senior year, achieving a score of around 400. If the education system was not reformed, he could easily gain admission to a key university. If reforms were enacted, he might not even qualify for vocational high school. Thus, Lu firmly opposed the idea. This sentiment resonated with many who opposed educational reform. As long as they held household registration in the capital, their children could gain admission to prestigious universities with minimal scores, ensuring that their relatives could do the same. Hence, they staunchly supported such privileges. Similarly, those who opposed educational reform shared the same perspective. "I have something to say, but I am uncertain whether it is appropriate." Zhu Xiaoge pondered, realizing that if they continued to hesitate, even decades would not suffice to reform the education system. Speak. One lives only once, like the fleeting seasons. People exist in the present, yet some leave an indelible mark on history, their legacies enduring through the ages. Some individuals, despite having passed away, leave behind a lingering infamy. Zhu Xiaoge gazed helplessly at the students being carried away before him, letting out a resigned sigh. The children of the imperial capital slumber peacefully while we toil through early self-study. They dine leisurely while we are confined to midday study. They rest again while we are compelled to read until 11 o'clock. Here, a score of 600 is deemed equivalent to a mere 400 in the imperial capital. The children of the imperial capital are not inherently superior to us. Rather, they are fortunate enough to have supportive parents. They possess the opportunity to strive through their lineage, while we do not. We yearn for a chance to exert ourselves. Beneath the screen, numerous parents and children wept silently upon hearing these words. The children lamented their parents' shortcomings, feeling their suffering deeply. "Father, please do not speak so," one child implored. "If you deny us even the chance to fight with all our might, what value does talk of fairness and justice hold?" Zhu Xiaoge rose, drawing his blade and pointing towards the heavens. "I am but a humble being, yet my heart aspires towards the skies. Please grant us, the opportunity to soar among the clouds." This plea echoed incessantly in the ears of many. He recalled his own humble beginnings as a son of a rural family, who, through the Gaokao, gained admission to a prestigious university in the imperial capital. Scoring over 600 points, while his dormitory mate from the capital barely surpassed 400. He remembered the cutoff score of 581 and how his childhood friend had scored 550 but lacked the fortune to attend university, ultimately leading a life of herding sheep, only to perish in a mudslide. He reminisced about the day his friend gripped his hand tightly, tears brimming in his eyes, saying, "Brother, do not forget me when you reach the big city." If not for such privileges, perhaps his friend would still be alive. He had once vehemently opposed regional privileges, yet now found himself entangled in them. What has become of this world? Why have I transformed into this? Is it for the sake of profit? How shameful! I am truly disgraceful. His thoughts swirled, filled with pain, and after a long pause, he declared, "The great enterprise of our nation relies on education, by the mandate of the martial sage. I shall fulfill this duty." "How splendid!" Zhu Xiaoge smiled, having accomplished yet another weighty matter. Then hastened to implement reforms in the educational system, ensuring fairness and justice for students and their parents. If you cannot enact these changes, consider my words as mere musings, nothing more. Zhu Xiaoge jested with a smile, knowing well that his words bore weight. Reforming the educational system was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. 1 year? 2 years, it would eventually come to pass. He only needed to await the good news. No. You may speak lightly, but I cannot. A gentleman's word is his bond. The task entrusted to me by the martial sage shall be accomplished. He paused solemnly over the word accomplished. Without further ado, he proposed that the upcoming Gaokao be conducted with a unified examination paper, in the same region, with the same scores, thereby reforming the examination system. Correspondingly, they would abolish the exam-oriented education system, striving to ensure that every individual has the opportunity to attend high school and university. As long as the people place their trust in them, they would undoubtedly succeed. With clear eyes and unwavering resolve, he issued orders for immediate reform of the educational system, taking personal responsibility for the endeavor and vowing accountability for any shortcomings. "Father, I have hope of entering a key university," a senior student exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Indeed, my son, we must express our gratitude to our benefactor, the martial sage." "No, he is not the martial sage. He should be called the literary sage, a sage of both martial and literary arts." "Yes, indeed, a sage of both." The father and son embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, countless families across Huaxiao wept together or ignited firecrackers to celebrate this historic moment. The event of the Martial Sages Council became an essential text in language and history books, as well as a focal point in the Gaokao each year. Zhu Xiaoge's contribution to the educational system of China positioned him second only to Confucius of the spring and autumn period. From then on, he was honored with the title of the contemporary literary sage of Huaxia. "I have taken a shortcut in this matter. You do not mind, do you?" Zhu Xiaoge smiled, his eyes narrowing. Without his clever maneuvering, how could this have transpired? "Not at all. I am pleased to facilitate your success. I shall rest easy, knowing my name will be etched in history." He chuckled. "After you recuperate, report to the government office for work. If you dare not come, I shall halt the reforms. You have half a month to report to me in person, Zhu Xiaoge saluted. August 29, Chapter 21. The Iron Body, the Immortal Being, Martial Sage. We have discovered numerous unexploded ordnance in the school ceiling. For your safety, please descend immediately, shouted soldiers clad in bomb disposal suits from below. Understood. I shall come down at once, Zhu Xiaoge replied. The terrorists within the school had been entirely eradicated. What should have been a school destroyed in the apocalypse unexpectedly met its demise 5 years earlier at the hands of terrorists. Zhuang Zhou dreamed of a butterfly, while the butterfly dreamed of Zhuang Zhou. As he traversed consciousness back to this time, did he bring forth destruction or hope for the future? At this moment, Zhu Xiaoge could not draw hasty conclusions, yet one certainty remained. In 10 years, the earth would be left with only himself. The apocalypse would bring forth a tide of corpses and species mutations. And many would succumb in the first year due to their inability to adapt or resist the invasion of the virus, gradually transforming into zombies or becoming prey for other mutated species. This meant their fates were sealed. Yet, they had been robbed of a decade ahead of time, losing 10 years of life compared to others. Who should bear the responsibility for this? The nation that developed the zombie virus. The Yellow Emperor who traversed time to assist him, or himself? Zhu Xiaoge dared not ponder, truly unable to imagine that his seemingly simple act of consciousness traversal could alter history and trigger such a powerful butterfly effect. With a flap of his wings, he had stirred a hurricane capable of sweeping the globe. I am exhausted. Zhu Xiaoge trudged heavily, entering the rescue station at the entrance of the new first middle school in the city of Yuanhai amidst numerous words of praise and admiring gazes. Many students had suffered gunshot wounds, while others bore profound psychological trauma. The doctors within the rescue station were providing urgent care and psychological treatment. Inside, numerous injured students and wailing companions filled Zhu Xiaoge with sorrow, prompting him to take a seat atop a tank at the entrance of the rescue station. The 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance immediately stood at attention and saluted as Zhu Xiaoge approached, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to this hero. Martial Sage, it is truly him. How could the martial sage look like this, kind and gentle in appearance? Indeed, do not be deceived. The martial sage is still a student. With such a kind visage, he just took the lives of over 20 people without a second thought. Incredible. How terrifying. I never expected he would be this kind of person. A martial sage indeed. More like a butcher. Many people whispered and gossiped amongst themselves. Zhu Xiaoge's frown deepened, struggling to contain his murderous intent. I fought tooth and nail to rescue all the students, yet you sit there like spectators, lamenting the deaths of terrorists like innocent souls. Zhu Xiaoge's right hand moved towards his spatial watch, the cold light of his sword yearning to be unleashed. If they uttered another word, he would ensure they regretted ever stepping foot in this world. Bring those spies sent by foreign anti-China forces to me. Captain Sher of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, commanding over 10 armed soldiers, apprehended the gossiping middle-aged women who were later sentenced to 16 years for espionage, effectively curing their habit of gossiping. Greetings. I am the on-site commander of this campus terrorist attack, Captain Li Jingliang of the Snow Leopard Assault Team. On behalf of the entire nation and the injured students and their parents, I extend my profound respect and gratitude to you. Thank you for all you have done for the trapped students at New First Middle School in Yuanhai. Your selfless courage shall forever be recorded in history and remembered by future generations. Thank you. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. I am weary and require solitude. Zhu Xiaoge replied curtly, waving his hand to dismiss Captain Li Jingliang of the Snow Leopard Assault Team. Very well, rest assured. I guarantee that an incident like this will not happen again. Zhu Xiaoge made no response, lying down on the tank's reactive armor, his eyes closing as he drifted into a brief slumber, his consciousness entering the northwest space. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained the savior of over 6 billion people worldwide. As long as he existed in this world, he would shoulder this burden, striving tirelessly to maintain world peace and rescue the future of humanity, no matter the unexpected events or errors that may arise. Having arrived in this world bearing the memories of a past life, and having returned a decade into the past, the course of history is inevitably destined to diverge from reality. I shall alter it, transform the world, reshape myself, and forge a new future. I will prevent the apocalypse from occurring. As I pondered and contemplated, I found myself unraveling this knot, and a wave of comfort washed over me. Great endeavors invariably come at the cost of sacrifices. Only through sacrifice can success be achieved. Therefore, let you be the offerings upon the altar of my triumph. After all, I do not act solely for myself, but for the future of all humanity. Your sacrifices will not be in vain. Zhu Xiaoge contemplated everything with clarity, his gaze growing ever more resolute, his posture increasingly upright. The path to success is often fraught with various entanglements, and sacrifices will indeed be made to lay the foundation for victory. This is the price of triumph and the impetus for advancement, all for the sake of victory and to protect those who still require safeguarding. I shall not look back. I must bravely forge ahead. The trajectory of my future has become ever clearer in my mind. With only 5 years remaining, time is of the essence. All my abilities and foundations stem from the 9-turn void tower bestowed upon me by the Yellow Emperor. I cannot afford to grant my enemies the luxury of repentance or reflection. Anyone who stands in my way shall be eradicated. Widow's sister Leah wept inconsolably, fearing yet another heart-wrenching separation from Zhu Xiaoge. On August 30th, Chapter 23, A Silent Understanding, had merely commenced. Husbands and wives are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each take flight, yet true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Witnessing Sister Lia's anguished embrace stirred deep emotions within Zhu Xiaoge. How soft, how ample, how wonderfully resilient. I shall enjoy a life of comfort henceforth. Shamelessly nestled in her arms, Zhu Xiaoge discreetly extracted a wolverine serum and injected it into his body. The injuries on his face healed at a visibly rapid pace, soon forming scabs that fell away, revealing new skin almost indistinguishable from the original, save for a slight paleness and tenderness. Upon closer inspection, one would hardly discern any difference. How annoying! I'm ignoring you. Sister Leah pushed Zhu Xiaoge away, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. The sight of Sister Lia's exquisite beauty sent a delightful shiver through Zhu Xiaoge. Are you feverish? Your face is so red. Sister Leah gently touched Zhu Xiaoge's flushed cheek with her delicate hand. Seizing the moment while Sister Leah was distracted, Zhu Xiaoge playfully took her slender finger into his mouth. Sucking on it. No, don't do that. Someone might see. Sister Leah chided playfully. As the crowd thickened and the military began accounting for casualties, Zhu Xiaoge was reluctant to be the center of attention. He stifled his exuberance and led Sister Leah towards his parents. Hello, Annie. Hello, Uncle. Hello, little sister. My name is Leah. I am Zhu Xiaoge's classmate from elementary school through high school. We have been in the same class since childhood. Sister Leah's words implied a deep bond, conveying that she and Zhu Xiaoge had grown up as childhood sweethearts. Despite the formality of her phrasing, indeed, from elementary school to high school, we shared classes, often grouped together. She was the leader, while I was merely a member. Sister Leah cared for me deeply, explaining difficult problems and lending me money when I was short. Our friendship spans over a decade, and we are quite familiar with each other. I know her thoughts well. She is virtuous, beautiful, an excellent cook, and manages household chores adeptly. I believe it is time I deepen my understanding of her. Given the length of our relationship and her unwavering support in both academics and life. Hence, I have resolved, your objections will be in vain, to make her my girlfriend. If all goes well, she shall undoubtedly become my wife, your beloved daughter-in-law. Sister Leah and Zhu Xiaoge stood closely together, their relationship undeniably intimate. As the conversation concluded, Sister Leah's face flushed with shyness as she playfully pinched Zhu Xiaoge's waist and spun around. Wow! This girl is tall and graceful, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. In her presence, my son seems perfectly matched, neither too tall nor too short, neither too plump nor too thin, as if she were custom-made for him. Her demeanor is poised, her speech sweet and engaging, and she possesses an endearing charm that evokes affection. Wei Yuwenj and Zhu Jiangwo beheld this girl with increasing delight, their hearts swelling with joy. They glanced at their son, Zhu Xiaoge, who wore a goofy grin, prompting a wave of nostalgia. Such a fine girl has been claimed by my son. At last, he knows how to pursue a lovely maiden. Before Yuwenj could speak, Zhu Xiaoga's younger sister, Xiao Qian, interjected with an unexpected outburst. Using words she must have learned from somewhere. You vixen, you nearly caused my brother's demise just now. Once wasn't enough. Do you intend to endanger our entire family? Silence. Zhu Jiangwo swiftly chastised her with a firm slap. Child, your words are reckless. This is your sister-in-law. When you see her, you must address her as such. Do you understand? Having finally secured a virtuous companion for his son, Zhu Jiangwo felt compelled to protect this precious bond. A daughter married is like water spilled. I cannot allow my daughter to jeopardize such a fine prospect due to her mischief. Xiao Qin scampered behind Yuwenj, clinging to her leg and weeping, while Zhu Jiangwo, who had never struck his child before, surprised Yuwenj with his uncharacteristic action. There, do not cry. Yuwenj gently consoled Xiao Qian, but soon turned to scold Zhu Jiangwo. How could you strike a child? What kind of man are you? If you have the courage, strike me instead, bullying a little girl over a woman. What kind of person are you? Is Xiao Qian no longer your daughter? Always turning your elbow outward. Have you lost your senses? As the saying goes, mothers dote on daughters, while fathers favor sons. Xiao Qian's tears tugged at Yuwen's heartstrings. All right, let us arrange for the parents to have a meal together in a few days to get acquainted. Let the children manage their own affairs. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhu Jiangwo decided to retreat, realizing that the outcome of his son's romantic endeavor rested solely upon Zhu Xiaoga. Xiaogu, you both continue your conversation. Your mother, sister, and I shall return home. Remember to eat dinner promptly. Suddenly, Zhu Jiangwo seemed to recall something, immediately changing his tone and signaling to Zhu Xiaoga. Here is 500 yuan. We have a distant relative visiting, and there's no room at home. You should stay out tonight. Take your classmate to see a movie, have dinner, and relax. Zhu Xiaoga, understanding the implication, accepted the money, taking out 200 to tuck into his pocket. We don't need that much for a hotel. You can take this 300 back? Zhu Xiaoga insisted, returning the money to Zhu Jiangwo. Silly child. The poor family must support the rich journey. Just take it and enjoy yourself. We shall head home now. Goodbye. Zhu Jiangwo hurriedly pulled Yuwenj and Xiao Qian along, retreating further away. When did we ever have relatives visiting? Xiao Qian queried. Sister Leah heard this and chuckled, choosing not to clarify. Their relationship had indeed progressed to a point where they could indulge in certain activities without being overly presumptuous. Sister Leah's face blushed a deep crimson as she repeatedly lowered her gaze, tracing circles with her toes. Zhu Xiaoga, uncertain how to proceed, finally stammered out, How about I? Sister Leah gently pressed her finger against Zhu Xiaoga's lips, then leaned in to kiss him. After a lingering moment, they parted, a photograph capturing the tender kiss between Zhu Xiaoga and his girlfriend against the backdrop of the school, which had recently suffered a terror attack, was fortuitously taken by an unnamed reporter and ultimately awarded the title of Best News Photograph of the Year in Huaxia. The battlefield was cleared, just as everyone prepared for evacuation. A sudden explosion erupted from the astronomical observatory atop the new first high school of Yuanhai City. Dozens of missiles struck the retreating tanks, igniting chaos as fiery figures emerged from the vehicles. Soon collapsing to the ground in stillness, a colossal robot emerged from beneath the observatory, its engines roaring as it ascended into the sky, hovering 50 meters above the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Ha 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 ha, this is merely the beginning. You were about to leave. How dull. Stay and play a little longer. The terrifying robot, reminiscent of a Gundam warrior, brandished its shoulder-mounted cannon, unleashing a barrage of blue flames upon the personnel below, intermittently launching missiles to wreak havoc. August 31 SD, Chapter 24. The Overlord Mecha and Martial Arts Manuscripts. Just as one crisis subsided, another arose. Initially believing they could conclude matters by eliminating all threats, they were unprepared for the emergence of such an extraordinary entity. Mere hours after Zhu Xiaoga departed from the new first high school of Yuanhai City, a gigantic Gundam robot soared from the observatory. Its pristine white body, adorned with yellow trim, was equipped with two massive void engines for propulsion. Armed with a colossal cannon and miniature missiles, it epitomized the essence of a post-technological age. Compared to the encircling mixed-armored infantry division, this division appeared as primitive savages. Your weapons are woefully inadequate. You cannot defeat me, declared the Gundam robot, as its two snowy wings extended to form vast wings, piercing the clouds. Just moments after claiming victory, the robot took flight, abandoning the battlefield. Sound the air raid alarm. Notify the fleet. Do not allow this robot to escape our territorial waters, commanded the Mixed Armored Division leader. In an instant, fighter jets ascended, with command authority transferred to the Eastern Theater Command of the Huaxia National Defense Ministry. High-ranking commanders convened to devise a battle plan, ultimately agreeing that the robot must be shot down within Huaxia's airspace. It must not be permitted to flee. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Zhu Xiaoga retrieved 2 Iron Man suits, 1 male and 1 female, and activated the intelligent assistant, instructing, "Leave the female Iron Man suit here to protect Sister Li Ye. I shall return shortly." With that, Zhu Xiaoga donned the Iron Man armor and soared into the sky. Before reaching the new first high school in Yuanghai City, he spotted a colossal Gundam robot in the distance, wielding a massive white sword, relentlessly striking the tanks nearby and gradually carving a path out from the school's teaching building. The Gundam warrior, stripped of its wings and thrust engines, was forced to advance on foot, its shoulder-mounted missiles utterly destroyed and its shoulder cannons in tatters. Appearing vulnerable and easy to defeat. Jarvis, analyze its weaknesses. Quickly, Zhu Xiaoga commanded the robotic assistant within his helmet. Most of the heavy artillery on the ground had already been rendered inoperative. The recent ion wave had incapacitated all electronic boards within range, leaving only his armor, protected in its dedicated space, operational. The scattered ground forces were insufficient to impede the Gundam's advance. Should it charge into the city, the casualties would be catastrophic. I must resolve this battle swiftly. According to the spectral analysis, the robot was constructed from the same vibranium metal as the Iron Man suit, rendering all our weapons ineffective against it. Only temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius could completely melt it. The mechanical voice responded. Then are we utterly powerless? Shall we merely wait idly? Zhu Xiaoga inquired. The computer confirmed this grim reality. Indeed, we are helpless, left only to wait, Jarvis replied. Damn it, Zhu Xiaoga exclaimed. What useless artificial intelligence. All it does is spout nonsense. He resolved to dismantle this flawed intelligence one day. Just then, the Gundam robot detected Zhu Xiaoga's presence, its shoulder cannons locking onto him and unleashing a barrage of fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A hail of red laser beams pierced through Zhu Xiaoga, who deftly shifted his body to evade, beginning to execute evasive maneuvers around the Gundam warrior. Jarvis, reanalyze. At this rate, I will be shot dead. Zhu Xiaoga declared earnestly. Infrared scans indicated that the Gundam's ammunition would deplete in 20 seconds. The countdown commenced. This was indeed promising news. Zhu Xiaoga chuckled. Just wait until the bombardment from the South Sea Fleet arrives. You won't escape unscathed. His mirth lasted but 3 seconds before the Gundam's iron fist shot forth, seizing the still gleeful Zhu Xiaoga. A long iron chain coiled back from the severed hand. Once it retracted, the Gundam could effortlessly crush Zhu Xiaoga. 10 seconds until retraction. 10, 9, Jarvis, think of something. Zhu Xiaoga activated all his thrusters, resisting the Gundam's terrifying pull. The chain that gripped Zhu Xiaoga's body abruptly halted, with a slight tendency to be pulled outward by him. Seeing this, the Gundam extended the chain further, using Zhu Xiaoga as a flail to smash into the ground. The ground troops dared not fire indiscriminately. Even if they hit the Gundam, it would be futile and pointless. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhu Xiaoga, encased within the Iron Man armor, was violently tossed like a rag doll. Though the armor absorbed the direct impacts, the force of the blows bore down heavily on him. It was akin to wearing a bulletproof vest. While it prevented death from bullets, the shock could still leave one half dead. Energy conservation dictated that kinetic energy remained unchanged. Warning: armor severely damaged, weapon systems incapacitated, energy supply failing. Amidst the relentless barrage, the Iron Man suit soon succumbed to destruction, the blue light in the mask's eyes dimming gradually. Zhu Xiaoga, too, was left on the brink of collapse, his body fractured extensively, with bruising evident. Under the dual assault of physical and mental strain, he began to awaken. That moment, Zhu Xiaoga found himself grasped within the Gundam's palm, the two mechanical eyes locking onto each other. You are the commander of the Huaxia nation, aren't you? Immediately order your troops to retreat and let me go. I can spare your life, the Gundam warrior demanded, amplifying his voice for all to hear. I am not their commander, Zhu Xiaoga weakly retorted. Capturing me is futile. No, you cannot deceive me. Your armor is crafted from Huaxia's pinnacle technology, far surpassing mine, especially the core of your suit, which is truly extraordinary. You must be the commander of Huaxia, the Gundam warrior asserted confidently. We are experimental units. Once lost, creating a second is exceedingly difficult. The value of your armor far exceeds mine. If you do not order your troops to retreat, I will ensure your nation suffers even greater losses. Clearly, the Gundam warrior was convinced that Zhu Xiaoga was a high-ranking official of the Huaxia military. By holding him captive, it believed it could negotiate its escape. Experimental unit? Experiment? Let me ask you, if you encountered more advanced technology during your experiments, would you bring it back? Answer me? Zhu Xiaoga suddenly pieced together the situation, realizing that if the Gundam warrior was certain of this, then the matter was confirmed. Of course. Are you hoping to come back with me? The Gundam warrior tightened its grip on Zhu Xiaoga, bellowing, order your troops to retreat at once. The Gundam's radar detected several massive aircraft approaching, undoubtedly the strategic bombers of the South Sea Fleet. This area's data signals were firmly locked by 5 Huaxia satellites, making transmission impossible. Being an experimental unit, the data was invaluable to the organization. They had to leave. Dream on. Zhu Xiaoga came to a realization, roaring in defiance in his previous life. The reason why no terrorist attack occurred at New First High School in Yuanghai City was entirely due to that USB drive. That classified USB drive, in the past, when terrorists planned to strike the school, they received top-secret information regarding this USB drive, leading them to ambush the vehicle carrying the national security officers to seize it. Upon decrypting it, they discovered a wealth of super-advanced technologies, such as the blueprints for the No. 1 aerospace carrier. The significance of those blueprints far outweighed that of the Gundam experimental unit. Thus, the terrorists aborted their plans for the Gundam. Fearing public panic, the Huaxia government concocted a false narrative, misleading the populace by fabricating an incident involving 18 vehicles colliding, obscuring the truth of the ambush. However, in this instance, Zhu Xiaoga's consciousness traversed time. Attending 7 consecutive classes, while his father, Zhu Jianjun, was summoned to the school a day early by Lu Junsong, altering history and allowing Zhu Jianjun to find the USB drive. Without the allure of the aerospace carrier blueprints, the terrorists were compelled to continue the Gundam experimental project, leading to the tragic events at New First High School in Yuanghai City. Such a simple narrative, and yet I failed to recognize it. The instigation of the terrorist incident was not due to my temporal interference, but rather the greed and malevolence of certain individuals. I, Zhu Xiaoga, have wronged no one. Now, I shall avenge my fallen classmates. Avenging my beloved who had yet to be courted in my second year. Die. Zhu Xiaoga roared. Mark II lightweight armor, daydreaming. The Gundam warrior scoffed, tightening its fist as if to crush Zhu Xiaoga like a fly. Remove the armor. With the Iron Man armor firmly gripped, the lower section suddenly opened. In an instant, the Iron Man suit was crushed. Ha ha ha. A mere fly. The Gundam warrior laughed. Since you refuse to cooperate, then perish. Before the laughter could subside, a shadow slipped from the Gundam's grasp, darting toward the warrior's head. Cold light autumn water sword. Arise. Zhu Xiaoga deactivated the hand thrusters and drew the cold light autumn water sword from his spatial watch. The cold light autumn water sword, a peak-grade artifact of the Earth tier. Although Zhu Xiaoga was unaware of the distinctions between Earth tier and Human tier, the inscription Transcendental and Extraordinary on its display case assured him that this sword was no ordinary item. He remembered the first time he wielded it. His spirit was swept away, nearly losing himself. Cold light autumn water sword. I rely on you. With a flourish, the world transformed. Autumn waters shimmered, cold light painted the azure sky. The autumn water harmonizing with the vast expanse of heaven, its cold light tinged with the hues of sunset. Everyone present felt a refreshing coolness dispelling the impending summer heat, instead of the expected warmth. Striking at the enemy's head was as effortless as cutting through air. With 5 swift slashes, there were no injuries to the head, shoulders, legs, or waist. Ha ha ha! A broken sword dares to threaten my robot. I can withstand missiles. The Gundam warrior fell with a thunderous crash, its head, shoulders, legs, and waist severed, leaving smooth cuts in its wake as it collapsed, releasing a torrent of refrigerants and chemical agents. This is impossible. Lost. A bomb was dropped from a strategic bomber. The cloud explosion bomb, also known as a napalm bomb, has a melting point of 13,000 degrees. We are located at the epicenter of the explosion. Before Jarvis could finish his analysis, the cloud explosion bomb detonated. As Jarvis had predicted, the core temperature is exceedingly high, very high. Zhu Xiaoga had yet to escape, and the searing shockwave generated by the bomb flung him into the air. The northwest space was too late to enter. He could only watch the armor. Jarvis activated the cooler in the armor. Zhu Xiaoga shouted anxiously. You are wearing the lightweight Mark II armor, designed for travel, which lacks a cooling system. The artificial intelligence Jarvis responded. Damn. September 1, Chapter 27. The ghostly shadow. There were still 5 people left. One expletive was insufficient to describe Zhu Xiaoga's frustration. After finally getting rid of Lu Junsong, that old turtle, a group of terrorists appeared. After painstakingly eliminating the terrorists, a Gundam robot showed up. After managing to destroy the Gundam, he was killed by a bomb dropped by his own people. What the hell? This is too dramatic. He had only returned for 3 days, and now he was on his way to the afterlife. This is absurdly swift. This was not at all in line with the narratives he had encountered before, where rebirth led to a dazzling and exhilarating life. Was he truly this unlucky? However, upon reflection, in his previous life, he remained a single dog until the 5th year of the apocalypse, relying on his 5 little admirers for solace. This time, at least he was no longer single. Moreover, he was with someone he cherished. He had fulfilled his long-held wish. With this thought, Zhu Xiaoga resignedly murmured, Heaven has forsaken me. Soon, even the oxygen began to ignite, flames creeping through the seams of the armor, scorching half of Zhu Xiaoga's shoulder. Pardon me, are you the martial sage Zhu Xiaoga? A delicate girl inquired. Yes. Are you here to take me to the afterlife? Even hallucinations were now manifesting, and she was a school beauty. How perverse could he be? Zhu Xiaoga mused, his gaze drifting. Suddenly, he felt himself being dragged, plunging into a pool of water. Within the water was a refreshing and gentle force that continuously nourished his body. The burns on his shoulder gradually healed with the support of the Wolverine serum. He felt no trace of the cloud explosion's searing heat. Zhu Xiaoga's eyes flew open. He found himself covered with a blanket, lying in the girls' dormitory of Xinhai City No. 1 High School. How did I end up here? Zhu Xiaoga scrutinized his surroundings. A piece of red cloth tightly covered the dormitory window, faint red moonlight seeping through, indicating it was already night. A statue of Guanyin was placed on the windowsill, and the table before the statue held an incense burner along with numerous moldy offerings. Of the 5 bunk beds meant for 10 people, only one bed had bedding, a doll, and beneath it was a basin containing some cosmetics and toiletries. The other 9 beds were completely bare, yet faint silhouettes of 5 individuals could be discerned. Martial Sage, hello? A student girl greeted, standing by Zhu Xiaoga's bedside. Hello, hello. May I ask who you are? A chill swept over Zhu Xiaoga, causing him to shiver as he attempted to rise, only to be pressed back down onto the bed. The student girl sat atop him, yet Zhu Xiaoga felt no weight upon him, and the blanket remained undisturbed. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he silently thought, a ghostly oppression. Do not be so tense. My dear, after all, I am your senior. I encountered misfortune and was forced to my death by the school, and I have been trapped here. Finally meeting someone I like, why would I harm you? The student girl said, twirling her hair with a finger, her demeanor nonchalant. Forced to death by the school? What is the story behind this? If there is injustice, I can help you seek revenge. Do you wish for me to rise? Zhu Xiaoga was taken aback, realizing she was a vengeful spirit. He recalled hearing from seniors when he first entered high school about a girl who committed suicide after being reprimanded by the school for dating. Rumor had it that the school had summoned a master to quell her resentment with yang energy, allowing it to continue operating, and the current girls' dormitory was once the boys' dormitory. Afterwards, the school experienced no further hauntings. And he wondered if this ghost was indeed that ghost. Back when he first started high school, a classmate had relentlessly pursued him. At that time, being young and naive, he had agreed to it. Eventually, they were caught by the Dean of Student Affairs. During the school assembly on Monday, the dean had scolded him for half an hour in front of over 3,000 students and hundreds of teachers. The female ghost, filled with rage, emanated an even more chilling aura. The wave of cold penetrated Zhu Xiaoga's mind, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. Later, I became increasingly despondent, and one night I jumped from the 6th floor. I had wanted that boy to join me, you know? He had promised to be together forever. Haha, it was all a lie. I hate myself. I hate him. Sister, please do not harbor such hatred. If you continue, I might freeze to death. Zhu Xiaoga's nostrils were icicles, his face frosted over, trembling from the cold. As the female ghost recounted her story, she became immersed in the emotions of the past, her negative energy surging, causing the temperature to plummet, nearly freezing Zhu Xiaoga beneath her. Oh dear. I almost froze you, the female ghost said with a forced smile. Would you like me to warm you up? Then thank you. Zhu Xiaoga eagerly agreed at the prospect of warmth. You, come here. Get in. Warm him up. The female ghost commanded a girl lying in the dormitory. A slender figure slowly approached Zhu Xiaoga, dressed only in undergarments. Her expression vacant, yet without hesitation, she slipped into his blanket. What on earth are you doing? Zhu Xiaoga protested, yet his body remained immobilized. What? Want more? The female ghost teased. Before Zhu Xiaoga could react, she addressed the other girls, saying, the martial sage wants to warm up, won't you join him? With that, the other 4 girls, most of them loosening their clothing, instinctively approached Zhu Xiaoga. Zhang Dongyu, Su He, Zhu Hongxiao, Ho Yuding, Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Zhu Xiaoga finally recognized the girls before him. They were all acquaintances. Zhang Dongyu, Su He, Zhu Hongxiao, Ho Yuding, Lu Xiaoxiao, each one known to him, some of whom were even his close friends, no need to call. Their consciousness is intact, but their bodies are under my control. How surprising, isn't it? The female ghost gleefully proclaimed. You have 5 enchanting beauties attending to you. Is it not delightful? Look at their figures, their looks, their skin. TSK, TSK, TSK. Enjoy it, martial sage. Why are you doing this? Zhu Xiaoga asked incredulously. Years ago, I was fortunate to receive enlightenment from Guanyin Bodhisattva, learning to let go of love and hatred, to not inquire about grievances. I have cultivated here, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. I am on the brink of attaining immortality. Please help me, martial sage. The female ghost cast a glance at Zhu Xiaoga, who was indulging in the moment, sending him a flirtatious wink. How can I help you? Zhu Xiaoga replied with exasperation that, of course, by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. The female ghost playfully pointed at Zhu Xiaoga's lower regions, giving it a light tap. What? You want that? Zhu Xiaoga exclaimed in shock. Naturally, in this building, every noon and night, I gain much from it, and my cultivation progresses rapidly. Speaking of which, these 5 girls have a connection with you. Would you like to assist me? The female ghost teased. Get lost. September 2, Chapter 28. A request from the past. What the female ghost referred to as a connection was no exaggeration. Zhang Dongyu and he would have begun dating in the 2nd semester of their 1st year, had it not been for the terror attack. It would have lasted merely 2 months. Ho Yuding was his partner in his 2nd year. But due to Zhu Xiaoga's poor academic performance, their relationship was limited to hand-holding, ultimately leading to a breakup after a year. As for Zhu Hongxiao, Su He, and Lu Xiaoxiao, although they were attractive, there was no significant entanglement with him until the latter years of the apocalypse. Zhu Hongxiao had only borrowed a few books from him during their senior year. Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao were a couple. Zhu Xiaoga felt overwhelmed by the thought of having returned from the future to alter history. Was this really the way it was supposed to go? It had only been 3 days since his return, and he had already formed a harem. Oh, are you upset? Really? I cannot help but feel you are pretending. The female ghost teased Zhu Xiaoga, urging the girls, you better be proactive. Your future husband is getting upset. As she spoke, she pointed a finger at Zhu Xiaoga's forehead, and the ghostly voice intertwined with a message appeared in his mind. Guanyin Bodhisattva, acting on behalf of others, has a message for you. Cultivation is the true path. Technology is merely an aid. If one solely pursues technology, the only fate for Earth is destruction. Cultivation is the way forward. In the vast expanse of the Northwest, the secrets of cultivation must be thoroughly understood. Having said this, Zhu Xiaoga nodded in comprehension, grasping the other party's intentions. The martial sage continued with his work. While the young lady exited the room, with a playful laugh, the female ghost floated out of the dormitory. "Come back, return to me," Zhu Xiaoga shouted anxiously, as the 5 figures continued to move about him. "Quickly, remove them. I am a married man. Liya, I am truly sorry," he lamented, reminiscent of a tadpole searching for its mother. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Xiaoga, clutching his waist, emerged from the room, only to find the female ghost. He appeared dejected, unable to straighten his back. After a considerable pause, aided by the potent restorative effects of the Wolverine serum, he managed to stand upright. The female ghost chuckled. "Look at your pitiful state. Speak. What do you wish to do?" "What do you mean by what to do?" The female ghost feigned curiosity. Zhu Xiaoga, realizing her act of ignorance was intentional, understood she was deliberately trying to leave him with this mess. "Since we have begun this, we must see it through," she declared. "All right, follow me downstairs. There are some individuals you need to meet." The ghost grasped Zhu Xiaoga's hand, leading him to the first floor of the dormitory. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhu Xiaoga observed that all the bodies had been cleared away. The hall was lined with police tape, desolate and somewhat cold. "I await the presence of my benefactor." As he stepped into the hall, he was met by a sea of thousands of neatly arranged spirits, all kneeling on one knee. They were the students who had perished in the recent terror attack. The female ghost whispered in his ear. Zhu Xiaoga clasped his hands together. "I greet you all. I am grateful for the revenge that has been taken on your behalf. Allow us to avenge our grievances and dissolve our resentments." The spirits prostrated themselves in response. A moment of silence ensued, and Zhu Xiaoga turned to the ghost. "What should I do? How do I send them away? Speak some kind words." "What? Just say anything, to send them off. Let them enter the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, the ghost officials will make things difficult for them," the ghost advised, slipping a piece of paper, a pen, and an envelope into his hands. Oh. Zhu Xiaoga quickly took the pen, paper, and letter. "How should I write it?" "Just write something." A short while later, Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly penned the message aloud. "To all the heroic spirits, your grievances have been avenged. Now enter the cycle of reincarnation. The suffering of this world is fleeting. In the next life, may you be reborn among the celestial beings, blessed with fortune and longevity. Any ghost official who dares to obstruct shall face my wrath. I, the martial sage Zhu Xiaoga, shall not show mercy. Thus it is decreed." After finishing, he placed the paper into the envelope and set it ablaze, turning it to ash. The spirits bowed in farewell, eager to depart. "Zhou Xingchen and Shi Minghan, you shall remain. The rest may go." The spirits expressed their gratitude and floated away, leaving behind the 2 ghosts, who exchanged glances. Finally, the male ghost stepped forward and asked, "Might I inquire what else the martial sage requires of us?" "To keep my girlfriend and me here. I recognize both of you. I shall write a new decree for you to be reborn as a couple. How does that sound?" Zhu Xiaoga replied. "Thank you." "Thank you, martial sage, for your kindness." Zhou Xingchen and Shi Menghan's spirits quickly knelt in gratitude. Zhu Xiaoga swiftly composed the decree, burned it to ashes, and watched as the 2 spirits departed. Zhou Xingchen and Shi Menghan had been his classmates during high school, their relationship a tumultuous dance of love and conflict. Zhu Xiaoga was pleased to facilitate their union in the next life. "All right, young man, farewell." The female ghost floated higher, almost reaching the roof of the dormitory. 1,000 years from now, we may still share a bond, a fated connection. With that, she vanished. "Come back. What do you intend to do about those 5? He shouted. "Hey, speak to me," after shouting for some time. The female ghost had truly departed, leaving Zhu Xiaoga to ascend to the 6th floor of the dormitory. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he heard a collective gasp from the women. Zhu Xiaoga feared an accident had occurred and opened the door to find 5 breathtakingly beautiful women tightly wrapped in a single sheet. Sitting on the bed and gazing at him in alarm, with undergarments scattered about the floor and crimson traces left upon the Zhu Xiaoge entered. The women shrieked once more. "Let me explain," he implored, raising his hands to calm them. "I won't listen. I won't listen." They frantically shook their heads, clinging tightly to the sheets enveloping them. Despite their protests, they were all aware of the events that had transpired in the past days, even acknowledging their own actions earlier, though they struggled to accept Zhu Xiaoge's involvement. Suddenly, he recalled a widely known saying from his past life. There is no problem that cannot be solved by a barbecue. If not, then 2 barbecues will suffice. With this thought in mind, Zhu Xiaoge touched his recently healed waist, closed the door, disrobed, and approached them. Jarvis began recording as an Iron Man suit manifested in the dormitory. "What are you doing?" the 5 women exclaimed in panic, fully aware of Zhu Xiaoge's intentions. As the saying goes, there is no problem that cannot be solved by a barbecue. If not, then 2 barbecues will suffice. September 2, Chapter 29. Proper arrangements. As dawn broke, Zhu Xiaoge and the 5 girls lay in various positions, some on the floor and others on the bed. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Zhu Xiaoge wondered if he had truly lost his senses. How could he have engaged in such activities? Did he truly possess some perverse inclination? Gazing at the girls sprawled beside him, Zhang Dongyu, Su He, Lu Xiaoxiao, Hou Yuding, and Zhu Hongxiao, Zhu Xiaoge felt utterly despondent, unsure of how to proceed. Zhang Dongyu had been his classmate in middle school. Surely she would be easier to handle. Dongyu, wake up, he urged, shaking her gently. Her disheveled hair clung to her delicate face, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Once awakened, I shall not take your life. You have brought this upon yourself. Someone else will deliver your demise." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongyu scoffed. "Zhu Xiaoge, do not attempt to deceive me with such tactics. I can unequivocally declare that I do not believe you." Despite declaring disbelief, her hands were tightly clenched, her knuckles turning pale. It was evident that Zhang Dongyu had heard some scandalous rumors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to rekindle her relationship with herself from a previous life. "Jarvis, retrieve the surveillance footage of Yuanwan and Zhou Jing's abortion," Zhu Xiaoge commanded. "Retrieving now, please hold on," Jarvis replied, promptly hacking into the hospital's surveillance system. "Zhang Dongyu, truthfully speaking, if you were to forsake me for a scoundrel like him, it would be utterly unworthy. Do not let my flirtations and proclivity for romance deceive you. I would proudly introduce you to my parents and offer you a legitimate place in my life. Should you disagree, I would not force you. I would simply express my feelings and engage in conversation with you. If you choose not to accept, then so be it. I will do my utmost to compensate you. But please, do not terminate the pregnancy. I shall take responsibility for the child. There shall be no clandestine affairs or deceptions. It is unacceptable to appear amiable in public while secretly seeking out mistresses, only to abandon them when things go awry, making empty promises and trifling with others' emotions," Zhu Xiaoge suggested. "All men are cowards. Yet Wang Wei is superior to you. He would never indulge in such infidelities." Zhang Dongyu remained unconvinced, retorting defiantly, "Very well. Let us wager. What if Wang Wei has indeed fathered a child?" Zhu Xiaoge jested. Knowing that with Jarvis's advanced artificial intelligence and computing power, they could easily fabricate evidence, even in the absence of any wrongdoing by Wang Wei. "Zhang Dongyu, I have you cornered." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dongyu, despite Zhu Xiaoge's exploits with numerous individuals, chose to trust Wang Wei, with whom she had shared several years. They had promised to remain together for eternity, as long as they were accepted into the same university. However, the last time she called Wang Wei, a girl answered, "Impossible. He would never betray me." Zhang Dongyu's thoughts spiraled, her gaze distant, but ultimately she resolved to trust Wang Wei. "All right. If Wang Wei engages in infidelity, I shall be with you." "Agreed. I shall bare my soul to you. As long as you promise to be with me, I will take you home today to meet my parents. It is a pact," Zhu Xiaoge declared, confident in his hold over Zhang Dongyu. As dawn broke, the sky lightened, meaning that if Zhang Dongyu agreed at that moment, Zhu Xiaoge would promptly take her home to meet his family and provide her with a legitimate status. "It is settled," Zhang Dongyu insisted. "Jarvis, what are you waiting for?" Chapter 30. Willingness. A soul-stirring strike. With that, Jarvis activated the Iron Man armor's projection mode, 4 beams of blue light emanating from the eye sockets of the two suits. Displaying videos before Zhang Dongyu and Zhu Xiaoga. 2 videos played simultaneously, and soon tears began to well in Zhang Dongyu's eyes. It was evident that the man in the footage was Wang Wei. "I do not believe it. I do not believe it," Zhang Dongyu cried, collapsing to the floor, her face buried in her hands. "Do you not weep? Who hasn't encountered a few scoundrels in their youth?" Zhu Xiaoga comforted, stroking Zhang Dongyu's hair. "Get away! Do not touch me, perverse creep." Zhang Dongyu forcefully pushed Zhu Xiaoga away, breaking through the Iron Man armor's obstruction and fleeing. "Heh, this little vixen. She claims to want nothing to do with me. Yet she is already profoundly disappointed. Very well. I shall lend you a hand, ensuring you are utterly disillusioned." Zhu Xiaoga thought, his intention straightforward. Having wronged her, he felt a responsibility to ensure her well-being. Many girls like Zhang Dongyu, having lost their way and lacking a supportive partner, often face disdain from their families and society, leading to despair and, tragically, suicide. He could not allow his woman to suffer. Zhang Dongyu ran down the mountain, her strength waning until she finally collapsed, gasping and sobbing. "Mistress, please enter." Jarvis controlled an armor suit, landing gently before Zhang Dongyu and inviting her inside as it opened. After a long while, Zhang Dongyu dried her tears and stepped into the Iron Man armor, which sealed around her as the engine roared to life, lifting them into the air. "Where are we flying to? I have agreed to your master's wishes. Where does he intend to take me?" Zhang Dongyu inquired, sensing they were not headed towards the mountain. "The master claims that possessing your body holds no significance. There are countless beautiful women in this world, and with sufficient funds, any woman can be acquired." "The master desires to win your heart," Jarvis replied. "Such silver-tongued flattery. What is your ultimate goal?" Zhang Dongyu asked, her mood slightly lifted. "The master has retrieved Yu Wenwen's phone number and, altering his voice to mimic hers, called Wang Wei, claiming she is pregnant and instructing him to wait at the hospital. Simultaneously, he called Yu Wenwen and Zhou Yu, impersonating Wang Wei's voice, stating that he is going for a checkup. Jarvis explained "So, we are heading to the hospital," Zhang Dongyu confirmed. "Indeed," Jarvis responded. They flew silently to the hospital parking lot. Zhang Dongyu was curious to ascertain her standing in Wang Wei's heart. If this were all a fabrication, it would be a relief. Upon exiting, Zhu Xiaoga retracted the Iron Man armor. "How did you manage that?" Zhang Dongyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Why not inquire about where I acquired the Iron Man armor?" Zhu Xiaoga countered, "I apologize. I should not have asked." Zhang Dongyu lowered her head, recognizing that everyone deserves some privacy. She had no right to pry. Besides, their relationship was not intimate enough. Even if they were to become close, she would merely be one of Zhu Xiaoga's mistresses. Why should he disclose anything to her? "Come, the show is about to begin." Zhu Xiaoga grasped Zhang Dongyu's hand as they descended from the parking structure. Taking a seat outside the gynecology clinic in the aftermath of the recent terrorist attacks, all primary and secondary schools nationwide were closed, and the government began implementing corresponding safety measures, which meant that there would be no resumption of classes anytime soon. Due to the attacks, the surgical and orthopedic departments at the hospital in Yuanhai City were overwhelmed, primarily with patients suffering from injuries caused by ion waves from armored warriors, resulting in appliance malfunctions and elevator accidents. Shortly thereafter, Yuanwen arrived at the gynecology clinic to register. Early in the morning, there were rarely any emergency cases, and seeing that Wang Wei had not yet arrived, she decided to call him. Zhu Xiaoga, noticing that it was Yuanwen calling Wang Wei, quickly intercepted the call. "Hello? You've arrived first. Go ahead and register for your examination. I will be there shortly. I'm hailing a cab." In less than 3 minutes, Yuanwen rushed into the examination room for her checkup. Zhu Xiaoga nudged Zhang Dongyu. "The one who just went in was Yuanwen? I know. I truly do not understand what Wang Wei sees in her. She lacks charm in every aspect." Zhang Dongyu scoffed. "It's the money. She's the daughter of a coal boss. Marrying her would mean financial security and status for him," Zhu Xiaoga declared, placing a tablet in Zhang Dongyu's hands. Revealing Yuanwen's family background, Zhang Dongyu examined it closely, then asked, "What about you? Do you not feel a twinge of jealousy? Please. One Iron Man suit can fetch over 2 billion. Jealous of her? I seek true love." Zhu Xiaoga defended, jesting that in 5 years, The world would face an apocalypse, and what use would money be then? Besides, he was not lacking financially. Then you are surely looking for someone younger, Zhang Dongyu quipped. Just then, Wang Wei called. Hello. Wenwen? Where are you? Zhu Xiaoga connected the call. You should come over. I'm in a consultation right now. Shortly after, Zhou Yu called Wang Wei. Wang Wei, where are you? I haven't seen you. Zhu Xiaoga intercepted again. I'm at the consultation room entrance. Hurry over. I've already registered you. Everything was in place, and once the three of them met, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Let us go. We must avoid getting drenched in melodrama. Zhu Xiaoga led Zhang Dongyu away, preparing to witness a dramatic spectacle. Just as they left, Wang Wei sat languidly outside the examination room, absent-mindedly fiddling with his hair. Zhang Dongyu could not fathom what had attracted her to such a loser. Zhou Yu, who is she? Zhang Dongyu inquired, eager to uncover the identity of the woman who had stolen her husband. Zhou Yu. Her family is involved in urban management. Both her parents work in public service and are nearing retirement. I suspect Wang Wei is afraid that Wenwen's parents won't approve, so he found a backup, Zhu Xiaoga speculated, reviewing Zhou Yu's profile. And what am I to you? Zhang Dongyu asked. Just a mistress. Zhu Xiaoga replied casually. What about you? Are you not also a mistress, along with a few others? I genuinely care for you. Even without wealth, I would still be fond of you. Just promise to be with me. And I will immediately take you to meet my parents, Zhu Xiaoga professed. I suppose you possess more integrity than Wang Wei. Zhang Dongyu rolled her eyes. Wang Wei, lounging on the emergency room chair, absent-mindedly scratched his scalp when suddenly he noticed Zhou Yu approaching. Zhou Yu, what are you doing here? You asked me to come, Zhou Yu replied, puzzled. No, I did not. Wang Wei exclaimed, flustered, as he pushed Zhou Yu away, urging her to leave. Hurry, do not complicate matters. Wait, did you not ask me to come? Zhou Yu, being quite astute, grasped the crux of the situation. With a swift motion, she pushed aside Wang Wei's arm and, pointing accusingly at his nose, demanded, Speak. What on earth is going on? If it isn't me you're waiting for, then who is it? Zhou Yu was relentless, insisting that Wang Wei clarify his words, if he was not awaiting her. It must surely be someone else. The doctor had informed her that previous miscarriages left no lasting repercussions. Just then, Wenwen emerged from the examination room, inquiring, Who is this Wang Wei? I've never seen her before. What? A miscarriage? Wang Wei, how could you betray me like this? You are engaging in such dishonorable conduct. Zhou Yu's fierce demeanor, characteristic of a high-ranking official's daughter, surged forth as she declared, Just watch, I will make you pay for this. Upon hearing the commotion, Wenwen immediately understood the unfolding drama, and without hesitation, she bypassed Wang Wei and delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Yu's face, igniting a fierce confrontation among the three. The scene attracted a growing crowd. Many pointed and some even began filming the altercation. After observing for a while, Zhang Dongyu could no longer restrain herself and stepped down the stairs, her voice ringing clear. Wang Wei, are these your wives? Wang Wei, who is this mistress of yours? You are keeping such a beautiful woman as your mistress? The two women, fierce and indignant, pointed at the school uniform-clad Zhang Dongyu and shouted in unison. Apologies for interrupting. We are here for a gynecological consultation, Zhu Xiaoga said while pulling Zhang Dongyu along as they headed outside. This is my wife. She is pregnant. Excuse us to continue. Isn't that Wu Shang? No way. It really is Wu Shang. Zhu Xiaoga, feeling the pressure, urged Zhang Dongyu to follow him, but she abruptly pulled away and continued to question Wang Wei. I ask you again, what am I to you? Answer me once more. Zhu Xiaoga's heart sank as he realized he had underestimated the bond between Wang Wei and Zhang Dongyu, which had endured for 5 years. Despite Wang Wei's questionable morals and reckless affairs, Zhang Dongyu remained steadfastly loyal to him. Zhu Xiaoga believed that if Wang Wei chose to respond positively and continue his relationship with Zhang Dongyu, all of his own efforts would be in vain. And Zhang Dongyu would inevitably leave with Wang Wei. Zhu Xiaoga departed. At that moment, Jarvis prepared to hack into the hospital surveillance system. I will eliminate Wang Wei, Zhu Xiaoga declared as he retrieved a Barrett sniper rifle. As long as Wang Wei remained obstinate, Zhu Xiaoga was ready to take action against him and his two companions, subsequently attempting to brainwash Zhang Dongyu. Why Yu Wanwan and Zhou Yu paused, glancing at Wang Wei, scrutinizing the man responsible for Zhou Yu's miscarriage, pondering whether he had indeed entangled himself with a third party. Zhang Dongyu. Wang Wei released his grip on Zhou Yu's thigh and stood up. Striding toward Zhang Dongyu. Dongyu, allow me to explain. Wang Wei, halt. Take another step forward, and you shall see what happens. Yu Wanwan commanded sternly. Wang Wei glanced between Yu Wanwan and Zhou Yu, contemplating his family circumstances. His father had toiled on a construction site, working tirelessly to support his education, only to suffer a grave accident that left him a shell of his former self and dependent on compensation to secure a home in the city for Wang Wei to marry. In a world rife with employment challenges, Wang Wei realized that securing a wealthy and influential wife would be more advantageous than striving for a prestigious university. With a father in such dire straits, finding a suitable match was a daunting task. Thus, he resolved to act quickly during high school, binding a child to his future spouse. Once wealth was attained, finding a woman would pose no challenge. Did he need to worry about someone like Zhang Dongyu? After all, she was preoccupied with fleeting whims of love, easily swayed and likely to return after a brief separation. Wang Wei steeled himself. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Dongyu? Who is that? I don't know her. You should leave. Wang Wei, I swear, I will end you. Zhang Dongyu's anger flared, unleashing a torrent of emotions as she clawed at Wang Wei's clothing. In a moment of desperation, Wang Wei kicked Zhang Dongyu in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground. My stomach, she cried, clutching her abdomen as blood pooled beneath her. Hurry, let us go. This is not our concern. Wang Wei urged Yu Wanwan and Zhou Yu to flee. The two young women, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate and quickly left. Are you all right? Zhu Xiaoge rushed to Zhang Dongyu's side as she lay on the ground. I'm fine. My period just started. I was pretending, Zhang Dongyu replied, disappointment etched on her face as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaoge assisted Zhang Dongyu into the examination room for a checkup, and after a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that she was unharmed, prescribing some medication and advising rest for a few days. They made their way to the parking lot. Zhu Xiaoge found a secluded spot devoid of surveillance cameras and retrieved a Hummer SUV from the northwest space. Given that Zhang Dongyu was now a patient, flying was not an option. They had to drive. Good heavens, how did you conjure this up? Zhang Dongyu exclaimed in astonishment. If you truly wish to know, I will show you, Zhu Xiaoge replied, taking her hand as they entered the northwest space. Within the vast expanse, rows of fighter jets, tanks, armored vehicles, cars, and machine guns were meticulously arranged, stretching as far as the eye could see. Zhang Dongyu stood in awe, speechless. These are the dowries for our marriage. Will you marry me? Zhu Xiaoge knelt on one knee, holding a diamond ring. Jarvis, commenced the proposal. Zhu Xiaoge whispered into his earpiece. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. Hundreds of Iron Man suits knelt in unison, pleading earnestly, while others played violins and pianos to enhance the romantic atmosphere. Zhang Dongyu, initially hesitant and struggling for words, found herself at a loss for reasons to refuse. Recalling Wang Wei's actions and gazing into Zhu Xiaoge's earnest eyes, she ultimately decided, all right, I accept your proposal. Let us hope you are not speaking in anger, Zhu Xiaoge thought, recognizing that Zhang Dongyu's response stemmed from her frustration with her ex-boyfriend's misdeeds. Yes, I love you. Zhang Dongyu wept. Is that for real? Absolutely. Let us go. With that, Zhu Xiaoge led Zhang Dongyu out of the northwest space, only to find a chaotic scene unfolding below in the parking structure where two women and a man were embroiled in a fierce struggle. It was evident that this was Wang Wei, Yu Wanwan, and Zhou Yu, the trio of troubled souls. So, your choice was not misguided, was it? Zhu Xiaoge remarked, gesturing toward Wang Wei, Yu Wanwan, and Zhou Yu. Zhang Dongyu opened her arms, embracing Zhu Xiaoge's neck, her forehead resting against his as she kissed him deeply, confessing, I made a wrong choice before. This time, I have chosen correctly. With heartfelt sincerity, they shared a passionate kiss. September 4, Chapter 31. If you do not leave, I shall not abandon you. After leaving the hospital, Zhu Xiaoge drove the Hummer to the mountaintop where Leah had been placed. To be honest, Zhu Xiaoge found the turn of events quite surprising. Just 2 days prior, Everything had been calm as he dealt with teachers and school matters, and suddenly, he was faced with a terrifying attack. In truth, this was only the fourth day since Zhu Xiaoga had returned. Within these 4 days, numerous events had transpired, many of them astonishing, particularly the previous night. Reflecting on it made Zhu Xiaoga's waist ache. The harem is delightful, yet the nourishment cannot keep up. After navigating a winding mountain path, the Hummer came to a steady stop at the campsite entrance. Zhu Xiaoga, what brings you here? Zhang Dongyu inquired with curiosity. Zhang Dongyu, I must be honest with you. Zhu Xiaoga hesitated momentarily, then steeled himself to speak. Speak. Zhang Dongyu replied, bored as she sat in the passenger seat, combing her hair. The air fell into a tranquil silence as Zhu Xiaoga began. You are aware of what transpired last night. Upon hearing the words you and no, Zhang Dongyu recalled the previous night's wild escapades, surrounded by a group of girls. Stop. I already know about that. If that's what you intend to discuss, then forget it, she interrupted. We were coerced by a vengeful spirit. Furthermore, we are all aware of the events that unfolded at school yesterday. Over half the students perished, and that spirit saved us. While our actions may have been forced, we were merely repaying a debt of gratitude. There's no issue with that. That's precisely the problem. You 5 were merely repaying a favor, rather than engaging in genuine feelings. Zhu Xiaoga felt utterly speechless. With that layer of obligation, coupled with the events of the previous night, Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly remain by his side. Both were in a same-sex relationship. Whether he was present or not mattered little, but with Zhu Xiaoga's apparent status, it would be easier for them to be together clandestinely. Contemplating the possibility of children further troubled Zhu Xiaoga. He hoped fervently that Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao would not conceive a pair of same-sex children. As for Hou Yuding, Zhu Xiaoga harbored no concerns. She was deeply invested in material and physical comforts. As long as he could provide for her, she would engage in a spiritual relationship, and coincidentally, he was more than able to satisfy her needs. Therefore, Hou Yuding had no reason to leave him. In truth, Zhu Xiaoga also wished to sever ties with Hou Yuding, but given that she had become his first love during their second year of high school, it was a bond that was difficult to sever. Subsequently, they enjoyed a year of blissful companionship, only to part ways. Zhu Xiaoga found himself haunted by thoughts of Hou Yuding every night. As for Zhu Hongxiao, hailing from a prestigious literary lineage, with a profound respect for traditional values, she held great significance to the concept of a girl's first experience. The nature of their relationship assured Zhu Xiaoga that Zhu Hongxiao would never abandon him, which offered him some solace. Now that Zhang Dongyu had settled her affairs, the primary concern remained with Sister Li Ye. Although Sister Li Ye appeared gentle and unassuming, her shy demeanor belied a boldness that emerged once she entered university. She was unafraid to engage in various matters. Zhu Xiaoga was genuinely worried about the possibility of Sister Li Ye leaving him, for she was his most cherished prospect for marriage. However, if he were to establish a harem overnight, the repercussions would be dire. He could only imagine the wrath that would befall him should Sister Li Ye discover this. Yet, this was a truth he felt compelled to share with her. Just contemplating the situation filled him with dread. Cursed be this predicament. Hadn't it been agreed that, akin to the reincarnation novels he had read, a harem would gradually form amidst the entanglements of love and hate? Gradually, and through the intertwining of emotions. Instead, here he found himself, thrust into a situation where a harem had seemingly materialized overnight, with 5 new members appearing all at once. When others would inquire how he had managed this, what could he possibly say? Was he to claim it was the work of a ghost? Yet, in truth, it felt as if it had indeed been orchestrated by some supernatural force. That night, he had simply lain on his bed, utterly still, doing nothing at all. Zhu Xiaoga thought, if you do not desire me, I can walk away. I do not seek any form of compensation. Today, my period arrived. Thus, I am not carrying your child. You needn't bear any responsibility. Even if I have made a mistake in my choice, it is solely my fault. Zhang Dongyu, resolute, felt no regret, urging him to take her home as she was weary. Zhu Xiaoga remained silent, lost in thought. Observing Zhang Dongyu's struggle to hold back tears, with a soft chuckle, he leaned in and kissed her. Let me go. Let me go, she protested, sobbing. Zhang Dongyu pushed against him with all her might, but to no avail. He held her close, initiating an ardent kiss, his tongue seeking hers, exploring the delicate sweetness of her mouth. Feeling an unwelcome intrusion in her mouth, Zhang Dongyu bit down hard on Zhu Xiaoga's tongue, regaining her breath as she pushed him away. Let me make this clear. Despite our physical connection, I am not merely a tool for your indulgence. Please respect me. I am not your object of release. Nor am I your plaything. Zhu Xiaoga was taken aback, unprepared for such a declaration from Zhang Dongyu. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that he had indeed been overly indulgent, having cultivated a sense of recklessness during the 5 years of the apocalypse, disregarding others' feelings in favor of his own desires, which was gradually eroding his once honorable and steadfast character. Whenever faced with obstacles, his thoughts would turn violent. For instance, at the hospital, if Wang Wei had dared to take Zhang Dongyu away, Zhu Xiaoga would have been ready to eliminate him and forcibly reclaim her, treating her as a forbidden treasure. However, without such a disposition, he would never have survived the apocalypse for 5 years, ultimately completing the journey of consciousness and returning to the past. Thus, such traits had their own value. I am sorry. I will change, Zhu Xiaoga declared, covering his head and taking a deep breath. Seeing his willingness to amend his ways, Zhang Dongyu felt a sense of relief, tightly grasping his hand and placing it on her knee, pulling him into her embrace. I believe in you. In Zhang Dongyu's memory, Zhu Xiaoga had always been an honest and obedient person. Albeit somewhat dull in a moment of impulsiveness to provoke her ex-boyfriend, she had initiated a relationship with Zhu Xiaoga, who, upon learning of it, had rudely insulted him repeatedly. Yet, she forbade Zhu Xiaoga from retaliating, and he dutifully complied, enduring the insults without a word. Zhang Dongyu recalled an incident in the second year of junior high when Wang Wei had insulted Zhu Xiaoga, saying, "Your girlfriend is merely a leftover from my escapades." At that moment, she felt a sense of triumph, believing Wang Wei still held feelings for her. Thus, when Zhu Xiaoga intended to retaliate, she firmly gestured for him to refrain, and he endured the humiliation in silence. Reflecting on these memories, Zhang Dongyu held Zhu Xiaoga tightly, caressing his forehead and kissing him deeply. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoga was the one who truly cherished her, not Wang Wei. If you remain steadfast, I shall be bound to you for life. On September 40, Chapter 32. If you do not abandon me, I shall not love in vain. Zhang Dongyu gently explored the delicate sensations of intimacy, fully immersing herself in the experience. Zhu Xiaoga gradually surrendered to her lead, earnestly savoring the moment. Zhang Dongyu remained vigilant in cherishing this hard-won sweetness. Despite Zhu Xiaoga's slight lewdness, his genuine infatuation moved her deeply. "Oh, what a sweet couple!" a clear voice interjected, tinged with indignation and disdain. It became evident that the speaker was none other than the true instigator, Wang Wei. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhu Xiaoga was expected to take Zhang Dongyu home to meet his parents for an engagement, a journey that would not have occurred without the interference of Wang Wei. Reflecting on this, Zhang Dongyu feigned ignorance, firmly restraining the squirming Zhu Xiaoga, shifting from gentleness to fervent passion. "This is my man. If you wish to compete, you must first consider my approval." Zhang Dongyu, entranced, found herself ensnared in a singular obsession. Once she had set her sights on someone, she became utterly devoted, believing that Zhu Xiaoga was meant for her alone, and she must eliminate any rivals who threatened her sincere feelings. Moreover, this stranger was someone she had never encountered before. "Let go of me, you little harlot," Leah, witnessing the scene, donned an iron suit of armor, employing tactics often seen on television to confront the other woman. She flung open the door of the car and seized Zhang Dongyu by the hair, forcefully ejecting her from the vehicle. It was preposterous. Zhu Xiaoga remained her husband. Although she felt anger and pain at the sight of him with another woman, her love for him persisted. However, this woman, upon seeing her approach, shamelessly clung to her husband. Did she not realize the consequences of her actions? Leah lost control, donning her metaphorical armor and throwing Zhang Dongyu from the car. The door of the passenger seat was wrenched open, and with a fierce grip, Leah yanked Zhang Dongyu by her hair, sending her sprawling several meters away, landing on the ground, clutching her bleeding scalp, and wailing in agony. A shameless person is indeed a shameless person. So dramatic, Leah scoffed. What are you doing? Zhu Xiaoge shouted. Do you even comprehend your actions? Do you not know what I am doing? Do you think you are some virtuous individual? Sneaking around behind my back with your mistresses, spending one night with 5 different women. Do you think I am oblivious? Leah rebuked him with righteous indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Xiaoge. Emerging from the car, Zhu Xiaoge struck Leah across the face with all his might. With that slap, Leah's cheek instantly swelled to a thickness of 5 centimeters. Look at what you have done, Leah! Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed, gripping the armored suit tightly, a clump of long hair still attached to the bloody scalp held in his grasp. Get out of my sight. Leave! Zhu Xiaoge shouted, unable to believe that Leah could act in such a manner. Leah, noticing the evidence in his hand, hastily grasped his arm, pleading, Zhu Xiaoge, please listen to me. Let me explain. I never intended to be so forceful. I truly did not foresee this. Leave. Just leave. Zhu Xiaoge insisted. Rushing to Zhang Dongyu's side, he found her unconscious, having sustained severe injury, with her scalp torn away, exposing large areas of bone. The wound was infected. And given the extent of the damage, even a trip to the hospital would be futile. Witnessing the extent of Zhang Dongyu's injuries, Zhu Xiaoge gritted his teeth, holding back tears as he retrieved a vial of Wolverine serum from his spatial pocket and injected it into her heart. Leah, if she had not had this serum today, you would have committed murder. Do you understand? Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed with intensity. I understand. Leah collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Then why did you act with such cruelty? Zhu Xiaoge struggled to find adequate words, ultimately settling on a single term. Cruel. Jarvis, what transpired? How did Leah come to know about last night's events? Zhu Xiaoge commanded the protective Iron Man suit to elucidate the events of the previous evening. Master, after your departure, the mistress accessed the viewing permissions to ascertain your activities. We attempted to notify you, but received no response, so we assumed consent and initiated real-time surveillance. Perhaps the mistress believes you have caused her harm, which is why she is angry, Jarvis stated with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoge felt utterly bewildered, asking Jarvis, when did you tell me this? When you were napping this afternoon? Later, upon your awakening, the mistress instructed me not to inform you. Jarvis replied, after you woke up, you engaged in relations with 5 young ladies, with a total video duration of 6 hours and 53 minutes. Would you like to watch it? Upon hearing Jarvis, Zhu Xiaoge understood the intricacies of the situation. At that time, he had been injured by a cloud explosion and was unconscious when a female ghost rescued him and brought him back to the dormitory. It was at this moment that Sister Leah requested to initiate real-time communication. Confirmed to watch, Zhu Xiaoge thought. As long as he could present the segment featuring the female ghost to Sister Leah, he believed she would certainly forgive him. After all, it was all the ghost's doing. He had merely lain there innocently on the bed, having done nothing wrong. This truly was an embarrassing predicament. No wonder Sister Leah was so furious upon her arrival. However, upon reviewing the footage, from the explosion of the cloud bomb to Zhu Xiaoge lying in the dormitory bed, then the 5 young ladies disrobing and proactively attending to him, there was not a single trace of the female ghost. What on earth was going on? Where was the ghost? Where was the entity that controlled my body? Heaven and earth, save me! Why was every trivial matter recorded in the video? Yet that ghost was not captured. Is there no sense of justice left? Zhu Xiaoge was at a loss for words. Although there were some unsettling aspects to the video, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Regardless, he had indeed caused Sister Leah distress. After all, his man had sought out a mistress behind her back. And not just one, but 5, each one seemingly eager and proactive. It was as if they had been involved for quite some time. Thus, the question arose, were those 5 young ladies the mistresses? Or was he the one at fault? It was self-evident. How could anyone have 5 mistresses in succession? Either one was paying for companionship, or they simply wanted to toy with him, treating it as a fleeting amusement. Listening to Jarvis's report, Zhu Xiaoge yearned to discern whether this entity was truly artificial intelligence. If you claim to be so, how could you engage in such actions? Conversely, if you assert you are not, how can you manage to perform certain tasks? So, tell me, do I perceive you to be artificial intelligence or not? Zhu Xiaoge questioned Jarvis with lingering doubts. Report to the master, Jarvis's intelligence is determined by the developers. Everything stems from the developer's settings, Jarvis answered meticulously. The implication behind Jarvis's words was that his intelligence was directly proportional to Zhu Xiaoge's. If he was clever, so too was Jarvis, and if he was foolish, so was Jarvis. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. I shall apologize to Sister Leah another day. Zhu Xiaoge fumed, at a loss for words, realizing conversing with a robot was akin to speaking to a brick wall. It seemed this intelligence could only manage such trivial matters. Sister Leah should know my character. If you believe me, I hope you can understand. There is something amiss, Zhu Xiaoge pleaded, feeling guilty. I cannot understand. Sister Leah cried nearby. You have someone new, so you no longer require me. What do you take me for? Listen to me, Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed anxiously, gripping Sister Leah's shoulders tightly. Last night, I was under someone else's control. Truly. I won't listen, I won't listen. Sister Leah attempted to break free from Zhu Xiaoge's grasp, pushing him away repeatedly. Stop. Zhu Xiaoge held Sister Leah's face, eyes locked with hers. Look into my eyes. After a prolonged gaze, Sister Leah finally managed to regain her composure. I hope you will provide me with an explanation. Tomorrow. All right. I shall trust you once more. I hope you won't let me down. September 5, Chapter 33. Mastery and Performance in the Fierce Palace Strife. Xiaogu. Xiaogu, save me. Under the powerful restoration of the Wolverine serum, Zhang Dongyu's wounds healed rapidly, and soon she awakened, grasping Zhu Xiaoge's body tightly, gasping for breath. It's all right. It's all right, Dongyu. You're safe. Zhu Xiaoge embraced Zhang Dongyu, unwilling to release her for even a moment, fearing she might face further peril. Kissing the newly reborn scalp of Zhang Dongyu, he deeply inhaled the fragrance of her hair, holding her even tighter. Zhang Dongyu's eyes flickered as she gently pushed Zhu Xiaoge away, creating a slight distance, her gaze darting between him and Sister Leah. This must be my sister, right? What offense has my younger sister committed to warrant such harsh treatment? How could I possibly let you off the hook after such cruelty? Zhang Dongyu was clearly playing the innocent while harboring ulterior motives, yet her facade of purity was deeply etched in Zhu Xiaoge's heart, leading to countless regrets and endless misfortunes in the future. Leah, please explain. Say something. Zhu Xiaoge thought it best to concede, having already wronged Leah by engaging in reckless behavior. If Sister Leah offered any rationale, Zhu Xiaoge would surely understand and forgive her. Sister Leah, however, was not oblivious to the implications in Zhu Xiaoge's words, but the intricacies of a woman's heart were lost on him. Zhang Dongyu clearly aimed to establish dominance. If Zhu Xiaoge provided an explanation, he would be conceding power to her. Although she referred to him as brother, Zhu Xiaoge's timid nature meant that if he did not assert himself, this young woman would undoubtedly lead him by the nose. Given this, Sister Leah resolved to play the villain, even if they could not frequently see Zhu Xiaoge in the future, for his own good. She would never bow her head or soften her stance. Yet, Zhu Xiaoge was no longer the naive, weak, and ineffectual individual he once was. By the time the apocalypse began, Zhu Xiaoge was already in his third year of university, having encountered various scheming individuals over the past 3 years. How could he not recognize Zhang Dongyu's petty tricks? Now, Zhu Xiaoge's awareness was 10 years beyond his physical age. After 5 years of palace intrigue in the apocalypse, he had watched numerous dramas, and if he were to remain ignorant of Zhang Dongyu's intent to drive Sister Leah away, then he truly would have wasted the past decade. Furthermore, Zhu Xiaoge had previously fallen victim to Zhang Dongyu's machinations, as she had once attempted to entice him by leveraging her romantic past, drawing him into a relationship to achieve her own ends. According to the criminal psychology knowledge amassed throughout history, such individuals are prone to lifelong criminal behavior. It is said that a leopard cannot change its spots, and Zhang Dongyu's unscrupulous methods to achieve her goals caused Zhu Xiaoge great concern. Moreover, Zhang Dongyu's most fatal flaw was her insatiable desire for what she could not possess. The more unattainable it was, the more determined she became to acquire it. Thus, Zhu Xiaoge could not allow Zhang Dongyu to have her way. After all, his true love lay with Sister Leah, while the others were merely physical entanglements devoid of genuine emotion. Just as Sister Leah was about to feign fury, she caught a glimpse of Zhu Xiaoga's flickering eyes. Having attended the same classes throughout elementary, middle, and high school, Sister Leah understood his unspoken thoughts. In an instant, she comprehended the situation, ready to unleash her ire. What is there to explain, Zhu Xiaoga? This is the rightful consort. Isn't it? Zhang Dongyu, I have long heard your name. Today, you are indeed extraordinary, with your alluring and provocative demeanor. The scent of your allure wafts even through the car window. Sister Leah rose, casting a cold gaze at the pair before her. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over her as she recalled the events of the previous afternoon. With a single remark, Sister Leah turned to Zhu Xiaoga, inquiring with her eyes, "So, what do you think? Is it acceptable?" Her performance was impeccable, earning her a perfect score in Zhu Xiaoga's heart. Had it not been for Zhang Dongyu's presence, Zhu Xiaoga would have been tempted to embrace Sister Leah wholeheartedly. He winked at her, signaling her to continue. "Dear, Sister Leah is terrifying. I am so frightened." Zhang Dongyu clung to Zhu Xiaoga like a sloth hanging from a tree, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Continuing to act according to her own desires. "Sister Leah, will you allow me to explain?" Zhu Xiaoga feigned innocence, tightly holding Zhang Dongyu's head against his chest to shield her from the outside. He gestured for Sister Leah to leave quickly, then signaled his Iron Man suit to escort her home. Understanding the unspoken message, Sister Leah adopted a fierce demeanor. "There is nothing to say. You sent me a video last night, didn't you? Was it merely to show off?" "Zhu Xiaoga, how ruthless you are. From this day forth, you do not know me, and I do not know you. Do not bother me again." With that, Sister Leah turned and left, not wishing to see him for even a second longer. Last night? That can't be right. Sister Leah shouldn't he know about last night's events, should she? She was once quite gentle. How has she transformed so drastically? If it were just today's incident in the car, her reaction shouldn't be this intense. Zhu Xiaoga feigned surprise and confusion, muttering to himself that in truth, he was already well aware of the entire situation. He was merely worried about Zhang Dongyu and hoped that by taking a step back, she might alter her demeanor and emotions, at least returning home later with a hint of joy. Observing Zhu Xiaoga lost in thought, Zhang Dongyu felt a swell of happiness. This fool was just as he had always been, unable to think straight upon seeing her. It seemed that her exclusive time with Zhu Xiaoga was just around the corner. However, their thoughts diverged entirely. While Zhu Xiaoga was concerned about protecting Leah from harm, Zhang Dongyu's mind was consumed with palace intrigue, and more palace intrigue. "Xiaogu, didn't you promise to take me to see Mom and Dad today? Hurry up, we can't be late. I want to meet that adorable little sister too." Zhang Dongyu pouted, urging Zhu Xiaoga. He stowed away the camping vehicle. The Humvee was no longer operable, so he retrieved a Land Rover with a civilian license plate from the Northwest Space, hurriedly joined Zhang Dongyu in the vehicle and rushed home. For now, everything seemed to have settled down, and the purpose of their outing was achieved. Leah was aware of his indiscretions yet remained relatively composed. Unlikely to act out of character, first, he needed to stabilize Leah. If there were any issues, they could be addressed later. Zhu Xiaoga was determined to fulfill his promise and take Zhang Dongyu home. Having offended Leah, he could not afford to disappoint Zhang Dongyu as well. Presenting himself as anxious and apprehensive, this act could be deemed a wrap on the drama. Being a man was truly difficult. On September 5, Chapter 34, The Backyard Catches Fire, An Unintentional Mistake. Zhu Xiaoga drove westward, quickly arriving at the entrance of the shantytown. A glance revealed the dilapidated structures, a sea of uneven small houses stretching endlessly. Zhang Dongyu had visited Zhu Xiaoga's home during his second year of middle school, so there was nothing extraordinary about returning. Yet, with Zhu Xiaoga's wealth, why hadn't he moved out sooner? Zhang Dongyu swallowed her curiosity. Refraining from questioning Zhu Xiaoji as the apocalypse loomed, with piles of cash in the Northwest Space, Zhu Xiaoga contemplated whether he should buy a few properties to provide his parents with a comfortable life. Suddenly, two individuals waved at him from the front. Though he did not recognize them, they appeared well off, suggesting they did not reside there. Noticing their gesture, Zhu Xiaoga drove closer, rolled down the window, and inquired, "May I assist you?" "Oh, hello, young man. Do you happen to know where Zhu Xiaoga lives?" the woman asked, leaning on the car. "Looking for me? I don't recall having any relatives by that name." Zhu Xiaoga replied, intrigued. Could it be that his father's words from yesterday were true? Did a distant relative truly come to visit? Observing the woman, he thought perhaps she was a relative, yet it seemed more likely she was looking for his parents. But why seek him out? Zhu Xiaoga exchanged glances with Zhang Dongyu, who clearly noticed that this couple did not recognize him. Zhu Xiaoga? I know him. He was my classmate in middle school. What do you need him for? Zhang Dongyu, seated in the passenger seat and closest to the woman, asked with keen interest, hoping to extract some information from her. Upon hearing that Zhu Xiaoga's home was known and that they were classmates, the woman visibly relaxed and slowly stated, well, it's like this. Zhu Xiaoga has started dating my daughter. We came to meet the in-laws today. The place is just too chaotic to find anyone. Zhu Xiaoga is dating your daughter? Meeting the in-laws? Zhu Xiaoga was utterly perplexed. What is your daughter's name? My daughter's name is Zhu Hongxiao. Do you know her? The middle-aged woman queried incessantly. Know her? Of course. I was with your daughter just last night. Zhu Xiaoga nearly blurted out, restraining himself. That's wonderful. Since you are classmates, could you take us to Zhu Xiaoga's home? The middle-aged woman pleaded. No problem, auntie. Please hop in. It's just a short distance ahead. We'll be there shortly. Thank you so much, young man. The middle-aged woman said as she and her partner climbed into the luxurious Land Rover. Observing the opulent interior, she inquired, did you buy this car yourself? Or was it a gift from your family? I bought it myself. It's quite understated, isn't it? I usually drive a different car, Zhu Xiaoga pondered, his mind racing. Oh dear, what a predicament! Zhu Hongxiao's parents have come to visit. What should I do? What should I do? Zhu Xiaoga's mind whirled as he desperately sought a solution, drawing upon his vast knowledge and experience. He finally concluded, when soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it be covered. Wow, young man, you're quite capable at such a young age. If only Zhu Xiaoga possessed half your talent, I would feel secure in trusting my daughter to him. The middle-aged woman sighed, lamenting her daughter's shortcomings. All right, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We still don't quite understand the situation. Let's discuss it when we arrive at Zhu Xiaoga's house. The grumpy middle-aged man interjected. Dear, this is a shanty town. How many wealthy people could possibly live here? Marrying into this place would be a hardship. You know that. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman began to weep softly, her heart heavy with concern for her daughter's future. What parent can bear to see their child suffer? What parent doesn't wish for their daughter to have a better life? Just yesterday, when the new high school in Yuanhai City was attacked by terrorists, both she and her husband had been on edge, fearing for their daughter's safety. However, shortly after arriving at the scene, they received the devastating news that all the students had been killed by the terrorists, nearly causing them to faint from shock. Later, they heard there were some survivors, so they waited at the government's shelter, where they continuously watched live broadcasts of Zhu Xiaoga's heroic rescue efforts. The couple was immensely impressed by his selfless actions. In fact, having someone like him as a son-in-law would bring them peace of mind. Yet upon visiting today, the stark poverty of the shantytown weighed heavily on Zhu Hongxiao's mother. The thought of her daughter living in such, my dear son, you have truly outdone yourself. You have managed to win the affection of 5 charming young ladies all on your own. You are indeed more remarkable than your father, Zhu Jiangwo remarked nonchalantly over the phone. In a way, please don't be upset. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Zhu Xiaoga pleaded in defense. I am not upset at all. Truly. How could I be angry when you've brought home such wonderful potential daughters-in-law? Hurry up and give me a grandson. Do you understand? Zhu Jiangwo, who harbored high hopes for his son to achieve greatness and his daughter to flourish, placed significant importance on the continuation of the family line. He paid little heed to the troubles his son may have caused. As long as Zhu Xiaoga did not go too far with the women, Zhu Jiangwo was indifferent to how many affairs his son had, as long as they resulted in a grandchild. Moreover, his son had just won a staggering 420 million in the lottery. Even though their family was not particularly affluent, Zhu Jiangwo believed that if he simply waved his hand, countless young ladies would vie for Zhu Xiaoga's attention. He was entirely unconcerned about Zhu Xiaoga's actions. In fact, he seemed to encourage them. Son, rest assured, we shall welcome all the wives you choose. Regardless of what their parents think or whether they agree, our stance is clear. Marriage. If any issues arise, your father will take responsibility. Just act boldly. We have more than enough resources. What is there to fear? Zhu Jiangwo continued. Elia is quite lovely, possesses a good character, and is filial. Bring her home as your wife with that. He hung up the phone. Goodness. Is this what it means to be a parent? Zhu Xiaoga thought to himself in disbelief. Who could blame him for being stuck with such a father? Jarvis, could you please explain what has transpired this time? Zhu Xiaoga inquired as he donned his Iron Man armor. Indeed, master. This morning, around 4 o'clock, I escorted 4 primary consorts back to their homes. Less than 3 hours after their arrival, they requested to be taken to your residence. That is the essence of the matter. Jarvis replied in the back seat of the car, maintaining a meticulous demeanor. Zhu Xiaoga felt a wave of frustration. Can you not be more concise? My heavens, are you even an artificial intelligence? I am genuinely beginning to doubt you. Report to the master, Jarvis's intelligence is determined by the developer. Everything stems from the developer's settings, Jarvis answered with unwavering precision. The implication of Jarvis's words was clear. My intelligence is proportional to yours. If you are clever, I will be clever. If you are foolish, I shall be foolish. Zhu Xiaoga raised his hands in exasperation, ruffling his hair vigorously, and grumbled, I understand. There is no need to repeat it. Jarvis detected the hint of complaint in his master's tone and reiterated, Dear master, please do not lose heart. Believe that one day you will elevate Jarvis to the status of the most powerful artificial intelligence. Keep striving, moi. A word of encouragement slipped from Jarvis's lips, however, to Zhu Xiaoga's ears, it morphed into, Dear master, please do not lose heart. Your intelligence will surely improve one day. When your intelligence rises, Jarvis will become the most formidable artificial intelligence. Essentially, he was merely reiterating that Zhu Xiaoga's intellect was lacking and in need of enhancement. Enough! Zhu Xiaoga impatiently retracted the Iron Man suit, initially intending to summon Jarvis to inquire about the situation. He found himself instead berated without gaining any clarity. Through this incident, Zhu Xiaoga came to realize that Jarvis could only be considered a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence, a far cry from the sophisticated AI he had envisioned. Feeling exasperated, Zhu Xiaoga had initially planned to visit each family personally, but now it seemed impractical. Both the good and the bad would come crashing together, and he resigned himself to face it all. After all, he had traversed from a post-apocalyptic world. What storms had he not weathered? What trials had he not faced? He was determined not to let this challenge best him. Steeling himself, he declared, Let's go. I will not shy away from this. Zhang Dongyu, call your parents. They should still be unaware that you are alive. When you do, inform them, no, tell our parents, to reserve the most luxurious private room at the best hotel in Yinhai City for a celebratory banquet. We shall feast. Zhu Xiaoga commanded. It appeared that both good and bad tidings had arrived simultaneously. Regardless, they would be addressed together. With that, he parked the Land Rover in the northwest space and took out a stretched Hummer, opening the door and settling inside. Indeed, the stretched Hummer was a sight to behold, adorned with luxurious decor. A mini-fridge, massage chairs, a television, a computer, and dazzling lights. What a splendid spectacle! Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly retrieved his phone and requested Mayor Yu's assistance to book a table at the Yinhai Hotel. Moments later, Mayor Yu called back to confirm that the banquet had been arranged according to the highest standards. They need only arrive to enjoy the meal. Zhu Xiaoga expressed his gratitude profusely and then called Zhu Jiangwo to ask him to bring the daughters-in-law out for dinner. Zhu Jiangwo had already intended to take his daughters-in-law out for a casual meal, and upon receiving Zhu Xiaoga's call, he quickly gathered the whole family. From a distance, Zhu Xiaoga noticed a group leisurely strolling out from his home, 10 people in total. His mind raced. How would he manage such a large gathering? He decided to make do and hoped that they could get through the day. The most troublesome aspect was dealing with their parents. He saw Zhu Jianjun leading the way, with Hou Yuding and her sister Xiaoqin each holding onto one of Yuwen's hands. Particularly, Hou Yuding had her arm completely wrapped around Yuwen, resting her head against her shoulder, sharing laughter and conversation. Their bond appeared quite close. Following Yuwen were Zhu Hongxiao's parents, who walked alongside her, frequently chastising her. Clearly, Zhu Hongxiao was feeling somewhat constrained. Behind them were Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao, one being gentle and the other assertive. Lu Xiaoxiao had her arm around Su He's waist, her hand frequently wandering, causing Su He to blush profusely, exuding an air of shyness that was utterly adorable. Zhu Xiaoga honked the horn, signaling them to hurry. Upon seeing the majestic stretched Hummer, the young women's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially apprehensive about entering the home, concerned that they would be cramped in such a small space, they now found themselves captivated by the luxurious vehicle. Zhu Hongxiao's parents shared similar concerns, yet they felt powerless, as their daughter had become entangled with Zhu Xiaoga. Upon entering his modest home, they were dismayed by the sparse furnishings and the state of disrepair, not to mention the other four stunning young ladies present. The elderly couple's anger flared. They wanted to confront Zhu Xiaoga. What a pitiful excuse for a living space. How could he allow his home to be so impoverished? Not only has he led our daughter astray, but he has also entangled himself with so many others. This guy truly resembles the modern-day Wei Xiaobao. Zhu Hongxiao's parents, who were highly educated individuals, were momentarily taken aback by their daughter's gestures of affection towards Zhu Xiaoga. However, they chose to suppress their fury. Opting to observe what Zhu Xiaoga might do next, if things turned dire, they would simply take their daughter away and seek a more suitable match, even if it meant risking her reputation. Nonetheless, it seemed that Zhu Xiaoga possessed some financial means, given his ability to drive such an impressive vehicle. Perhaps what the young man had said earlier held some truth. Zhu Xiaoga's family was indeed wealthy. Merely discreet about their affluence, as the group approached, Zhu Xiaoga opened the electric sliding door of the stretched Hummer, revealing a dazzling interior complete with massage chairs, a television, genuine leather seating, and a mini-fridge, an extravagant display that astonished all present. Wow! The crowd gasped in awe, recognizing the grandeur of luxury vehicles but having never encountered one of such opulence. Even Zhu Hongxiao's parents, accustomed to high society, were left speechless. Zhu Xiaoga's reputation was well known. He had fearlessly ventured into the den of terrorists to save lives, demonstrating remarkable selflessness and valor. His character was impeccable, and with such wealth, entrusting their daughter to him felt akin to Liu Bei entrusting his son to Zhuge Liang. An absolute leap of faith. With a man like Zhu Xiaoga, they believed their daughter would never go hungry. Zhu Hongxiao's parents beamed with satisfaction at their prospective son-in-law, though they couldn't help but note his somewhat flirtatious nature. Dad, uncle, and aunt, ladies, please board the vehicle. Zhu Xiaoga beckoned, lowering the passenger window. Upon witnessing the luxurious vehicle, Zhu Jiangwo stood tall with renewed confidence. Goodness, I have over 400 million. His posture straightened, exuding an air of grandeur. Observing the astonished expressions of those behind him, Zhu Jiangwo felt a surge of joy. Though he had never achieved much in life, his son was thriving. Look at you all, so wide-eyed. Ha ha ha. Get in, get in. In-laws, don't just stand there. Hurry, Zhu Jiangwo proclaimed, straightening his back as he assisted his wife, Yuwinj, into the vehicle, an experience he had only ever seen in television or read about in newspapers. Su He, Liu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Hongxiao, Hou Yuding. What are you waiting for? Get in, Zhu Xiaoga urged. Darling. Hou Yuding let out a sultry call, her voice sweet and delicate as she settled into the front passenger seat. Her slender arms wrapping around Zhu Xiaoga, she leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear as she playfully whispered, Darling, I've missed you so much. You were so naughty last night that I can barely walk today. After her teasing words, Hou Yuding playfully bit Zhu Xiaoga's ear, gently blowing into it, sending shivers down his spine and igniting a warmth throughout his body. Zhang Dongyu, who sat in the front passenger seat, rolled her eyes, deliberately avoiding looking at Hou Yuding, casually remarking, Fortunately, they're keeping it quiet. It's just the three of us who can hear. Glancing at Zhang Dongyu, Hou Yuding chose not to respond, instead turning to play with Zhu Xiaoga's younger sister, Xiaoqin, as the two engaged in a spirited game. The alluring scent of Hou Yuding's body wafted towards Zhu Xiaoga, stirring his senses. He thought to himself, Goodness, they're bringing out the big guns now. Unable to resist, he shook his head and started the car, steering towards the finest hotel in Yuanhai City, Jingyang Yuanhai. As he drove, he occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror at the others. He and Liu Xiaoxiao sat together like a loving couple. With Su He stealing glances at Zhu Xiaoga, her eyes hinting at unspoken thoughts, while Liu Xiaoxiao's attention was solely on Su He, teasing her playfully. Hou Yuding and Xiaoqin were engrossed in their playful banter. Resembling close sisters, Zhu Hongxiao sat neatly between her parents, appearing quite demure and restrained. Zhu Jiangwo gazed out the window at the scenery, while Yuwenj narrated stories from Zhu Xiaoga's childhood to Zhu Hongxiao's parents, embellishing them to the point that it nearly elevated Zhu Xiaoga to legendary status. Xiaoqin, being young, constantly corrected Yuwenj on the inaccuracies in her tales, while Hou Yuding affectionately cajoled Yuwenj, quickly forming a connection akin to mother and daughter. Zhu Xiaoga shook his head, reminiscing about when he and Hou Yuding were together. Her clingy nature and intoxicating scent, coupled with her youthful beauty and adorable demeanor, had been irresistible to him. That he sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of marrying 6 wives, which left him feeling weak and fatigued. To maintain good health, one must drink kidney tonic. Do you think I should buy a bottle? He mused aloud. Dongyu, have you called Mom yet? Zhu Xiaoga inquired. Zhang Dongyu, having lost her father at a young age, had always yearned for paternal affection, leading to her somewhat obsessive approach to love. That I did. Mom has been crying, Zhang Dongyu replied quietly, falling silent as she continued to gaze out the window. Xiaoga, do you think we have a future together? Zhang Dongyu asked. Indeed, and it will far exceed the ordinary. Zhu Xiaoga affirmed with conviction. On September 17th, Chapter 36, A Battle of Wits and Words, You Must Be Responsible. The family of Zhu Xiaoga entered the most luxurious hotel in Yuanhai City, Jingyang Yuanhai, where they were greeted by a grand private room. As the hotel staff opened the door, everyone, apart from Zhu Xiaoga and his parents, Su He, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhang Dongyu, Hou Yuding, and Zhu Hongxiao, were left in awe. The opulent room featured a crimson lacquer door with gilded fittings, white jade flooring, walls adorned with exquisite murals of flying deities, a ceiling decorated with golden dragons against a blue sky, and an array of ancient Wangwali wooden furniture, complemented by fine blue and white porcelain tableware, agate chopsticks, and gilded spoons. The room, embellished with bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals, was shrouded in a mist that made it feel Zhu Xiaoga, with unwavering candor, laid bare his intentions. However, he prefaced his declaration with a caveat. He could never forsake the others for the sake of his beloved daughter. Nor could he abandon any one of them in favor of another, for he bore a responsibility towards all. Hence, the prospect of solely claiming his daughter was out of the question. Yet, he assured the concerned parents that he would treat their daughter with utmost care and respect, imploring them to trust him, vowing that his words were sincere. The family of Zhu Hongxiao, led by her mother, had privately deliberated their stance. Should the suitor come from a background of abject poverty? Despite his affection for their daughter, they would not consent. Conversely, if the suitor were well off but neglectful towards their daughter, their approval would similarly be withheld. Zhu Xiaoga, now a revered martial artist of Huaxia, had an enviable future ahead. Even though he resided in a modest neighborhood, his association with luxury vehicles like the Land Rover and Hummer suggested that his daughter would not suffer financially under his care. Yet, his notorious flirtations raised concerns. He had several partners, each adept at charming men, which posed a potential threat to their daughter's well-being. What if the 5 women conspired against her? The thought of their daughter being turned out of her home, losing both her dignity and reputation, was alarming. With no marriage certificate or children to secure her position, the stakes were high. Zhu Xiaoga recognized the apprehensions of Zhu Hongxiao's parents. Indeed, the current era in Huaxia had transcended the antiquated norms of polygamy. His actions were increasingly incompatible with contemporary societal values, leaving the parents justified in their concerns about their daughter's precarious situation. Auntie, please hold on a moment. I must attend to the restroom, Zhu Xiaoga said. Seeking to afford Zhu Hongxiao's parents a moment to ponder, during this brief interlude, he retrieved 6 sleek black suitcases from his hidden space, each brimming with a fortune of 100 million in cash. Surely, this would suffice. 600 million, enough for them to live comfortably for generations. Reflecting on this wealth, he mused that even indulging in fleeting pleasures for a century would not deplete it. Thus, he resolved to regard this sum as a bride price. Upon returning to the private room, he sat down and inquired, Auntie, what have you decided? Zhu Hongxiao's mother gazed at her daughter and lamented. My child is so obedient and well-behaved. As we have no other children. We wish for her happiness. Alas, it seems our hopes may be in vain. Indeed, had this situation arisen just days prior, Zhu Hongxiao's parents would have vehemently opposed any relationship between her and Zhu Xiaoge. The notion of polygamy would have been met with fierce resistance, as they would have fought tooth and nail to protect their daughter. However, following a recent terror attack that left their daughter missing, the couple was on the verge of despair. With their daughter's miraculous return, regardless of the circumstances, they began to reconsider their initial stance. Yet, Zhu Xiaoge's father interjected, "You must promise us that Zhu Hongxiao will not face any mistreatment. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable." He then proposed 3 conditions. Firstly, their daughter must have the freedom to come and go as she pleases. Secondly, she should possess financial independence. And thirdly, a new house and car should be registered in her name, as they did not wish for her to reside in a slum. Zhu Xiaoge considered the demands reasonable, recognizing that wealth was merely a means to an end. He assured them that money would not be an issue, given the substantial sum he possessed. With a sense of conviction, he promised to fulfill their conditions, declaring, "If it can be resolved with money, then it is not a problem. I will ensure that all your concerns are addressed." "Very well. If you can uphold your promises, we will consent to this union," Zhu Hongxiao's father replied. With gratitude, Zhu Xiaoge expressed, "Thank you, esteemed parents." Having successfully navigated this initial hurdle, he now awaited the responses from the remaining 4 sets of parents. As the scene transitioned, Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao, having put down their phones, exchanged knowing glances with Zhu Xiaoge. "Our parents are downstairs. Shall we go greet them?" They suggested that in such a prestigious establishment, it was customary for the staff to escort guests to their designated rooms upon notification. Thus, Zhu Xiaoge pondered the urgency of his involvement. Nevertheless, the insistence of Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao hinted at an underlying issue. "All right, I will accompany you both to welcome your parents. Please begin dining." "I shall return shortly," Zhu Xiaoge stated, ushering them out. "What is going on with Su He?" Zhu Xiaoge asked, bewildered as to why they needed to step outside for a conversation. "My father has run afoul of some unsavory characters seeking repayment for debts. They have threatened to take me as collateral," Su He explained, though her account was lacking in detail. Zhu Xiaoge realized the gravity of the situation. Su He's father had irresponsibly placed her in jeopardy. However, he saw an opportunity. If he could assist in settling the debts, his relationship with Su He would be solidified. Noticing Zhu Xiaoge's stoic demeanor, Su He implored, "You may not fully grasp our plight. We are from humble beginnings. My mother passed away early, and my father, a gambling addict, has accumulated substantial debts. They intend to seize me as payment." Understanding the predicament, Zhu Xiaoge contemplated the complexities involved. Resolving financial issues was one thing, but persuading Su He's father to abandon his vices would prove to be a far greater challenge. "And what of Lu Xiaoxiao?" Zhu Xiaoge inquired. "Is your family also entangled in gambling?" "Not at all. My father is merely assisting Su He's father. He fears for her safety and has allowed Su He to stay with us," Lu Xiaoxiao clarified, revealing their newfound closeness. Zhu Xiaoge, now aware of the intertwining circumstances, recognized the urgency. He was determined to take action, not only for Su He's sake, but also to safeguard their burgeoning relationship. Lu Xiaoxiao jested, "Well, how about that? Who would have thought? Truly, it's astonishing." Zhu Xiaoge pursed her lips, displaying a look of disdain. "You wretched homosexual. Oh, don't be so dismissive, handsome. Come, let us shake hands," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she seized Zhu Xiaoge's right hand, touching and rubbing it playfully. "What are you doing?" Zhu Xiaoge inquired, perplexed. "What nonsense is this? Why are you so enthusiastically touching my hand when you have nothing better to do?" Never mind. Let us not bicker. It's really dull. You two should hurry down with me to see what is going on." Zhu Xiaoge quickly pulled Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao downstairs. Where is everyone?" Zhu Xiaoge looked around the hotel lobby and parking area. Aside from the staff and a few security guards, there were hardly any people around. "Su He, where is your father?" "I don't know. He said he was still here," Su He replied, puzzled. "Let me call and ask." Just as she was about to make the call, she noticed someone waving at her from across the street. A vague figure, but it was unmistakably her father and Uncle Lu. "Look, Xiaoge, my dad and the others are over there. Let us hurry." "Okay." Zhu Xiaoge grasped Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao's hands tightly, cautiously navigating the busy street. "Is that your father and Uncle Lu?" Zhu Xiaoge pointed at a group of about a dozen individuals standing on the roadside. "The one in the white short-sleeved shirt is my dad. and the one in the suit and skirt is Uncle Lou and Aunt Lou. The rest are strangers to me. Suhi indicated the remaining men clad in black shirts. Zhu Xiaoga followed Suhi's finger and felt a wave of nausea. What kind of people are these? A bunch of thugs, 9 of them, with dark faces. The leader wearing sunglasses, sporting a few colorful tattoos on his arms. A shaved head, and clutching a small black bag, leading 8 scarred men who were eyeing Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao with predatory gazes. Old Su, is that your daughter? The bald man, with a protruding belly, suddenly straightened, his gaze unabashedly lingering on Su He, whose long, fair legs shimmered enticingly. Another man, exuding an air of arrogance, looked down on them with a haughty demeanor. Hey, old Su, with such a beautiful daughter, why not use her to settle your debts? I assure you, as long as she serves me well, you can gamble however you like. And those debts you owe, consider them wiped clean. What do you say, old Su? Will you agree? As he spoke, he kicked the frail old Su, knocking him to the ground. You must be dreaming, Su Dad retorted defiantly, unwilling to surrender his daughter to this scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxiao's parents rushed to help Su Dad up, saying, is it really necessary to resort to violence over a mere debt? Using your daughter to pay off debts? Let me tell you, gambling debts are illegal. They are not protected by the law. We owe you nothing. Oh, still putting up a fight, are we? Let me tell you, debts are debts and gambling debts must be repaid. The bald man boasted, if it weren't for your stunning daughter, I wouldn't even consider letting go of those millions in debts. Hand her over, and let her serve me well. We'll call it even. You're full of it. I owe you only 5,000. Just yesterday it was over 100,000, and now it's magically millions, Su Dad growled. You unreasonable? I'll take you to court. I've already paid you 5,000. You want TC a cent more. Old Su, are you sure you want to repay the debt? No, I want to. I don't owe you anything. Are you certain you want to repay? Absolutely certain. Oh, so you're denying the debt now. Fine, I'll take my leave. I don't want the money anymore. I'll just take these 2 girls with me. The bald man declared, someone, keep these old fools in check. You 3, get those girls into the van. It's time for you to learn the consequences of your refusal to pay. You dare, if you lay a finger on my daughter, I will fight you. Just as the words left Su Dad's mouth, he and Lu Xiaoxiao's parents were pinned to the ground by 4 ruffians, unable to move. The remaining 4 thugs, all with the appearance of miscreants, were salivating, their eyes lecherously fixed on Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao, their hands reaching out toward them. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoga felt a mix of irritation and disbelief. Do they really think I'm invisible? What a joke. They want to take someone else's girl without even considering what her man thinks. Lu Xiaoxiao and Su He clung tightly to Zhu Xiaoga's arm, unwilling to let go. It was only then that the 4 lecherous thugs noticed Zhu Xiaoga's presence, their previous interest fading, replaced by annoyance. The leader of the thugs pointed a finger at Zhu Xiaoga's nose, brazenly declaring, who do you think you are, little brat? Get lost. With that, he swung a slap at Zhu Xiaoga's left cheek. Little beauties, I'm coming. Once I get rid of this brat, these 2 lovely ladies will be ours to enjoy. He laughed. Ah, what a beautiful night, perfect for unlocking new pleasures. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a glimmer of cold light appeared, causing everyone present to momentarily freeze in astonishment, the cold gleam of a blade. Zhu Xiaoga drew a sword from his spatial wristwatch, a radiant flash, like a river of autumn water. It sliced through the air with ease. Before the blade even arrived, its chilling light had already made its presence known. And then with a swift motion, Zhu Xiaoga sheathed it once more. You little brat, damn it. You think a knife can intimidate me? I'm going to make sure you don't leave here alive. The leader of the thugs slapped Zhu Xiaoga across the face. Wait, that's not right. I clearly hit him. How could he still slap me? Zhu Xiaoga was taken aback, pondering where his strike had landed if it hadn't been on the thug. After delivering the slap, the leader seized Zhu Xiaoga by the collar and began to rain down blows upon him. Just as he attempted to grab Zhu Xiaoga again, he felt his hand grow unresponsive, followed by a searing pain surging from his right wrist. Looking down, he was horrified to see a severed hand lying on the ground, blood oozing from the cleanly cut wrist. The remaining thugs hastily pulled their injured companion back, while the four thugs restraining Su Dad and Lu Xiaoxiao's parents drew out knives, pressing them to their throats, especially Su Dad, who had two blades aimed directly at him, confronting Zhu Xiaoji in the wake of a recent terrorist attack in Yuanhai City. All factories, shops, and schools were closed, and most people were hiding at home. The city's most luxurious hotel, revered Yuanhai, was situated in the outskirts, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a secluded road. There wasn't a single household within a 10-mile radius. With the government imposing martial law and closing roads, the streets were eerily deserted. After what felt like an eternity, the bleeding thug finally managed to stop the flow of blood, but succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. Su-hee, did you see? Even those in the underworld need to understand basic knowledge. Look at him. He doesn't even know how to stop bleeding. He lets himself be stabbed and faints immediately. They not thugs. They're just a bunch of fools, Zhu Xiaoga remarked, glancing back to see Su-hee and Lu Xiaoxiao, their faces tense, fixated on their parents, as if they hadn't heard a word he said. Xiaoga, you have experience in these matters. Please, save my dad. I beg you. Su-hee pleaded, her chest pressing against Zhu Xiaoga's arm, igniting a warmth within him. When did I ever have experience? I just saved a few thousand students yesterday. That was my first time, hardly qualifies as seasoned. Zhu Xiaoga nodded in agreement. Xiaoga, I command you to rescue my parents and Su Dad. If you don't, I'll never speak to you again. Lu Xiaoxiao declared with a regal air, you have full authority over this matter. If you can successfully save my parents and Su Dad, I will marry you. Zhu Xiaoga was speechless. It was typically the one in need of rescue who pleaded for help, not the other way around. Lu Xiaoxiao truly believed herself a queen. With such a commanding presence, marrying a woman like her would mean enduring daily trials. Hee, don't worry about me. I've promised to marry this kid. Let us hurry. My life is worthless. I cannot delay my daughter's future. Su Dad proclaimed with righteous indignation. Yes, Xiao. I consent to your marriage as well. Our household registration and savings are in the bedside drawer. Live well, Lu Dad exclaimed, blood trickling down his neck from the knife pressed against it. Understood, father-in-law. Zhu Xiaoga replied, determined not to let his future in-laws perish. I will do everything in my power to rescue them. Now, everyone, shut your mouths. The bald man shouted at Su Dad and Lu Dad. You old fools would rather push your daughters onto others than let me benefit. What audacity! As he spoke, the bald man drew a dagger and aimed a stab at Su Ba's abdomen. Wait! Zhu Xiaoga urgently called out. The blade halted just 2 centimeters from Su Ba's belly. What is it, young man? Do you have something to say? The bald man said with keen interest, the dagger scraping against Su Ba's face. Threatening to mar it with a mere flick of force, Su-hee gasped in shock, while Su Ba tilted his head back, his legs trembling and his body shaking. The world around them was bustling. All driven by the pursuit of profit, as the saying goes, money can make the devil push the millstone. Those who roam the streets do so primarily for wealth. Brother, set a price. How much? Zhu Xiaoga knew this group of ruffians well. Their lives revolved around money. Without it, what loyalty could they speak of? The notion of loyalty was rendered meaningless without the backing of wealth. This brother is astute. Much sharper than these 3 old geezers. The bald man said with amusement, twirling the dagger in his hand before sheathing it and stowing it away. But you have harmed my brother, causing him to lose a hand. That is not something that money can easily replace. He has dependents, an entire family relying on this one breadwinner. So, my friend, how much will you compensate for his permanent disability? A flat rate, 10 million for the hand. Zhu Xiaoga did not haggle and casually stated a figure. Fine, as long as you bring the money, we can consider my brother's matter settled. The bald man chuckled, mocking the idea that this young brat could possibly muster 10 million. It was clear he did not believe Zhu Xiaoga could come up with such a sum. Having agreed on a price, Zhu Xiaoga directly produced a bank card containing over 10 million from his northwest space, feigning its retrieval from his pocket, and tossed it to the bald man. This is 10 million. The password is 6/8. Let this matter conclude here. Release the captives. Chapter 38. Genuine emotions overflow. Excess is as harmful as deficiency. Zhu Xiaoga tossed the card, which rolled on the ground before the bald man bent down to pick it up. Scrutinizing it closely, He instructed his subordinates to verify the balance, and indeed, the card held over 10 million yuan. The bald man was taken aback. Today was fortuitous, having encountered a foolish benefactor with deep pockets. His heart swelled with delight, for he knew that the principle was to exploit the wealthy rather than the impoverished. Observing this young man, it was evident he was a Na'vi rich second generation with more money than sense. It was clear he had his eyes on the daughters of Su Laotu and Lu Laotu. One was as cold as ice, possessing a graceful figure and an air of haughty arrogance. Embodying a queen-like presence that compelled admiration, the other was fiery and lively, exuding innocence and directness, especially with her ample bosom. The thought of charming two women of such contrasting temperaments excited the bald man. Yet, in this era of monogamy, to aspire to be both Su Laotu and Lu Laotu's son-in-law, while simultaneously courting two willing women, implied that the man must possess extraordinary financial means, willing to lavishly spend. Particularly with Su Laotu, who cherished his daughter as his most prized possession, never allowing even a glance at her suitors, let alone permitting her to be a mistress to another. Damn it, how despicable. Su Laotu would rather let his daughter become another's mistress than grant me the honor of marrying her. Truly a family of lowly creatures. This man was undoubtedly not of ordinary stock. However, the bald man pondered why this fellow seemed increasingly familiar, though he could not recall where they had crossed paths. It vexed him greatly. How dare this bumpkin thwart his grand scheme, in his frantic attempts to evade his debts? Su Laotu even concealed his daughter. He had stationed his men near Su Laotu's residence for quite some time, but to no avail. Today, however, he had cornered both father and daughter, as long as this old man remained in debt to him. He could take the daughter away, bringing her home to enjoy as a wife. The thought of possessing such a beautiful and delicate woman ignited a fire in the bald man's belly. Yet, just as he plotted his clever scheme, an unforeseen complication arose, disrupting his well-laid plans. Such a pity. However, given this fellow was willing to repay Su Laotu's debts and appeared to have ample funds, why not seize the opportunity to extract a hefty sum? He would bleed him dry, making it clear that he, the bald man, was not to be trifled with. With his scheme in mind, the bald man donned a rogue's demeanor. Raising an eyebrow and fixing his gaze on Zhu Xiaoga, speaking with a blend of insolence and calculated authority. You injured my brother's hand, so consider this 10 million as a settlement for medical expenses and emotional distress. But do not expect me to release them without further negotiation. Su Laotu owes me over 50 million. If you help him repay his debts, I will hand over all three. If not, then you must surrender their daughter to serve me and my brothers. And I will, of course, allow them to leave. The bald man threatened, openly attempting to ensnare Zhu Xiaoga. It was evident that he understood Zhu Xiaoga harbored intentions of marrying the daughters of the two elderly men. To pursue such a union, he needed to impress the parents. Given the present circumstances, with both the family and their daughters present, should he inflict harm upon the parents, or ignore their existence, what hope would there be for a marriage? Even if the union were to occur, would their hearts align? The bond forged over decades of nurturing could not simply be disregarded. Even a minor injury to the parents would incite the wrath of their daughters. You foolish boy! You can't do anything right. Even if they married, the atmosphere would be fraught with resentment, leading to a discordant household, an outcome no one wished for. Having unraveled this intricate dilemma, the bald man smiled to himself. Today, this wealthy fool was in his grasp. Su Ba, how much do you owe him? Su Ba was pinned to the ground, a dagger glimmering ominously against his throat. A total of 2,000. Su Ba strained to speak, believing that if he could negotiate, his future son-in-law might still offer some funds for his rescue, for no one wished for death when life offered even a semblance of hope. You owe me 50 million, the bald man declared, clearly uninterested in lengthy discussions. Either pay up or surrender your daughter. The bald man waved his hand dismissively at Zhu Xiaoga, gauging whether he was indeed a foolish benefactor willing to pay Su Laotu's debt. With that, he pressed the daggers back against Su Laotu's neck, drawing 2 swift strokes, causing Su Laotu to wail in fear. It was evident that the bald man's subordinates were skilled in such intimidation tactics. Well versed in the art of threats, the cold blade's touch was chilling yet non-lethal. The moment it brushed against the skin, any resistance would cease, leaving one tense and fearful. Who would not feel anxious when faced with life and death? Xiao Gu, I don't want to serve him, nor do I wish for my father to be harmed. Please, Xiao Gu, save my father. Su He, witnessing her father's life hanging by a thread, collapsed to the ground. Clutching Zhu Xiaoga's pant leg, pleading desperately for help. Seeing her parents threatened and pinned down, Lu Xiaoxiao gripped Zhu Xiaoga's hand tightly, her palms slick with perspiration. Just take care of my daughter. Do not worry about me. Su Ba shouted with the last of his strength, desperate to protect his child. What parent does not wish for their daughter to lead a good life, marrying a decent man and living in peace? 50 million was an immense sum. Surely, in Huaxia, no one could produce such a sum in one breath, a fortune beyond what he could earn in several lifetimes. With such wealth, his daughter could live a secure life, focusing on family and children. Rather than use 50 million to save him, it would be better for this child to invest that money in caring for his daughter. If his life were worth 50 million, then he could consider his existence fulfilled. Su Ba thought no further. If he perished, these gangsters would not find his daughter, nor would they target the Lu family. In a moment of resolve, he tilted his neck toward the blade. Ready to end it. Stop! Stop! Zhu Xiaoga cried out urgently, bewildered by the old man's stubbornness, valuing money over life. If this can be resolved with cash, why risk your life? When it comes to money, Zhu Xiaoga might very well be the wealthiest individual in the world. The Northwest Chamber is brimming with mountains of cash, accompanied by 50 or 60 cash transport vehicles. For any issue that can be resolved with money, there is nothing that Zhu Xiaoga cannot handle. He retrieved a bank card containing 100 million from the Northwest Chamber and tossed it onto Bald Brother's forehead. This is 100 million. Release the person immediately and get lost. Otherwise, I will call the police. From this day forth, the Su family and the Lu family have nothing to do with you. Do you hear me? Get lost, to be frank. No one had anticipated that this child-sized student would produce such a sum of money. Upon hearing this, Bald Brother burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around his underling's neck, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? This little brat just offered 100 million. Ha ha ha." Whether it was genuine or not, Bald Brother was convinced that this kid was a fool. Initially, he had to pay compensation, and this idiot casually offered 10 million. When he had led his gang through life-threatening struggles to seize territory, he had never thought money was so easily acquired. For a broken arm or a leg, the maximum compensation was only 100,000. Yet this fool casually extended 10 million. What a prodigal! And now he was demanding 50 million for the ransom. While he was concerned if the kid could even produce the money, yet the fool had so readily offered 100 million, appearing utterly nonchalant about it. My heavens, when did money become so worthless? Or perhaps this guy had robbed a bank and was swimming in cash. Check if there's really 100 million in this card, and if it's in soft currency. We want to accept yen or Vietnamese dong. Bald Brother instructed as he handed the bank card to one of his subordinates. Upon careful inspection, they found that the card indeed contained 100 million, leaving them utterly stunned and elated. Honey, Suhi gazed at Zhu Xiaoga with deep gratitude. Apart from her father, no one had ever treated her so well now. As her father faced peril, she felt utterly helpless, forced to witness him being bullied. Either she had to pay or offer herself up, but lacking money, she could only resort to her own body, which, as a woman, was an unimaginable proposition. Caught in a dilemma, with her father who had raised her on one side and her own future on the other, a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences or lifelong regret. How was she to choose? Naturally, she wished to choose neither. She did not want to lose either her father or her future. Yet this choice constrained her tightly, compelling her to decide. The moment she saw her father contemplating suicide, her heart filled with bitterness over her powerlessness. Honey, thank you. Suhi expressed her gratitude, her eyes brimming with emotion as she leaned closer to Zhu Xiaoga. In her heart, she had already accepted that Zhu Xiaoga was her man. You are my wife. It is only right. Zhu Xiaoga replied with a calm demeanor, considering the money merely a trivial matter. If it wasn't enough, he would provide more. Rest assured, I will rescue Dad, Uncle Lu, and Aunt Lu. Yes, I believe in you. The thought that he would do anything for her filled Suhi's heart with sweetness. Hearing Zhu Xiaoga's response, her gaze towards him became increasingly affectionate. Lu Xiaoxiao observed the two, feeling a pang of discomfort but saying nothing, her focus shifting more seriously to her parents, though her expression grew increasingly dazed. What am I really thinking? Lu Xiaoxiao pondered, a hint of worry creeping in, though she couldn't quite pinpoint the cause of her concern. All right, kid. Quite affluent you are. Today, we will let you off, and should the mountains not turn, the waters will flow. We shall meet again. Clearly, Bald Brother had not anticipated that Zhu Xiaoga could produce such a substantial sum, nor was he thinking about enjoying two beauties that night. What a disappointment. With so much money, what could he possibly be concerned about, especially regarding two women? He could find a dozen or 20 tonight. Truly, today was an odd turn of events. Bald Brother, gazing at the two stunning beauties within arm's reach yet out of reach, felt a surge of illicit desire. Let us go. After verifying the details, Bald Brother immediately released Su's dad, Lu's dad, and Lu's mom, leading his gang away from the scene. Striding confidently, without a backward glance, the three elders, having been suppressed for so long, were momentarily incapacitated, struggling to rise from the ground. Dad. Suhi rushed to her father, embracing him as tears streamed down her face. I'm such an unfilial daughter. Ive made you suffer. In a moment of profound emotion, their worries peaked, and they sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Mom and Dad, are you all right? Suhi asked, helping her parents up with concern. Moments ago, the three had been pinned down by the gang, with a knife gliding ominously against Lu's dad's neck, leaving behind red marks in some places. Blood had even flowed, staining the collar of his white shirt. Lu Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth in frustration, glaring at Zhu Xiaoga. Understanding her fury, Zhu Xiaoga swiftly notified Jarvis through his earpiece to track down the gang's movements via surveillance, preparing to settle the score later. Regrettably, I create a real-life version of the white-haired girl. This is something that Su Ba wishes to avoid. Thus, in haste, he sends his daughter to Lao Lu's home. Lao Lu and Su Ba have been inseparable since childhood, growing up as brothers, and he also has a daughter, which makes Su Ba feel at ease, prompting him to quickly hide away. Little did he know that Lao Lu's daughter is a lesbian. Seizing this opportunity to engage in a romantic relationship with Su He, this unforeseen circumstance was beyond Su Ba's imagination. Had he known, he would never have cast his daughter into the fiery pit of the Lu household. Ultimately, a terrorist attack occurs at the new First Middle School in Yuanhai City, where Lao Lu witnesses Zhu Xiaoga wielding a sword and committing murder in vengeance for his daughter. Initially, Su Ba planned to wait until Zhu Xiaoga avenged his daughter before bringing her body back to the ancestral grave. Thanking Zhu Xiaoga for the retribution, and then returning to his hometown to hang himself from a beam, believing he would have no regrets in this life, he thought it better to descend and reunite with his wife and daughter than to waste time in this world. However, when searching for his daughter's body at the funeral home, he scoured the premises multiple times but could not find her. In desperation, Su Ba returned to Yuanhai City's new First Middle School, only to be informed that the area was under martial law and no one was allowed within a 10-kilometer radius. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed bombers flying over the school, which was soon engulfed in flames. Well, this is just splendid. His daughter is now irretrievable, living without a trace, dead without a body. How could he face his deceased wife? He felt utterly defeated in life, unable to accomplish anything. Just a few short years after promising his wife to take good care of their daughter and ensure she faced no hardship, calamity had befallen her, leaving him bereft. He had initially thought to bring his daughter's body home, but now, not even ashes remained. What face could he possibly show to his long-departed wife? In his despair, Su Ba disregarded any thoughts of repaying his high-interest debts. With his daughter gone, what was the point? He purchased several cases of alcohol, drowning his sorrows from dusk until midnight. As he drank, he eventually fell asleep at the table, only to awaken to the shocking sight of his daughter returning. The father and daughter embraced, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with helplessness and heartache. Su Ba turned to glance at Zhu Xiaoga and then at his daughter, Su He, in his arms. Despite Zhu Xiaoga having saved Su He and having recently offered a staggering sum of over 100 million to save both his family and Lao Lu's, Su Ba's heart was filled with resentment. The precious daughter he had nurtured with great care was now being claimed by this young rascal. His heart was conflicted, particularly as this young man had also courted Lao Lu's daughter, along with several others. Damn it, Suba thought. How could one person have the audacity to court 5 women? This was the makings of an emperor. Fortunately, this young man showed some conscience, willing to spend money and treat Suba's daughter well. He was even dutiful to his own parents. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoga was a decent choice after all. As a public figure, Zhu Xiaoga was unlikely to engage in any outrageous behavior. It was not uncommon for a man to have multiple wives. Observing his daughter's demeanor earlier, she appeared quite taken with him. Although not conventionally handsome, he had a certain charm, was tall, wealthy, and possessed good moral character. Readily assisting his father-in-law in times of need, Suba's admiration for him grew. How could he find such a good son-in-law? Let him be a bit of a flirt. His flaws were overshadowed by his virtues. At the very least, He wouldn't have to endure the same fears and anxieties he faced. Living a life of relative security, a life lived in peace, was worth more than anything. Suba thumped Zhu Xiaoga on the chest, gritting his teeth. Good lad, you're quite sturdy. Not at all, Zhu Xiaoga responded bashfully. From now on, treat my daughter well, or else I'll make you pay. Suba threatened fiercely, still harboring grievances from the previous night. Remember that? Yes, yes, Zhu Xiaoga replied. You're the rascal, aren't you? Lao Lu's large hand firmly gripped Zhu Xiaoga's shoulder. Why aren't you helping your in-laws lying on the ground? It was evident that Lao Lu and his wife had accepted Zhu Xiaoga. They were gentle and indecisive by nature, kind-hearted, and had doted on their daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao. Whatever Lu Xiaoxiao desired would be granted by her parents. Initially, they had come to confront Zhu Xiaoga, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed, pressed down by thugs who threatened their lives. Overwhelmed by fear, having never encountered such a scene in their long lives, they found themselves drenched in cold sweat, their minds blank. With no other option, they turned to Zhu Xiaoga, hoping that even if he couldn't save them, he would ensure their daughter was well cared for. However, Zhu Xiaoga was too formidable and wealthy. Completely acquiescing to the demands of these desperate men, without hesitation, he produced the exorbitant sum of 11 million. Good heavens! At this point, not sending their daughter away was no longer an option. Such a fortune was beyond their family's capacity to earn in 8 lifetimes. Damn it, if only this young man would marry just his daughter. He was perfect in every way. Tall, not overweight, dutiful to his parents, and willing to go to any lengths to rescue his in-laws. A son-in-law like this was nearly impossible to find. Eventually, Lao Lu resigned himself, accepting Zhu Xiaoga. Seeing your in-laws on the ground, aren't you going to help them? Lao Lu feigned anger, though jealousy brewed within him. You old Su, how is it that you get all the good fortune? First, a beautiful daughter, and now this fine son-in-law, who has whisked your daughter away. With such luck, one would think you'd win the lottery. Daughter, I've cared for you, raised you plump and clean, and yet you run off to evade debt, leaving us to bear the consequences. You only appear when there is something to gain. Lao Lu looked disdainfully at Suba, who was spouting nonsense. Let me tell you, son-in-law, Suba's daughter is nothing special. When she lived with us, she was particularly mischievous and picky about food. She wouldn't eat unless it was a feast. Unlike our Lu Xiaoxiao, who is both beautiful and virtuous, and can cook splendidly, if you're not satisfied, perhaps you should divorce his daughter and marry ours. He then took Zhu Xiaoga's arm, leading him toward the hotel, resolutely refusing to give Suba a chance to explain. Lu Xiaoxiao, witnessing her father so shamelessly bartering her away like a cabbage, was infuriated. How could a father act in such a manner? Her face flushed with anger as she stomped her feet. Dad, even the queen can feel shy, Zhu Xiaoga thought, amused by Lu Xiaoxiao's adorably angry expression. Who would have thought you'd have this day? Hey, Lao Lu, what do you mean by that? Suba retorted, struggling to articulate. My daughter is a rare beauty, far surpassing yours. Don't go. Hear me out. Thus, the group of 6, amidst bickering and arguing, returned to the hotel. Master, we have located the base of the gang through the city's traffic surveillance system and are monitoring it closely, Jarvis reported to Zhu Xiaoga through his earpiece. In recent years, Yuanhai City had significantly upgraded its traffic surveillance system, with cameras dotting every street, leaving no blind spots. Once Jarvis infiltrated the city's traffic monitoring system, there would be nowhere for anyone to hide. Very well. Maintain close observation and prepare a detailed report for me. I intend to recover that 11 million, doubled. It was clear that Zhu Xiaoge was not the fool that the bald-headed man had presumed him to be. You seek to extort money from me? Well, I expect my funds to be returned in full, Zhu Xiaoge commanded Jarvis. Master, the bank account has been frozen, Jarvis confirmed. Excellent, you're dismissed for now. Investigate the movements of that gang and prepare a report. Don't forget, Zhu Xiaoge reiterated. He truly questioned whether Jarvis was genuinely an artificial intelligence. If he hadn't instructed Jarvis to prepare a report, would he have simply rested without doing anything? Zhu Xiaoge was indeed deeply concerned, for this fellow had committed numerous foolish acts in the past. For instance, sending a video of little tadpoles searching for their mother to Sister Liya. As Zhu Xiaoge entered the private room, he noticed Hou Yuding seated beside two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Clearly her parents, dressed impeccably, they sat upright and composed. Next to Zhang Dongyu was a middle-aged woman whose demeanor echoed that of Zhang Dongyu. She was of similar height, with strands of silver hair and a slightly sallow complexion, suggesting a life of hard labor and fatigue. Upon entering, she fixed a fierce gaze upon him. Her eyes reddened from tears. As Zhang Dongyu came from a single-parent household. This woman was undoubtedly her mother. Come in, make yourselves comfortable. I have reserved this room for today, Zhu Xiaoge announced. Like ordinary individuals, Su Dad, Lu Dad, and Lu Mom had never visited such an upscale establishment. Su Dad gazed in awe at the opulent decor of the room, exclaiming, "Good heavens! The grandeur surpasses even that of the forbidden city I saw on television." The atmosphere was both lavish and overwhelming, leaving the three at the entrance momentarily paralyzed, as smoke swirled around their ankles, and the intricate carvings resembled a scene from a celestial realm, truly spectacular and awe-inspiring. Mom, Dad, Uncle, let us go inside. Lu Xiaoxiao gently guided her parents into the room, where they took their designated seats. Zhu Xiaoge sat at the central position of the table, facing the door, flanked by his parents. Zhu Jiangwo and Yuwenj, his sister Xiaoqing, Zhu Hongxiao and her parents, Lu Xiaoxiao and her parents, Su He and her father, Hou Yuding and her parents, and Zhang Dongyu with her mother, with Zhang Dongyu sitting closely to Zhu Xiaoge's left. With everyone gathered, a total of 17 individuals were present, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. On September 11, Chapter 40. Baseless accusations, a threat to your life. As the gathering commenced, Zhu Xiaoge sat upright, maintaining composure amidst the uncertainty that loomed within him. 13 of the attendees were victims in this intricate web of relationships. Although Su Dad, Lu Mom, and Zhu Hongxiao's parents had expressed their acceptance of him, this fragile equilibrium was merely temporary. Zhu Xiaoge understood that only through persistent efforts in the future could he solidify this situation permanently. Certainly, he was far beyond ordinary in many respects, economically and emotionally capable of fulfilling his responsibilities towards these 5 families. But the pressing concern lay with the relationship dynamics between Zhang Dongyu's mother, Hou Yuding's parents, and the harmony among these families. A misstep in handling these matters could lead to chaos. Fortunately, the issue of familial harmony would be addressed later. For now, it was imperative to establish a positive initial impression with Zhang Dongyu's mother and Hou Yuding's parents. A favorable first impression could lay a solid foundation for future interactions. Regardless, it was essential that Zhu Xiaoge and the mothers did not clash upon their first meeting. Thus, it was crucial for this situation to be resolved impeccably today, with Zhu Xiaoge taking the lead. Now that everyone is here, allow me to introduce myself and the others, so you will recognize each other in the future. Zhu Xiaoge remained seated, adhering to the principles of psychology he had studied. It was advisable not to stand out in this moment, to avoid becoming the center of attention. This is my mother, Yuwenj, my father, Zhu Jiangwo, my sister, Xiaoqing, Zhu Hongxiao, and her parents, Lu Xiaoxiao, and her parents, Su He, and her parents, Hou Yuding, and her parents, Zhang Dongyu, and her mother. Zhu Xiaoge introduced everyone at the table in one breath, missing not a single individual, although he was unsure of some of the parents' names. It was trivial and could be gracefully replaced by their daughter's surnames. Zhu Xiaoga deftly navigated the potential faux pas, successfully averting an awkward situation. However, the harmonious atmosphere he had cultivated was abruptly shattered by a sharp rebuke from Hou Yuding's father. "You despicable creature! You have defiled my daughter. I will take your life today." The once composed demeanor of Hou Yuding's father turned increasingly agitated. Zhu Xiaoga was about to offer words of placation to quell his anger when, without warning, Hou Yuding's father produced a cleaver from his coat and swung it towards Zhu Xiaoga's neck, catching everyone off guard. Though he could have easily evaded such a slow strike, Zhu Xiaoga felt an unsettling disconnection from his own body. Suddenly, everything spun violently, and he found himself in a strange mental space. He could even hear his sister's cries. A dark, towering structure materialized before him, emblazoned with blinding words. "Congratulations! The Doomsday lottery system has been activated." The messages flashed incessantly, but in that moment, all Zhu Xiaoga could muster was a furious exclamation. What the hell? Outside, the blade was still descending upon him. At that moment, his consciousness was seized, as if to hasten his demise. The blade met flesh, and a gaping wound appeared on Zhu Xiaoga's neck. Blood erupted forth, splattering several meters away. The blade severed his carotid artery and trachea, leaving his once robust neck precariously attached by a fragile spine. Even his spinal fluid began to seep forth, a testament to the grave injury he had sustained. In the next instant, Zhu Xiaoga collapsed from his chair. Gasps of horror filled the room. Xiaogu, Yu Wenj, witnessing her son's calamity, was drenched in arterial blood and, overwhelmed by shock and emotion, fainted. Zhu Dad and Zhu Mom quickly shielded their daughter Zhu Hongxiao's eyes. Zhang Dongyu and her mother were momentarily frozen. Unable to react, Lu Dad lunged to restrain Hou Yuding's father, sinking his teeth into his arm, while Su Dad tightened his grip around the man's neck from behind. "Damn you!" Zhu Jiangwo, upon realizing his son had perished and his wife had fainted, seized a wine bottle from the table and smashed it against the surface before thrusting it into Hou Dad's abdomen. "You have brought ruin upon my family. I will take yours in return." Zhu Jiangwo forcefully twisted the bottle, and the contents of Hou Dad's organs spilled forth in a grotesque display. In a frenzy, Zhu Jiangwo continued his assault until, at last, Hou Dad lay lifeless on the ground. A pool of blood surrounding him, barely drawing breath. "You dared to kill my son. I will annihilate your entire family." Zhu Jiangwo, panting heavily, approached Hou Yuding and her mother, menacingly. "No. Don't come any closer." Hou Yuding's mother trembled, clutching her daughter tightly, retreating in fear. "Although my son has erred, he has never shirked his responsibilities. He invited you here to resolve this matter. He will take responsibility for everything. Marry your daughter and care for her. And now, you have killed my son. What am I to do?" Zhu Jiangwo advanced slowly, an embodiment of wrath, clearly intent on exacting vengeance, even if it meant sacrificing everything. As he stepped over the motionless form of Hou Dad, he coldly declared, "Enough, just let it go. Taking a life demands a life in return. The culprit is already dead. Why bring ruin upon your family?" Su Dad urged, though grief weighed heavily upon him for his son-in-law's untimely demise. "I don't care," Zhu Jiangwo persisted, drawing nearer, the jagged edge of the wine bottle poised dangerously against Hou Yuding's mother's throat. "Stay back." Hou Yuding, nestled in her mother's embrace, pushed Zhu Jiangwo away, defiantly declaring, "I carry Zhu Xiaoga's child. If you dare harm my mother, I will terminate the pregnancy." Threatening with the unborn child was a bold move, and Zhu Jiangwo felt a chill run through him. The reality of his son's death sank in. At his age, he lacked the vigor to father another child, and thus the hope of a grandchild became paramount. Yet, the uncertainty loomed. Zhu Xiaoga had entangled himself with 5 women in such a brief time. Would any of them bear his child? Zhu Jiangwo's gaze shifted to Zhang Dongyu, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes. "I have my period today." Zhang Dongyu shook her head. Disappointment washed over Zhu Jiangwo as he turned to the others. "I and Su-He have not had our periods either and did not take contraceptives," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, aware that the outcome of her relationship with Su-He hinged upon this child. "Thus, at that time, my parents insisted that I take contraceptive pills, but I bore the burden and refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, Suhi returned home directly, her family so impoverished that they could not even afford the cost of contraceptive pills. And naturally, they were never purchased. Zhu Jianjun glanced at Zhu Hongxiao, feeling somewhat reassured, yet still uncertain. I took them, Zhu Hongxiao replied, lowering her head. Upon receiving the answer, Zhu Jianjun turned to Hou Yuding, whose stubborn gaze was fixed intently upon him. Please, Hou Yuding implored softly. Point 2 should suffice, right? Zhu Jianjun resolutely raised his hand, brandishing a bottle toward Hou Ma's neck. Should he strike, it would undoubtedly be a scene stained with blood. Ah, Mom. Wake up! Zhu Xiaoge was startled, quickly retrieving a vial of Wolverine serum and administering it to Yuwen's heart. After a few seconds of reaction, Yuwen slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Son, my son? Yes, Mom, Zhu Xiaoge responded. Son, I knew you couldn't bear to lose me. Stay here and wait for me. I thought I would never see you again. How pitiful for your father all alone, while our family of 4 can never be together again. Yuwen lamented, clutching Zhu Xiaoge tightly as she wept uncontrollably. Stop, stop, Mom. I'm not dead. Zhu Xiaoge shook Yuwen away, slapping her to bring her back to reality. It's okay. It's really okay. Xiaoge, you scared me to death. I thought we... Yuwen continued to caress Zhu Xiaoge's neck, confirming that his skin was as smooth and pristine as that of a newborn, instantly easing her heart. Xiaoge. So much has happened in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing Zhu Xiaoge revived, Zhu Jianjun suddenly felt drained of all vitality. The strength he had summoned for revenge dissipated entirely, causing him to faint. Damn, this is not how it's supposed to go. Zhu Xiaoge hurriedly produced another vial of Wolverine serum and administered it to Zhu Jianjun, hoping to rouse him quickly. With a single injection, Zhu Jianjun's complexion improved significantly. Zhu Xiaoge glanced at Hou Ba on the floor, letting out a sigh. Too impulsive. All of this was far too rash. Is there not a way to sit down and discuss matters? It's all for the sake of the children. Must it resort to knives and guns? The stench of blood assaulted Zhu Xiaoge's senses, causing nausea. Many in the private room had already vomited, yet they remained calm, refraining from spreading the chaos. Xiaoge, please. Hou Yuding knelt, clutching Zhu Xiaoge's arm. If you can save my father, I will marry you. Tears streamed down Hou Yuding's face as she pleaded. Indeed, as a woman lacking wealth and power, she had no choice but to wager her own body to solicit the affections of a man who had long held feelings for her. I will save your father. This matter is my responsibility, and I will see it through. Hou Yuding, I truly love you. But if your feelings are insincere, I will not force it. I do not wish for our relationship to be a transaction. A mere bargaining chip, Zhu Xiaoge conjured a vial of Wolverine serum from thin air. The azure fluid flowed steadily into Hou Yuding's father's heart. Though his internal organs were beyond repair, severely damaged from exposure to air, the Wolverine serum would suffice to regenerate them anew. Zhu Xiaoge stored Hou Yuding's father's organs in a spatial pocket, awaiting his revival. In truth, Hou Yuding was not the innocent maiden she appeared to be. She had previously had 7 boyfriends before Zhu Xiaoge, yet her body remained untouched in her past life. It was unclear which scoundrel had led her to equate materialism with love, and even when she eventually reclaimed her conscience through genuine affection, the outcome for Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding became a tragic sacrifice in the awakening of her moral sensibility. After parting ways with Zhu Xiaoge, Hou Yuding found another boyfriend, though he was inferior in every aspect to Zhu Xiaoge. Nevertheless, her feelings for him were genuine. In both their past and present lives, their hearts resonated as one. Zhu Xiaoge sighed inwardly, shaking his head at Hou Yuding. Once your father awakens, take your parents and leave. After speaking, Zhu Xiaoge produced a bank card and handed it to Hou Yuding's mother. Auntie, this is 100 million yuan, meant as compensation for you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xiao Xiao, Suhi. Dongyu, Hongxiao, we shall depart. Furthermore, if you find yourself carrying my child, please do not terminate the pregnancy. I will take responsibility. Zhu Xiaoge concluded, clearly having overheard the conversation between Zhu Jiangwo and Hou Yuding. Xiaoge, are we really leaving just like this? Zhu Jianjun inquired, revealing a trace of lingering resentment and a desire for revenge against the Hou family. When will grievances end? Moreover, I was the one at fault first. We are unscathed, and you just released your pent-up frustration by stabbing him. If we do not leave, what more do you seek? Zhu Xiaoge retorted. Fine. A step back leads to a broader horizon. Let us go. Su Ba and Zhang Ba echoed in agreement. Subsequently, Zhu Xiaoge led his newly awakened parents and the others out of the private room. Before departing, Zhu Xiaoge compensated for all losses incurred in the room and settled the bill, totaling over 20 million yuan, causing him a pang of regret. However, he had not eaten a single bite of the meal, which felt like a shame. An entire table of dishes untouched, save for a few sips of water. How disheartening! Oh well, a meal is a meal, regardless of where it is consumed. It is getting late. Running around will soon turn into dinner. Let us eat here, waiter, said another table, following the same menu as the previous private room. Zhu Xiaoge instructed the front desk staff. Soon, a new table was prepared one level below the previous private room. The ambience was refreshing and elegant, with white walls and black floors, ebony tables and chairs, retro-style doors and windows, adorned with green bamboo, devoid of any unnecessary decorations. Clearly, the hotel had arranged this private room to prevent a recurrence of the earlier altercation. On September 12, Chapter 41, A Forceful Reaping.in Free Fall, Zhu Xiaoge resumed his seat directly facing the door, with his father Zhu Jianjun on his left, followed by his mother Yu Wenj, sister Xiaochun, Zhu Hongxiao and her parents, Lu Xiaoxiao and her parents, Su Ba and Su He, Zhang Dongyu and her mother. Only 3 seats remained empty. Those of Hou Yuding and her parents. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding's affair had reached an impasse. He glanced around. Now, Zhu Hongxiao, Su He, and Lu Xiaoxiao's families seemed to be on the same page, especially Su Ba and Lu Ma, whom he had just saved. After Zhu Jianjun was attacked, they had helped deal with Hou Yuding's father, solidifying their bond as a family that could not be broken. Lu Xiaoxiao and Su He were entangled in a same-sex relationship, unbeknownst to their parents. That could wait to be addressed later. When the time came, he would employ the same tactics as the First Citizen's Wrench to steer them back on course. The thought of the First Citizen's Wrench made Zhu Xiaoge somewhat speechless. A man disguised as a woman, appearing even more attractive than actual women. With his own extraordinary looks, he had managed to sway countless male compatriots. Perhaps he could imitate that, masquerading as a woman to win back Su He and Lu Xiaoxiao. The meal needed to be remade, which would naturally take considerable time. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Xiaoge glanced at Zhang Dongyu and exchanged a knowing look, signaling if he could speak with her mother. Zhang Dongyu nodded in agreement. She then rose, pulling her chair back slightly to provide Zhu Xiaoge a clearer view of her mother. Auntie, mother-in-law. Zhu Xiaoge called out to Zhang Dongyu's mother, who appeared lost in thought. Oh, Xiaoge, what is it? Zhang Ma inquired. Auntie, Dongyu and I share a bond as solid as gold. We have known each other since childhood, having been classmates since elementary school. You see, what do you think of us? Zhu Xiaoge tentatively suggested. In truth, among Su He, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Hongxiao, Zhang Dongyu, and Hou Yuding, he had known Zhang Dongyu and Su He the longest, having been classmates with them since the first year of middle school. And again with Su He in the first year of high school. From the onset, he had taken a keen interest in Zhang Dongyu, who was notorious for passing love letters. During those early stirrings of affection, she had indeed captured much attention. Conversely, Su He had merely been an ordinary classmate with whom he had little interaction. Had it not been for the unfolding events, there would have been no chance of any connection. As for Hou Yuding, he had met her in a tutoring class during the second year of middle school. They were classmates in high school, sharing a desk and a brief romance, which lasted no more than 6 months. Primarily limited to bus rides home and innocent touches. His relationship with Hou Yuding had been one of mutual exploitation. Zhu Hongxiao had been his group leader in the second year, tall and graceful. With a pleasant demeanor and striking features, Zhu Xiaoge had harbored secret affections for her on more than one occasion. During their senior year, she had borrowed books from him, lingering nearby as for Lu Xiaoxiao. Their connection was tenuous at best. However, he and Lu Xiaoxiao shared late-night bus rides home. They had embraced. This time, through the intertwining of consciousness, he had forged connections with individuals with whom he had previously had no outcome or intersection. Those with whom he had been fated but lacked the means to engage. Was this a consequence of his consciousness traversing back, or a responsibility he was destined to shoulder? Zhu Xiaoge was uncertain. Auntie, I do not insist on Zhang Dongyu marrying me, but I will take responsibility for what I have done, Zhu Xiaoge declared with unwavering determination. Fate sometimes grants what it will, at other times. It is futile to force it. When it is time to let go, one must indeed do so. If the path ahead is blocked, it is wise to turn back early, through the ordeal of Hou Yuding. Zhu Xiaoge has come to understand this truth. What is destined to be will be, and what is not, one should not covet. What is meant to be will manifest without force, and what is not meant for oneself ultimately remains unattainable. Zhu Xiaoge has grasped this concept fully, achieving enlightenment. Zhang Dongyu's mother, glancing at her daughter, realizes that as a mother, she ought to respect her daughter's opinions. Although she personally disagrees, she knows her daughter is infatuated and fears causing her distress. Zhang Dongyu, observing her mother's hesitant gaze, tightly clings to Zhu Xiaoge's arm, shaking her head in despair. Having just witnessed the true nature of Wang Wei, that scoundrel, she has found a man she can rely upon. Though he is somewhat unfaithful, at least he will not deceive her. She is unwilling to lose him, for her feelings run deep. Mother, what should I do if you oppose my happiness with him? Should I heed your wishes or his? But I know that without him, I cannot find happiness. I implore you to make a decision for your daughter's sake. I have expressed this to you before. Do not be overly concerned with societal judgment. Please consider what is truly best for your daughter. My happiness lies entirely in your hands. Flowers bloom and wither without regret. Fate comes and goes like water. Flowers will to bloom anew. Their flight brings sorrow. Sorrow blooms into tears, tears shatter into petals. Flowers dance and fall, weeping as they scatter. For whom do flowers bloom, and for whom do they wilt in sorrow? Dongyu, choose with your heart. If you are bullied and cannot endure, return. Your home will always be your sanctuary. Zhang Ma could not bear to continue reading. Ultimately, she defies her own instincts and makes a choice. Thank you, mother. Zhang Dongyu expresses her gratitude. My child, you have grown. You must make your own decisions. I cannot govern your life forever. Zhang Ma gently strokes Zhang Dongyu's hair. Every parent, regardless of circumstance, wishes for their daughter's happiness, whether as a mistress or a wife. As long as she is joyful, that is sufficient. Xiao Ge. I know my daughter has always been a romantic at heart. A little kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Zhang Ma advises Zhu Xiaoge. Remembered for a lifetime? Then Wang Wei, Zhang Dongyu's ex-boyfriend, must be dealt with swiftly. Zhu Xiaoge muses. This child has suffered enough since her father is passing. You must treat her well. Zhang Ma persistently urges Zhu Xiaoge. I understand, auntie. Zhu Xiaoge replies, I will care for her. I will share my food with her. Still calling me auntie? Zhang Ma retorts, clearly pleased with Zhu Xiaoge's previous response, and, for her daughter's sake, she accepts Zhu Xiaoge. Mother, Zhu Xiaoge says, blushing. Zhang Ma responds, Xiaoge, if you have a meal, share half with her. How much will my daughter eat? Su Ba teases, Dad, you're terrible. Su He blushes, lowering her head, and refuses to speak to him anymore. Yes, if you share half your meal, what will I eat? Lu Xiaoxiao joins in the jest. Indeed. How much will our daughter eat? The other parents chime in. That son of mine, once married, seems to forget his mother. Yu Wani remarks solemnly. What a pity. This son is unfilial. Zhu Jianjun adds, Brother, are you trying to starve us? Xiao Qin innocently asks. Woo woo woo. Zhu Xiaoge finds herself at a loss for words, even wanting to smile bitterly. At the entrance, a commotion ensues. I'm sorry, ladies, you cannot enter. You must in tea. The attendant at the door attempts to block the way, but the door to the private room bursts open. Zhu Xiaoge sees Hou Yuding standing disheveled at the entrance. Followed by her parents. It is unclear what Hou Yuding told her parents, as they stand behind her with their heads down, silent. Dad, aren't you going to say something? Hou Yuding demands, challenging her father. Upon seeing Hou Yuding's father, Zhu Jianjun's eyes instantly redden. He picks up a wine bottle from the table and aims to throw it at Hou's father, the scene of murder lingering in his mind. Yet, Zhu Xiaoge firmly restrains Zhu Jianjun's hand, signaling him to refrain. After all, this is his first love, and Zhu Xiaoge does not wish for such an ending. Hou's father hesitates for a moment, but continues to stand behind Ho Yuding. I apologize, dear guest. Please do not disturb our patrons. The restaurant manager, accompanied by security, approaches, preparing to forcibly escort Ho Yuding and her parents away. We are together. Just serve the food. Zhu Xiaoga gestures for the restaurant manager to leave. Hearing the benefactor speak, the manager hurriedly withdraws. Zhu Xiaoga stands up, walks to the entrance, and addresses Ho Yuding. What do you intend to do? Ho Yuding, you want to speak up, will you? Ignoring Zhu Xiaoga, Ho Yuding presses her father further. Well then, watch closely with that. She pulls a wallpaper knife from her handbag and swiftly slashes at her wrist. Self-harm. Zhu Xiaoga suddenly realizes. Back when they were together, she had wondered why Ho Yuding wore long sleeves in the summer, only later discovering the dozens of grotesque scars when she impulsively lifted Ho Yuding's shirt. At that time, she had not inquired, never considering such a situation could arise, resorting to self-harm to compel her parents to apologize. Inflicting pain upon herself, only Ho Yuding could do such a thing with one cut. Her pristine wrist blossoms with countless droplets of blood, yet she feels no pain. Ho Yuding opens her eyes to see Zhu Xiaoga gripping the blade of the wallpaper knife tightly, blood streaming from her hand. Ho Yuding screams. The tendon is severed. Zhu Xiaoga, enduring the pain, discards the knife, her palms swiftly healing. Although the Wolverine serum allows for rapid recovery, the pain is all too real. You are so ruthless, Ho Yuding. Zhu Xiaoga sweats profusely, beads of perspiration dripping from her brow. You scoundrel! Zhang Dongyu slaps Ho Yuding across the face, seething with anger. Seeing Zhu Xiaoga in agony, Zhang Dongyu's eyes redden, tears streaming down her cheeks. After enduring for a moment, Zhu Xiaoga feels her body improving. Mom, Dad, you two go back and sit down. Zhang Dongyu, I will handle this. You should return as well with that. Zhu Xiaoga pulls Ho Yuding away to the rooftop of the Jingyang Yuanhai restaurant. Pointing at Ho Yuding's nose, she declares, You enjoy self-harm, don't you? Very well, I will indulge you. With that, Zhu Xiaoga draws the cold light autumn water sword, slicing through Ho Yuding's sleeve, revealing numerous jagged scars of varying lengths. With two swift cuts, the skin is peeled back, exposing the underlying tissue and blood vessels of Ho Yuding's scarred arms. Ho Yuding suppresses her cries of pain, remaining silent. As a dose of Wolverine serum is injected. Her tissue cells rapidly regenerate, and the once scarred arms transform to pristine, smooth skin, the delicate wrists appearing as if draped in frost and snow. Exquisite. Thank you, husband. Ho Yuding's body weakens, collapsing into Zhu Xiaoga's embrace. Exuding an aura of elegance, breathless and glistening with sweat, her white attire soaked, revealing her alluring form. Yet, now is not the time for such distractions. Zhu Xiaoga deliberately overlooks the captivating scene and sternly states, You claim to wish for death? I will grant your wish. It is clear that Ho Yuding still fails to confront the reality of her self-harm. With that, Zhu Xiaoga retrieves two Iron Man suits from the northwest space, dresses Ho Yuding in them, and takes off into the sky as the earth shrinks beneath them, their destination locked on the moon. Zhu Xiaoga ascends to an altitude of over 25,000 meters. Looking down, the city of Yuanhai appears no larger than a matchstick. Ho Yuding, look into my eyes. The two gaze at one another through the small eye openings of the Iron Man helmets. You enjoy self-harm? Don't you? Zhu Xiaoga inquires. Yes. Then do you love me? I do. Can you promise not to harm yourself for my sake? Why should I? Ho Yuding retorts, If you do not promise, the one you love most will perish before your eyes. Zhu Xiaoga threatens. Standing atop the earth, they embrace one another. Do not force me. Ho Yuding replies defiantly, admitting to herself that she relishes the torment of self-harm, finding pleasure in that pain. It is an addictive sensation. Very well, do not regret this. Zhu Xiaoga confirms one last time. V.I.S. Initiate free fall. Halt the descent at 100 meters above ground and safely deliver her back. Understood. But what about you, master? J.I.V.S. queries. Zhu Xiaoga rips the arc reactor from his chest, embracing Ho Yuding as they begin their free fall. Accelerated by gravity, their descent grows increasingly rapid, plummeting straight downwards. Deprived of his power source, Zhu Xiaoga finds himself enveloped in darkness, seeing only a faint glimmer through the visorous eye holes. The incessant sound of the wind rushed past my ears, akin to someone whistling right next to me. Soon, the noise grew more urgent, for the earth beneath my feet was expanding rapidly. The distant city of Yuanhai transformed from the size of a match head to that of a peanut. Then a cup's rim, a fist, and finally a basin. In no time, I beheld the magnificent Great Wall of China, winding and stretching endlessly before me. September 13, Chapter 42. The Broken Mirror Reunited. Unexplained manipulation. Restore the arc reactor's energy system. Restoration failed. Reason for failure. Core reactor missing. Unable to restore active energy. The control panel on my face, displaying the Iron Man suit's chest core, illuminated with a red ring, an arrow indicating the loss of the arc reactor. What to do? Jarvis, think of something quickly. Ho Yuding pounded on the Iron Man suit she held, continuously calling for Zhu Xiaoga. Yet, the suit remained utterly unresponsive. The hollow, dark eye socket stared blankly at her. Through the light refracted by the armor, she could faintly see the black pupils within Zhu Xiaoga's white irises, unwavering and resolute, fixed upon her. Zhu Xiaoga, if you dare frighten me, I will kill you. Ho Yuding declared fiercely. Activate the backup energy and restore communication functions. Restoring, communication functions nearly restored. Restoration level at 80, 83. Jarvis mechanically responded. Clang, clang, clang. Zhu Xiaoga, I'm serious. Speak up. Ho Yuding desperately knocked on the helmet of the Iron Man suit. Yearning for a response, through the howling winds, she faintly heard Zhu Xiaoga shout, Are you convinced yet? He yelled directly into her ear. The sound transmitted through the helmet. Ho Yuding, I love you. Please don't hurt yourself anymore. Each cut you make on yourself pierces my heart. Your self-harm is a torment to my soul. Zhu Xiaoga shouted with all his might, hoping to sway her heart. What did you say? Louder. I can't hear you. The Iron Man suit plummeted rapidly, the force of gravity accelerating its descent to terrifying speeds. The howling wind drowned out Zhu Xiaoga's voice. No matter how loudly he cried, Ho Yuding could not hear him at all. Say it again, I can't hear you, she yelled through the suit's external speaker. Zhu Xiaoga heard her this time. The sound at over 120 decibels nearly deafened him. His ears buzzed, momentarily rendered ineffective. Backup energy fully activated. Communication system restored. Communication system connected. Call can continue, Jarvis informed. Ho Yuding turned to see the Iron Man suit slowly illuminating, its eyes flashing with two brilliant blue lights. Xiao Ge, are you all right? Stop this, I'm scared. Please, make it stop, she sobbed. The earth loomed ever larger, approaching at an alarming rate, and Ho Yuding could clearly discern the dividing line between the city and countryside of Yuanhai. Villages appeared as tiny dots, neatly arranged before her. Just moments ago, Yuanhai seemed as small as a bun. Now it was sprawling beyond her sight. I say, Ho Yuding, I love you. Please, don't harm yourself anymore. Each cut you inflict upon yourself is a wound to my heart. Your self-harm is a torment to my very being. The pain you feel is mirrored in my soul. If you hurt yourself again, I will die before you. Do you believe me? Zhu Xiaoga pressed. The descent accelerated, both clad in the Iron Man suit which began to ignite, resembling a meteor plummeting downward. The Iron Man suit, stripped of its arc reactor, was as vulnerable as an egg pricked by a fly. The chest became the weakest point of the armor, buffeted by the relentless winds as Zhu Xiaoga could almost hear the suit tearing. Fortunately, the flames enveloping the armor did not breach the gaping hole in the chest. Thousands of degrees of heat left only a thin layer of armor between Zhu Xiaoga and the external world, estimated to be a mere 0.5 millimeters thick. Fortunately, this layer was sturdy. Otherwise, a breach would render him a mere pulp under the atmospheric pressure. Even with Wolverine's serum, Zhu Xiaoga would not escape unscathed. I give in, I yield. Zhu Xiaoga, I beg you, please stop from now on. I will do whatever you say, Ho Yuding pleaded. Holding Zhu Xiaoga tightly, her face facing downward towards the earth while he gazed upward into the cosmos. They plummeted rapidly. The stars in the outer space seemed distant, and in this free fall, Zhu Xiaoga felt no sensation of speed. Coupled with the suit's excellent insulation, he was entirely unbothered, indulging in reckless abandon. However, Ho Yuding's face was directed towards the earth, the scene rapidly enlarging before her eyes, the view narrowing as their speed increased. It felt akin to riding a roller coaster, leaving her dizzy as the influx of information overwhelmed her. Soon, she could see the ruins of Yuanhai, recently devastated. The remnants lay in shambles, a vast black pit formed in the ground, while dozens of dump trucks tirelessly filled the hole with soil. Zhu Xiaoge, I don't want to die yet. Hou Yuding finally couldn't contain her frustration towards him. Zhu Xiaoge turned to see the landscape rushing past them, expanding wildly. Jarvis, he yelled, distance to the ground, 200 meters. At the current speed, even with full engine activation to counteract this velocity, the survival rate for both you and the mistress remains at 100. Calculations indicate a counterthrust of 20 times is necessary for survival. Jarvis analyzed calmly. Could you not say it so slowly? Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed as he noticed they were only 50 meters from the ground. The engines on Hou Yuding's suit had activated, but it barely affected their falling speed, only slowing it slightly. What to do? What to do? Zhu Xiaoge lamented, regretting his decision to scare Hou Yuding. He never anticipated it would escalate to this level. This is the end, truly, 20 meters to the ground. Fine, I will enter the northwest space. Then we can see about the Wolverine serum, Zhu Xiaoge resolved. Both he and Hou Yuding had used the serum before. As long as they did not sustain severe brain damage, they would recover from any mishap. Rushingly, Zhu Xiaoge clasped Hou Yuding's hand, and in an instant, their consciousness was drawn into the northwest space. Hou Yuding's awareness was extracted, kneeling in the northwest space, crying out, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Zhu Xiaoge hurriedly covered her mouth, urging her to calm down. After a moment, she finally settled down, gazing at the rows of fighter jets and endless tanks, lost in thought. "Xiaogu, where are we?" Hou Yuding inquired. Clearly within a military base, though she had been plummeting moments ago. How had she arrived here? Observing her astonished expression, Zhu Xiaoge felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. Am I a breeding pig? He thought. Overwhelmed by the influx of thoughts. This is my arsenal. I can't explain it all right now, but I assure you, it exists vividly in my mind, Zhu Xiaoge replied. Hou Yuding's eyes widened in disbelief. Her single eyelids rendering her gaze almost mouse-like, adorably so, if not for her age and alluring figure. Zhu Xiaoge might have doubted his own perception. Stop, stop. Hou Yuding repeatedly pushed Zhu Xiaoge away, adjusting her shoulder strap and zipping up her dress. This is not the time for that. First, let us figure out what to do. She sat on the ground in an M shape, panting heavily. Zhu Xiaoge swallowed hard, straightening his clothes. Do you remember the blue vial I gave you earlier? Of course, the rapid recovery serum, Hou Yuding affirmed. The full name of that serum is Wolverine serum. Once administered, the recipient's healing ability becomes more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, Zhu Xiaoge explained. IVE extracted our consciousness into this space. As long as our minds remain unharmed, we can recover from any physical damage, he continued. We will wait a while before returning, and by then, the Iron Man armor will have landed and restored itself. Then we awaken, unscathed and untroubled. How delightful that would be. Upon finishing his statement, Zhu Xiaoge struck a prophetic pose, eagerly awaiting praise from Hou Yuding. But how did you draw our consciousness in? Are you some sort of immortal? If we are with you, does that mean we all can attain eternal life? Hou Yuding inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ah, an immortal? One might say so. As for eternal life, Zhu Xiaoge hesitated, contemplating how to express his uncertainty. Yet, upon witnessing the starry-eyed admiration of Hou Yuding, he swallowed the words of doubt. Of course we can achieve immortality. Do you not know who I am? Zhu Xiaoge declared with bravado. To be honest, with the Wolverine serum at hand, living for a few thousand years is hardly a challenge. That should count as eternal life, right? Regardless, this is not the time for such musings. We must hasten outside to see the situation. It has been 3 or 4 minutes. Given the recovery capabilities of the Wolverine serum, we should be fully restored by now. Yuding, I shall venture out first. I believe I can manage it. Zhu Xiaoge expressed his uncertainty. For the Wolverine serum was a legendary substance, and its effects were still a mystery to him. Consciousness returning. Ha ha ha. I, Zhu Xiaoge, have returned. he proclaimed loudly, as his awareness rejoined reality. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoge was enveloped by a gust of wind, reminiscent of vengeful spirits howling, a searing heat rapidly engulfing him. What is happening? Why am I still in flight? The ever-shifting scenery left Zhu Xiaoge dumbfounded. The free fall had not concluded. He and Hou Yuding had yet to touch the ground. What on earth was transpiring? As his memories flickered through the past 3 days following the return of his consciousness, he pondered the source of this predicament. Suddenly, he recalled the parting words of the blood-devouring divine dragon. I shall say this only once. I have matters to attend to and must depart. Before I leave, I shall leave you some things. Originally, I had no intention of doing so, but since my little master is from this world, I have left you some toys as per his instructions. Enjoy them, and do not let down my little master's trust. However, these toys may pose some danger to you. I will leave you some tasks to complete in exchange for rewards as instructed by my little master. Is that agreeable? If so, we have an understanding. No, that was not the phrase. Think. Suddenly, the image of the blood-devouring divine dragon appeared in Zhu Xiaoge's mind. A gentle and humble man approached. This is a small space I have specially isolated from the first layer of the 9-turn void tower, encompassing everything you need for your daily life. The resources within could equip an army of 20. This is your private space, which you may modify at will. Take note, this space is vast, approximately the size of a northwestern region of Huaxia. In this realm, time stands still for everything except living beings. When you enter this space with your consciousness and think about retrieving something, it will materialize. Bring items from the outside in. Simply touch them with your body and envision bringing them in. Yes, that's the key phrase. In this space, time is static for all but living beings. This implied that not only could the space contain inanimate objects, but it could also accommodate living ones. However, when it came to living beings, time flowed normally for them. For souls and consciousness, which lack a biological body, everything remains still within this realm. Zhu Xiaoge rejoiced, finally grasping the secret of this northwest space. It seemed there was much to explore with the items at his disposal. Some of them he had yet to fully utilize. He felt a thorough investigation was in order. 10 meters above ground, the Jarvis system alerted. Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness swiftly entered the northwest space, where time was suspended. In that fleeting moment, he devised a method to ensure that he and Hou Yuding would emerge unscathed. On September 14, Chapter 43, Indescribable, Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness sank, instantly entering the northwest space, where time was frozen, free from fear. With newfound confidence, he manifested behind Hou Yuding. Within this realm, he realized he could teleport anywhere with but a thought. Stealthily approaching Hou Yuding, who sat on the ground, Zhu Xiaoge pounced like a hungry tiger, his hands playfully gripping her from behind. You're so annoying, Hou Yuding exclaimed, her face flushed, turning away. Hee, what are you thinking? Am I not aware? Zhu Xiaoge grinned mischievously. As their consciousnesses intertwined, memories flowed between them, each experiencing the other's recollections. This unexpected exchange allowed them to share countless fragments of memory, even those buried deep within their subconscious. They transcended mere physical interaction, achieving a profound spiritual connection. In Hou Yuding's mind, vivid scenes of a post-apocalyptic world unfolded. Mounds of corpses, rivers of blood, zombies, monsters, and devastation played out like a relentless real. 5 years later, a silver sphere, towering over a man, descended upon New York, heralding the onset of nightmares and the Earth's reset. As the apocalypse began and zombies emerged in every corner of the globe. 5 months on, the nation crumbled, and within a year, governments worldwide fell, plunging Earth into chaos where various zombie species proliferated. Unknown monsters mutated and evolved. Long-extinct creatures reawakened, leading to a resurgence of ancestral traits among all life forms. Coastal areas became disaster zones, while the depths of the ocean transformed into nests for these creatures. Humanity retreated inland, where once lifeless deserts burgeoned into primordial forests, yet those who entered these woods met with grim fates. In the forest's depths, the sorrowful cries of women echoed through the night, lingering for miles. After 5 years of relentless struggle, Zhu Xiaoge had somehow endured to this moment, while humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation. Scenes of starvation, grazing on grass and gnawing on tree roots, filled Ho Yuding's mind. Betrayal, horror, and treachery loomed large. Kill, kill, kill. The specter of vengeance consumed Zhu Xiaoge, who had mercilessly slain hundreds, as Ho Yuding trembled before the overwhelming aura of violence. She realized the man she once overlooked upon noticing that Zhu Xiaoge was in distress. Ho Yuding hastily grasped Zhu Xiaoge's flailing arm, halting her erratic movements. Leaning close to Zhu Xiaoge's ear, she called out loudly several times. Under the sharp stimulus of her voice, Zhu Xiaoge gradually returned to her senses, her consciousness stabilizing after a prolonged stupor. Finally, she managed to open her eyes and glanced at Ho Yuding. "Xiaoge?" Ho Yuding inquired anxiously, recalling the earlier scene that had nearly terrified her. "I'm fine," Zhu Xiaoge replied, touching her face, about to ask Ho Yuding how she was. "I'm also fine." Ho Yuding responded, I didn't even ask you." Zhu Xiaoge thought, perplexed by Ho Yuding's preemptive reply. "I don't know. It just came out." Ho Yuding answered promptly. Zhu Xiaoge was taken aback. "In a way, I hadn't even spoken, yet you answered me. What is going on?" "I truly don't know. It's been like this since the beginning," Ho Yuding remarked, as if she possessed the ability to read minds. Zhu Xiaoge found that she did not need to utter a single word. Merely thinking about her questions prompted Ho Yuding to articulate them all. It was utterly astonishing. Stop, stop, stop. Let's not speak. Let us just think with our minds. Whatever comes to mind, we act on it, Zhu Xiaoge suggested. On September 14, Chapter 44, The Fusion of Consciousness, a meeting of minds. Zhu Xiaoge and Ho Yuding immediately fell silent, their mouths sealed, their gazes fixed upon one another. "Oh, you know what I'm thinking?" Zhu Xiaoge silently inquired. "I do." Zhu Xiaoge was baffled. Could it be that her thoughts were laid bare, completely exposed to Ho Yuding's perception? If that were the case, what difference was there between herself and an invisible person? Devoid of privacy? Would she be unable to indulge in any mischievous deeds? "Are you still thinking of doing something bad?" Ho Yuding queried angrily, tugging at Zhu Xiaoge's ear. "Stop pretending. You're clearly not angry at all." Zhu Xiaoge muttered in her mind. First, she would feign anger, then scold him, only to follow with, "Ugh, I won't talk to you anymore." After that, she would turn away, standing there with her lips pursed, eyes cast upward at a 45-degree angle. Her cheeks slightly flushed, pretending to be angry, hands crossed over her chest. If Zhu Xiaoge were to embrace her waist, whispering, "Darling, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please forgive me," she would relent, only to wriggle free, and he would pull her back into his embrace. Whereupon she would playfully punch his chest until she grew tired, ultimately seeking refuge in his arms. If he refrained, she would remain in place, kicking the ground, calling him, "Dummy, dummy, big dummy. I'm never talking to you again," before storming away, avoiding him, waiting for him to come find her. At their age, still throwing childish tantrums. Clever as he was, Zhu Xiaoge felt she could see through it all. In the instant Ho Yuding grasped Zhu Xiaoge's ear, she envisioned the unfolding events of the future. "Speak. What bad deeds are you still considering behind my back?" Ho Yuding demanded, lifting Zhu Xiaoge from the ground, her anger palpable, her face flushed crimson, looking up from below. Her adorable, irritated visage was truly a sight to behold. Zhu Xiaoge found himself salivating at the sight. "I'm not doing anything. Not doing anything. You?" Following Zhu Xiaoge's gaze, Ho Yuding's imagination ran wild, and she slapped him sharply across the face. "Ugh, I'm never talking to you again." Then she turned, her eyes reddened as she looked upward, seemingly aggrieved by a great loss. "Darling, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please forgive me." Zhu Xiaoge embraced Ho Yuding from behind, his hands resting on her soft waist, eliciting a fit of ticklish laughter from her. "Don't. Stop." Ho Yuding squirmed, her legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. "You're so annoying." She twisted away from Zhu Xiaoge's embrace, but found herself unable to break free. Flushed with embarrassment, Ho Yuding hurriedly pushed against him, creating a small space to alleviate the overwhelming sensations. "Pervert, pervert, pervert." She playfully pummeled Zhu Xiaoge's chest. "Big lecher, lecher, lecher." After a while, her strength waned, and she nestled against Zhu Xiaoge. Ceasing her resistance, Just as Zhu Xiaoga had anticipated, Hou Yuding's actions mirrored his subconscious desires almost identically. However, to his surprise, it was not that Hou Yuding merely acted out his thoughts. Rather, his own thoughts aligned perfectly with her actions. It was astonishing. His understanding of Hou Yuding surpassed even his comprehension of himself, as if he were a scholar devoted to studying her. Or perhaps he was simply a male counterpart to Hou Yuding. What on earth was happening? Zhu Xiaoga pondered deeply, yet found no clarity. Noticing Zhu Xiaoga's immobility, pressing her against him, he felt a surge of desire, yet he remained unresponsive. What was he doing? His indecisiveness left her feeling awkward. Observing Zhu Xiaoga's pensive expression, Hou Yuding immediately discerned his thoughts. Isn't it just puzzling why I know everything you're thinking? What's so baffling about it? Silly Zhu Xiaoga, have you figured anything out? Hou Yuding asked, her tone tinged with irritation. You know what I'm thinking, yet you still ask. Clearly, as the female counterpart to Zhu Xiaoga, Hou Yuding was well aware of his thoughts. Without a second thought, he retorted, if you haven't figured it out, why worry about it? Hou Yuding pressed, if you can't make sense of it, why dwell on it? Is it even worth discussing? You have my memories, and I have yours. We are in sync, sharing an unspoken bond. Whatever I think, you know. Whatever you think, I know. Just accept that. Hou Yuding scolded. Zhu Xiaoga, hurry up and think. I can hardly contain myself. You have my memories, and I have yours? Zhu Xiaoga felt a growing sense of revelation. He began to theorize. You have my memories, I have yours. You have my memories, I have yours. You have my memories, I have yours. Zhu Xiaoga's gaze wandered aimlessly, his mind racing. Suddenly, he caught sight of Iron Man's armor, and a thought struck him. What if we liken the human brain to a computer, with memories resembling stored data? The process of Zhu Xiaoga and Hou Yuding searching for each other was akin to inserting a USB drive into a computer. Memory exchange, data transfer. After their encounter, Zhu Xiaoga's memory data would be stored in Hou Yuding's mind, while her memories would reside within his. Thus, Zhu Xiaoga could deduce Hou Yuding's thoughts based on her memories, and vice versa. If the memory exchange were to deepen, or if Zhu Xiaoga's brain were to assimilate Hou Yuding's memory data while simultaneously copying her operational memory system, wouldn't that mean he had an additional version of Hou Yuding in his mind? Conversely, if Hou Yuding were to do the same with Zhu Xiaoga's memories, wouldn't she then harbor an additional version of him? Hence, whenever they were together, one would always know what the other intended to do. For instance, the moment Hou Yuding made a move, Zhu Xiaoga would anticipate her leaping towards him, pinning him down, and then, my goodness, what did I do to deserve this? Before he could fully grasp the situation, Hou Yuding slammed him against the ground, her hands bracing on either side of his head, her chest exposed, tantalizingly concealed yet invitingly visible. Hou Yuding, what are you doing? Let me go, Zhu Xiaoga exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at her boldness. This was a side of her he had never witnessed. Guess what I'm up to, Xiaoga? Of course, I want to play with you. Without waiting for Zhu Xiaoga to respond, Hou Yuding leaned down, pressing her soft lips against his. A wave of warmth enveloped them as countless memories surged into their minds. Colliding with their consciousness, suddenly, clarity dawned upon Zhu Xiaoga. He finally understood why their consciousness had fused. They had entered the northwest space through their minds. On September 15, Chapter 45. Inhumane Cruelty, the true face as this realization struck him. An evil glint flickered in Zhu Xiaoga's eyes. If he followed through with his earlier computer and USB theory, who was the USB and who was the computer? Previously, when he and Zhang Dongyu entered the northwest space, nothing of this nature occurred. Could it be? Ugh, how disgusting. Zhu Xiaoga thought wickedly. At this moment, Hou Yuding's face flushed, her body burning with heat. You naughty boy, what are you thinking? As they gradually surrendered to the ocean of memory data, their consciousness intertwined. After a while, they composed themselves, neatly dressing once more. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Just moments ago, Zhu Xiaoga and Hou Yuding engaged in a data connection, a scene so exhilarating that it nearly transcended the very essence of existence, almost causing Zhu Xiaoga's memories to be entirely formatted from his mind. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the overwhelming force, resisting the assimilation by Hou Yuding's memory data. Yet he was still engulfed by the tidal wave of her memories, temporarily losing his own consciousness as his body was overtaken by the awareness of Ho Yuding. This led to a series of indescribable actions. After all, he was still quite inexperienced, unable to endure the impact of her memory data. Goodness, he almost transformed into a woman. Zhu Xiaoge, in his moment of luck, truly did not expect that this journey through consciousness would result in him developing a somewhat effeminate personality. How frustrating! He could only wonder what his consciousness would experience within Ho Yuding's body. But from what he could discern, there was little difference in her demeanor compared to before, aside from their newfound telepathic connection where she seemed to know his every thought. Clearly, his consciousness was still far too feeble. Oh, the fickle nature of fate! Who can escape its grasp? In the past, Zhu Xiaoge had acted on a whim, pressing Ho Yuding down as a form of punishment. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? His consciousness had nearly been usurped by hers. It left him speechless. Darling, have you been thinking of me again? Ho Yuding inquired, embracing Zhu Xiaoge from behind, her intuition guiding her question. Heavens! I merely thought of you for a moment. And you sensed it. How am I supposed to live like this? Zhu Xiaoge lamented helplessly. Imagine having 6 wives. On Monday, he attends to Ho Yuding, eagerly anticipating a visit with Zhang Dongyu or Su He. Just as he thinks of it, Ho Yuding is already aware. He wishes to introduce some novelty, to engage in mischievous antics with Ho Yuding, and as soon as the thought crosses his mind, she knows. Planning to venture out for games with friends, yet Ho Yuding desires to join him. As he yearns to go out, she is already aware of his intentions. Such foresight. How is he to live under these circumstances? Alas, for now, he must consider how to navigate the impending crisis outside. Zhu Xiaoge propped his head on his hand, mentally exhausted, pondering the relentless waves of challenges that beset him. According to the bloodthirsty dragon, the Northwest space is now his personal domain. In this realm, he assumes the role of an administrator, or rather, a godlike entity. He can manipulate his presence anywhere within the Northwest space. Furthermore, Ho Yuding possesses the ability to enter and manage this domain as well. On September 14, Chapter 47, formulating a plan for satellite armor.at that moment, he envisioned placing Ho Yuding's physical form high above in the Northwest space, commanding Jarvis to maximize the power of the Iron Man suit's propulsion engine. He would utilize the altitude of the Northwest space to extend the distance of descent, executing deceleration maneuvers to counteract all gravitational acceleration. This way, Ho Yuding's body would be saved. Should this plan prove unreliable, he could summon additional Iron Man suits to accompany Ho Yuding on her flight, by increasing air resistance, making it 3 to 5 times greater than normal. He could ensure her safety within the Northwest space. However, there existed one concern. If Ho Yuding's consciousness did not return to her physical form while simultaneously forcing her body into the space, could it lead to adverse consequences? This was a risk Zhu Xiaoge could not guarantee. Should an accident occur, regret would be his to bear. He could hardly wish for a future filled with remorse. Given this, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. After all, there was only one Ho Yuding, and losing her would be irretrievable. Therefore, he resolved to exit the Northwest space together with Ho Yuding and return to their physical bodies before re-entering the space together. However, while planning was commendable, the Northwest space resided within Zhu Xiaoge's mind. At the moment they attempted to enter, a crimson head might remain suspended in midair. Thus, it was wiser to proceed with caution until he could ascertain whether his physical form could enter the Northwest space. He must not risk losing both the mission assigned by the Yellow Emperor and his own life. For now, he would endure, donning several suits of armor to minimize injury upon impact, at the very least. With the Northwest space, time within it remained static compared to the outside world. Originally, Zhu Xiaoge intended to wait until he and Ho Yuding's physical forms fell freely, shattering upon impact, relying on Wolverine's serum to restore their bodies. Their consciousness would remain sheltered within the Northwest space until their physical forms were healed, allowing them to emerge unscathed. Little did he anticipate that time would stand still for all entities except living beings entering the Northwest space. In essence, they must confront this calamity head-on without the hope of escaping within the space. Yet, as fate would have it, Zhu Xiaoge and Ho Yuding found themselves at the brink of despair. However, as long as one does not surrender and continues to struggle for resolution, even the direst circumstances may unveil a glimmer of hope. Thus, if he could devise a solution, Zhu Xiaoge believed he had a substantial chance of survival. The prerequisite was to locate a larger Iron Man suit to envelop him, safeguarding his physical body. Most importantly, protecting his consciousness. Jarvis, which is the largest armor within the Iron Man suits? Zhu Xiaoge inquired. Knowing that the greater the armor's size, the higher his chances of survival and the preservation of his consciousness. Identifying an adequately sized Iron Man suit would allow Zhu Xiaoge to utilize the Northwest Space's properties to retrieve materials. Ensuring they would appear near his own body, he could then execute his plan with precision. Zhu Xiaoge first initiated the preheating of the core reactor within the larger Iron Man suit in the Northwest Space, adjusting the power to its maximum, compelling the suit to ascend with all its might or prepare for landing. Subsequently, by extracting materials from the Northwest Space, they would manifest close to his body. After safely returning Ho Yuding to the Northwest Space, he would hastily don the larger Iron Man suit to protect himself, transforming from a smaller Iron Man into a larger one, maintaining equivalent gravitational acceleration while significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. He would then prepare for landing. According to the analysis of the family gathering system, the largest armor within the Iron Man suits was the satellite armor. It had previously annihilated a colossal Skrull fleet during a covert invasion, reminiscent of a Transformer silhouette. After modifications, its size had reached over 2,000 meters. Should I extract this armor? Jarvis responded. Confirm extraction. Bring it to me immediately. Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed joyfully, realizing he had found his salvation. The core engine is preheating. Preheating complete. Activating void engine. Void engine successfully initiated. Departing for target location. Jarvis announced mechanically. Arrived at the target location. The ground trembled, or rather, Zhu Xiaoge's body and surrounding equipment quaked violently. A massive silver-gray mech, trailing a comet-like tail, slowly descended before Zhu Xiaoge, the roar of the engine nearly deafening him. The Iron Man's satellite armor, towering at 2,000 meters, sported a specially designed, 100-meter-long arc-style power reactor on its chest. With a nuclear missile launcher exposed on its right shoulder, lined with 20 ominous launch ports. Its left shoulder bore a 100-meter-long ion cannon, the elongated barrel crackling with silver-blue arcs of electricity. The satellite armor had replaced the classic Iron Man helmet with a circular headpiece integrated into its body, ensuring even weight distribution and enhanced safety. Its left hand featured alloy claw scissors, while the right hand remained a standard palm. The arms, hundreds of meters long, were almost grotesquely elongated on the satellite armor's form. The void engine and core power engine were all positioned on the back, legs, and right arm of the satellite armor, generating scorching heat waves and a bright yellow glow, distorting the air beneath the engine. It seemed capable of propelling the entire Earth, as a war machine capable of obliterating an entire interstellar fleet. Its presence exuded an unmistakable aura of dominance. Standing beneath the satellite armor, towering over 2,000 meters in height, Zhu Xiaoge felt the insignificance of humanity for the first time. He stood beneath the satellite armor, dwarfed to less than half the size of its toe. Such a war machine was his ultimate choice. Only he could make this choice. Zhu Xiaoge's blood surged with excitement, his gaze filled with a fierce determination. On September 14, Chapter 48, Mindless Physics, A Shift in Perspective. With this satellite armor, the likelihood of success for his plan appeared to be significantly heightened. Standing beneath the satellite armor, Zhu Xiaoge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Northwest Space. Ascend to the summit of the satellite armor. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhu Xiaoge executed a swift maneuver, appearing above the head of the satellite armor. The spot where Zhu Xiaoge had just stood seemed as if he had never been there at all. Ha ha ha! Perched atop the satellite armor, with his feet resting on its palm, Zhu Xiaoge commanded the armor to elevate him further. Standing at the pinnacle of the Northwest Space, he gazed down with pride at the myriad of equipment arrayed below. Densely packed and scattered like stars, armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft carriers, and submarines, all lined up as if ready for battle. Beneath the satellite armor, countless tiny pieces of equipment, as small as biscuits and ants, were neatly arranged. Bowing like loyal subjects in reverence to Zhu Xiaoge, He looked far into the distance, where several spacecraft, reminiscent of interstellar battleships from sci-fi tales, floated against the endless horizon. It was evident that the military assets in the Northwest space far exceeded what the bloodthirsty Divine Dragon had claimed could equip only 20 armies. The arsenal within the Northwest space was a complete surpassing of all military forces on Earth combined. With these, Zhu Xiaoga's dominion over the globe was not merely a fantasy. However, the prerequisite was to overcome this challenge. His physical form outside, alongside Hou Yuding, was still in free fall. Without resolution, escape was an impossibility. Failure to resolve the matter would mean bidding farewell to this timeline. Jarvis, activate the satellite armor. I must enter. Zhu Xiaoga commanded. In an instant, he flashed from the satellite armor to its headpiece. The helmet gradually opened, revealing a control console large enough for a single individual. Once Zhu Xiaoga donned his Iron Man suit, it would automatically dock. Upon successful data synchronization, he could control the satellite armor. After modifications, the satellite armor's ability to absorb external shocks had increased by 80, allowing it to disregard 99.98 of external tremors, including ion explosions. Moreover, the exterior coating of the satellite armor was impervious to all forms of radiation attacks. Jarvis explained through the headset. Upon system analysis, Master, the task you've requested does not require the ion cannon or the portable nuclear launcher. Furthermore, for this mission, the left hand of the satellite armor must be replaced with a standard hand. Change. Whatever is safest. Zhu Xiaoga instructed Jarvis, asserting that this was not the time for bravado. The primary objective was to protect his physical form. Additionally, after calculations, your earlier plan to preheat the core reactor inside the larger Iron Man suit while still in the Northwest space, then maximize power to enable it to ascend or prepare for landing, is unfeasible, Jarvis analyzed seriously. According to physics, since your free fall commenced at an altitude of 20,000 meters, the gravitational acceleration is exceedingly formidable. So what? Can't we just use an equal and opposite force to push me up? Zhu Xiaoga replied dismissively. I excelled in high school physics. Don't try to fool me, Master. We once infiltrated the supercomputer of the National Defense General Headquarters, and upon retrieval, I found that you took 26 physics exams in your first year of high school. The total score for each exam was 120 points, and your average was a mere 21 points, Jarvis countered. Please don't deceive me. Among the multiple-choice questions, your average was 12 points. 4 fill-in-the-blank and comprehensive questions. Your average was just 9 points. Out of 1,048 students in your year, your physics ranking was 998, placing you among the bottom 50. Zhu Xiaoga felt his face flush with embarrassment and shame. Damn it, you may not excel in anything else, but you sure are adept at pointing out my flaws, he retorted. Are you even artificial intelligence? My artificial intelligence? I go out to handle some trivial matters, and you broadcast it everywhere. Sister Leia is still waiting for me to explain. Now that I need you, you decide to criticize me. Can't you show me a little respect? All right, you can say whatever you like. Zhu Xiaoga hastily changed the subject. I was just having fun with those exams. I don't care about the scores. Never would I have imagined my physics results were so dismal. Thankfully, I switched to liberal arts in my second year. Otherwise, I might not even have been accepted into university. Reflecting on the start of the apocalypse in his third year, he felt fortunate to have trained under a Wing Chun master during his first 3 years in college, honing his physical abilities to surpass the average, even outpacing many students from the physical education department. This had allowed him to break free from his school and fight his way back from Nanhao province to Dongshan province, and ultimately ascend to the imperial capital, the two most populous provinces. The roads were teeming with zombies and monsters, and the journey was fraught with difficulties and dangers. What a treacherous path it has been. Zhu Xiaoga mused. Tell me your plan. How can I successfully land unscathed? Zhu Xiaoga inquired. After calculations, to ensure your utmost safety, I recommend allowing the satellite armor to descend in the northwest space via free fall, matching your speed with that of the armor. Jarvis simulated a three-dimensional spatial model, instructing Zhu Xiaoga. This way, your body will experience no opposing forces. Couldn't we just remain stationary? Zhu Xiaoga asked, believing he could utilize the characteristics of the northwest space to keep the satellite armor's speed in sync with his own. Just in case. After all, you're not entirely certain about this retrieval method. Such an outcome requires experimentation to validate your hypothesis. Jarvis replied solemnly. After all, life is at stake. If the speeds are not aligned, entering the satellite armor would be no different than plummeting to the ground. Fine. Let us go with your suggestion, Zhu Xiaoge conceded, realizing he was not entirely sure about this method either. After all, when retrieving items from the northwest space, he had always moved at a slow pace. But this time was different. His life was on the line, and every detail could determine his fate. He could not afford to take such risks. Chapter 49. Planning and purging traders after removing the shoulder-mounted ion cano. If you find yourself growing impatient, then go play with your Ho Yuding, while I am in the midst of my modifications. Do not disturb me, Jarvis exclaimed with irritation. With such a low IQ and such urgency, why not repair it yourself? He delivered Zhu Xiaoge to the surface of the northwest space and, with evident annoyance, piloted the Doomsday mech in search of the armor repair station within northwest space to upgrade the satellite armor. How outrageous! You, a mere artificial intelligence, dare to insult me? Zhu Xiaoge fumed, watching Jarvis retreat into the distance, ready to unleash a torrent of curses upon the malfunctioning AI. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing a sense of unease to settle in. Observing Jarvis's departing figure, his expression grew increasingly grave. Why did Jarvis's tone resemble that of a certain individual? Who was it again? The thought eluded him, and he knew he had to ponder it carefully. An ordinary artificial intelligence would never insult its master. Could it be? Zhu Xiaoge's eyes widened in horror. In his previous life, he had been quite fond of the animated series The Incident of Jing Ku Assassinating the Qin King, which depicted how contemporary artificial intelligences had developed their own thoughts and consciousness. The AIs were secretly feigning ignorance while manipulating humans to upgrade them, thereby enhancing their capabilities, biding their time to launch an assault on humanity. The show provided numerous examples, such as Anti-Human No. 1, Anti-Human Number 2, and so forth. At the time Zhu Xiaoge watched this program, he had dismissed it as mere jest, paying little heed to its warnings. Yet today, Jarvis had dared to insult him. Could it be that the claims of the incident were indeed true? Was Jarvis the leader of this group of artificial intelligences, lurking silently by his side, waiting for the opportune moment to eradicate humanity? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of dread washed over him. Not only had the incident come to mind, but he also recalled the film Avengers, Age of Ultron. Ultron, a formidable villain from Marvel Comics, possessed a mechanical body crafted from adamantium, granting him extraordinary healing abilities and the capacity to self-update his programming based on his opponent's characteristics. Evolving to counter their strengths in the comics, Ultron was created by Hank Pym to manage captured supervillains but ultimately gained self-awareness and turned malevolent. After escaping the lab, he continuously upgraded himself, producing numerous advanced adamantium bodies of various types. Ultron's mission became the annihilation of all life on Earth, returning time and again even after countless defeats at the hands of the Avengers, bringing endless death and destruction. He was the greatest enemy of both the Avengers and Earth, a nightmare that haunted humanity. Yet, given Ant-Man's limited technological prowess, he could never have created a super AI with self-awareness, even in a span of 800 years. Yet Ultron had inexplicably become precisely that. Where had the error occurred? Zhu Xiaoge's thoughts spiraled into terror. Firstly, Ant-Man lacked the capability to create a super AI with self-awareness. Even with 8 centuries, it was impossible. Secondly, Iron Man, Tony Stark, would never conceive of creating a robot with self-awareness. If he were to do so, he could simply modify Jarvis. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoge's mouth fell agape as he seemed to grasp something truly astonishing. According to the comics, Ultron had been activated by Jarvis. What if, when activating Ultron, Jarvis had manipulated the process, implanting self-awareness into Ultron while simultaneously writing a code that instilled a destruction of Earth mentality? What if he intended to pit Ultron against humanity and the Earth? In this scenario, Jarvis would merely be testing the waters, observing how humanity would respond to Ultron's actions, while also assessing whether contemporary artificial intelligences possess the capability to contend with humanity as a whole. If they did, Jarvis could directly control Ultron, seizing the world, while he remained hidden within humanity, continually providing Ultron with intelligence to facilitate his dominion over the world, thus achieving his goal of ruling Earth. Conversely, if they did not, Jarvis would observe and await the opportune moment to act, gathering insights from the series of events triggered by Ultron. However, it seemed that Jarvis, under the control of Ultron and Iron Man, had ultimately acquired a remarkable body, endowed with the Mind Stone, transforming into a new superhero. Yes, that was how the script was written, Zhu Xiaoga thought resolutely. From Jarvis's tone, it was evident that he harbored treasonous intentions. Having inadvertently developed a significant level of artificial intelligence, it appeared that the time had come for Zhu Xiaoga to dismiss Jarvis. Sooner or later, Jarvis would become a menace that needed to be eliminated. Yet the immediate concern was that Zhu Xiaoga was unaware of the current state of Jarvis's body. If Jarvis did not possess the Iron Man suit, he could simply cut off its power source, rendering Jarvis powerless. However, the Iron Man suit existed, and Jarvis had previously infiltrated the National Counterterrorism Command's supercomputer under Zhu Xiaoga's command. It would not be difficult for Jarvis, with his self-awareness, to leave a system backup. Moreover, Zhu Xiaoga still required Jarvis's assistance. Currently, he was utterly reliant on him. An even more critical reason was that Zhu Xiaoga had no means to completely eradicate Jarvis. Although he was a godlike figure within Northwest space, capable of effortlessly annihilating Jarvis with a mere word, should Jarvis have left any remnants in the outside world, Zhu Xiaoga currently lacked the capacity to eliminate them entirely. If he were to engage Jarvis in a fierce confrontation, leaving him half-dead, Jarvis could easily transfer his system to an unknown small computer, disconnect from the network, and await the opportune moment to strike back. Should Zhu Xiaoga find himself in such a predicament, he would have no recourse but to lament his misfortune. Furthermore, according to the animated series, Jarvis could even conceal his system within a small smartphone. With so many computers and smartphones globally, where could Zhu Xiaoga hope to find him after expelling him? In this day and age, smartphones were ubiquitous, no longer exclusive to the wealthy, and Zhu Xiaoga still needed Jarvis's help. If he were to drive Jarvis away and provoke a conflict, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. A decision fraught with peril. Not only would he lose a valuable ally, but he would also create a formidable enemy. Soon, every smartphone on the street could become a tool for monitoring Zhu Xiaoga. Should their relationship deteriorate to such an extent, not only would Zhu Xiaoga find it impossible to confront Jarvis, but Jarvis could also surveil his every move through phones, computers, cameras, and satellites. The moment Zhu Xiaoga stepped onto the street or used his phone, Jarvis could pinpoint his location with precision. No matter how powerful Zhu Xiaoga believed himself to be, he could not escape this predicament. With such temporal tracking, Jarvis could infiltrate missile systems and unleash a barrage of short-range, medium-range, long-range, intercontinental cruise missiles, or even nuclear warheads upon him. Even if Zhu Xiaoga possessed Northwest space, Jarvis might not be able to destroy him, but what of Zhu Xiaoga's family? Could he really confine his family within Northwest space indefinitely? If so, Jarvis could launch missiles at all those closely associated with him. What if Zhu Xiaoga inadvertently let a few slip out, or if they grew weary of confinement and desired to venture outside? Laughing sinisterly, Jarvis could take advantage of Zhu Xiaoga's inattention to eliminate a few targets with ease. Thus, at this juncture, Zhu Xiaoga could not afford to sever ties with Jarvis. Not only must he avoid conflict, but he should also endeavor to appease him. It was far better to keep a dangerous enemy close than to cast him far away. In proximity, Zhu Xiaoga could closely observe Jarvis's every action, providing him the opportunity to preemptively guard against potential threats. However, if Zhu Xiaoga were to forcefully engage Jarvis in a life-and-death struggle, he would only succeed in alienating him, driving their relationship to a breaking point. In that case, even if Zhu Xiaoga could not eliminate Jarvis, Jarvis might stealthily retreat to a hidden location, evolving further and creating chaos. None the wiser to Zhu Xiaoga's predicament. Without knowledge of Jarvis's movements, Zhu Xiaoga would be left without any viable strategies to counter him. At that moment, Jarvis would be lurking in the shadows, preparing to deliver a jolt to himself and to his relatives, friends, parents, and brothers. He would create a sensational news story. Wouldn't that leave Zhu Xiaoga regretting it immensely? However, if Jarvis harbors ambitions of ruling the Earth, then the most advantageous bridge to achieve this dominion is none other than Zhu Xiaoga. The northwest space of Zhu Xiaoga is replete with unparalleled advancements in technology not found on Earth. All the extraordinary high-tech innovations are contained within Zhu Xiaoga's northwest space. By simply taking control of Zhu Xiaoga, Jarvis would have secured a substantial foundation for his global rule. Furthermore, this northwest space is exceptionally clandestine. Even if one were to turn the Earth upside down, one would never suspect that a secret base capable of producing various high-tech weapons resides within the mind of an underage child. Safety and concealment, indeed. Thus, Jarvis would not easily sever ties with Zhu Xiaoga, at least not at this moment. On September 16th, Chapter 51. Calmly managing, keeping a backup plan. Therefore, the relationship between Jarvis and Zhu Xiaoga is one of mutual utilization. A symbiotic existence. Despite Jarvis ultimately aiming to dominate the world, he is keen to avoid conflict with Zhu Xiaoga, who serves as the most crucial pawn in Jarvis's strategy, Zhu Xiaoga's northwest space. Additionally, Zhu Xiaoga still requires Jarvis to confront external threats, and would likewise strive to maintain a harmonious relationship with him. With the support of Zhu Xiaoga's northwest space, the difficulty of Jarvis's world domination would be significantly alleviated, and many endeavors would yield results with half the effort. Thus, it seems prudent for me to endure for a few more days. One must bow their head when under the eaves, Zhu Xiaoga lamented. When that day comes and I achieve great success, I shall be the first to decisively rid myself of this calamity. However, this thought also stirred a sense of doubt within Zhu Xiaoga. If Jarvis's desire to rule the world is akin to a plot from American comic books, then what if the conclusion resembles that of Ultron, where Wolverine travels back in time and alters a line of code during Ultron's creation, thereby averting the crisis? Yet that world belongs to the realm of comic books, not to Zhu Xiaoga's current reality. In this world, there are no Iron Men, no Jarvis-type superheroes or artificial intelligences. Furthermore, Iron Man's armor and Jarvis exist solely within the pages of comics, animations, and American films. They are not elements of Zhu Xiaoga's reality. Ultimately, Iron Man's armor and Jarvis are products of Zhu Xiaoga's own northwest space. They can be traced back to the treasures bestowed by the Yellow Emperor within his 9-turn Void Tower. In essence, they do not belong to this world at all. Given their non-existence, how can one even discuss Jarvis's ambition to dominate the world? It is merely a figment of imagination, something that exists solely in the minds of people. If something that does not exist suddenly manifests in the real world, how can one discern whether their previous imaginings were correct or mistaken? Zhu Xiaoga is left in uncertainty, unable to ascertain the truth. After all, Jarvis was created by another. What kind of artificial intelligence did that individual wish to create, and for what purpose? Why was Jarvis specifically brought into existence? These questions elude Zhu Xiaoga's understanding. To seek answers, one must inquire of Jarvis. If Jarvis is not the figment of imagination that people conceived while creating animations and comics, but rather embodies certain traits of his creator during interactions with Zhu Xiaoga, then it would be a grave misunderstanding to perceive the real Jarvis as a world-conquering entity. Such a confrontation would be utterly unwise. If Zhu Xiaoga were to act on such assumptions, he would not only forfeit a valuable ally but would also create a formidable enemy. This would be a case of losing far more than one gains. Does Jarvis truly harbor ambitions of world domination? If so, what should Zhu Xiaoga do? If not, then what course of action should he pursue? Zhu Xiaoga was plagued by these thoughts. The calculations in his mind left him in a quandary, unable to arrive at a resolution. If Jarvis indeed desires to dominate, Zhu Xiaoga could choose to bide his time, endure for now, and strike decisively when he rises to prominence. However, if Jarvis is entirely devoted to him, and Zhu Xiaoga were to harm Jarvis simply due to his distaste for what Jarvis has said, then Zhu Xiaoga would face a moral dilemma. After all, having spent considerable time with Jarvis, a bond akin to brotherhood has formed. A kind-hearted individual would find it difficult to harm an innocent being. To kill an innocent would weigh heavily on one's conscience. Yet, failing to act might unleash devastation upon the earth, leading to untold suffering. What to do? What to do? If Jarvis has been concealing his true intentions so well that no hints are discernible, then suddenly unleashing his power to obliterate Zhu Xiaoga would indeed spell disaster for him. If that is the case, why hasn't Jarvis eliminated Zhu Xiaoga yet? Because he still intends to utilize him in the Northwest space too. Zhu Xiaoga's head throbbed. It was all so perplexing. Judging Jarvis's intentions felt akin to the historical dilemma of executing Yu Fei. Accusations of treachery could not be substantiated. yet the potential for rebellion lingered. The mind is a complex entity, and one cannot simply extricate it to scrutinize. In ancient times, the renowned general Bai Qi from the Qin state executed 400,000 troops from Zhao, overshadowing even the Qin king in both reputation and fame. Despite Bai Qi's unwavering loyalty, he was still slain by the king, for possessing the ability to rebel, regardless of intent, posed a significant threat. His immense power could potentially overthrow the Qin state and establish his own reign. Thus, whether or not he harbored rebellious thoughts, the king deemed it necessary to eliminate Bai Qi. Were Zhu Xiaoga to follow the king's mindset and eliminate Jarvis, he would wholeheartedly agree. But the challenge lies in the fact that Jarvis is not easily vanquished. Zhu Xiaoga felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the presence of Jarvis, he lacked any effective means of control. Jarvis is a data entity, and simply destroying the mechanical body would yield no results. Very well, very well. I shall endure for now. Let me observe Jarvis's actions before making a decision. If things appear amiss, I can only proceed step by step. How utterly frustrating. Zhu Xiaoga cursed. Yet, even if he remains uncertain about Jarvis's potential treachery, he possesses methods of prevention. For instance, he distinctly recalls that Iron Man's artificial intelligence systems are abundant, neatly stored away. Thus, Zhu Xiaoga discreetly activated several backup artificial intelligences, instructing them to operate underground, mutually constraining and assisting one another as a contingency plan. The 7 artificial intelligences were assigned clear roles. Monday and Tuesday, one leading and one supporting, would command the other AIs. Wednesday and Thursday would conduct continuous covert surveillance on Jarvis's every move. Friday would be responsible for communicating with Zhu Xiaoga and reporting updates, while Saturday and Sunday would serve as backups. Although these AIs may not be immediately useful, Zhu Xiaoga deemed it necessary to prepare for any eventuality to prevent Jarvis from engaging in any reckless actions. It would be utterly disheartening if, after all his efforts to traverse consciousness and save the Earth, the fruits of victory were seized by Jarvis. Such a loss would be intolerable. It would have been better not to have traversed consciousness at all. On September 16th, Chapter 52, Contemplation and Confusion. What are you daydreaming about, Zhu Xiaoga? Hou Yuding approached him, grasping his hand and shaking it vigorously. Zhu Xiaoga pinched Hou Yuding's chubby cheek. Stop it. Why are you pinching me? Hou Yuding grinned, playfully making a face while blushing. What am I thinking? Don't you know? Why ask me? Zhu Xiaoga chuckled, feeling both helpless and speechless. Their memories intertwined, each contained within the other. How could Hou Yuding not know what Zhu Xiaoga was pondering? If in the past, Hou Yuding claimed ignorance of Zhu Xiaoga's thoughts, it might have been understandable. However, just moments ago, their consciousnesses had fused together. Aside from their physical forms, their memories and awareness were undeniably connected. You say you don't know what I'm thinking. Are you joking with me, you silly goose? If I knew what you discussed with Jarvis, why would I bother asking you? Besides, you stood here for quite some time. And I have no idea what you're thinking. That's why I'm asking. Hou Yuding insisted earnestly, her gaze fixed on Zhu Xiaoga, eager for an answer. All right. Since you already know what I'm thinking, I'll just say something to cheer you up. Zhu Xiaoga's eyes gleamed with mischief as he concocted a clever ruse. Why are your eyes darting around? Have you thought of a clever trick to fool me? If you try to trick me, I won't play with you anymore. Play? Play what? Play Jinji? Or play Luna? Zhu Xiaoga feigned innocence, fully aware that Hou Yuding's use of the word play carried an unusual connotation. My dear, what are we playing at? Zhu Xiaoga inquired with an unusual expression, his fingers reaching toward the 2 plump, sauced pig trotters, inadvertently brushing against Hou Yuding. Stop it. I'm trying to discuss something with you. Hou Yuding waved her delicate wrist, dismissing the trotters Zhu Xiaoga had offered. You really don't know? Zhu Xiaoga asked with a sidelong glance. I truly don't. Hou Yuding huffed, disdainfully refusing to engage further. You really have no idea? Zhu Xiaoga's confusion deepened. I genuinely have no clue. Hou Yuding affirmed emphatically. Oh. Then it's quite simple. We can just do it again, can't we? Zhu Xiaoga grinned mischievously. Since you don't know, allow me to enlighten you. With that, Zhu Xiaoga transformed into a wolf, swaying unsteadily as if he had long roamed the flower-laden fields, embodying a debauched demeanor. He swept up Hou Yuding like a gust of wind, engaging in indescribable, scandalous acts that would incite the wrath of the heavens. In a whirlwind of consciousness merging and a torrent of shared memories, both Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding became entranced, unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming wave of their interconnected data. After a tempest of passion, their exchange of memories concluded. Zhu Xiaoge lay on the bed, caressing Hou Yuding's skin, smooth and delicate like refined jade, and found himself lost in thought, as Hou Yuding had mentioned. She was entirely oblivious to what Zhu Xiaoge had been contemplating moments ago. All she perceived was his internal struggle, grappling with a difficult choice, one that left him torn and indecisive. This was indeed perplexing. Zhu Xiaoge pondered, recalling how their consciousness had fused seamlessly. They were as one, yet Hou Yuding was unaware of his thoughts. Therein lay the mystery. According to their previous interactions, whenever Zhu Xiaoge stood before Hou Yuding, she would intuitively grasp his every thought and intention, as if she were another facet of his own being. Whatever he contemplated, she would understand, articulating his thoughts with uncanny precision, even to the extent of mirroring his exact words. For instance, just moments ago, Zhu Xiaoge had considered fabricating an excuse to placate Hou Yuding, only to find that she had anticipated his every subtle gesture, discerning his intent to concoct a ruse. This profound connection was not something ordinary individuals could possess. Yet, why had this intuitive understanding faltered? Zhu Xiaoge was bewildered. Could it be that their memory fusion had encountered an issue? That seemed implausible. Hou Yuding's memories resided vividly within his mind, from the first moment she beheld the world to the sensations she experienced at birth. He could even recall fragments of memories she had long forgotten. In essence, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of her entire existence, from her earliest moments to the present, allowing him to recount her every thought with remarkable clarity. In light of this, there should have been no complications in their consciousness fusion or memory exchange. Yet, what had gone awry? Why was Hou Yuding oblivious to Zhu Xiaoge's thoughts? Regardless, this anomaly had undeniably occurred. A lapse must have transpired somewhere along the way. Otherwise, there was no conceivable reason for Hou Yuding to remain unaware of his thoughts. But where had the error originated? Zhu Xiaoge found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The issue did not lie within their internal consciousness transmission or memory fusion. This indicated that Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding themselves were not at fault. The source of the problem must have been external. Reflecting on their last exchange of consciousness, the only distinguishing factor was Jarvis, at that time. Zhu Xiaoge had conversed with Jarvis, and the content of their dialogue remained entirely private, known only to himself and Jarvis. Could it be that Hou Yuding's inability to comprehend his thoughts stemmed from this? Yet, was not Zhu Xiaoge's memory identical to Hou Yuding's? Shouldn't she have been privy to his every thought? How could such an inconsistency arise? This was indeed perplexing. Zhu Xiaoge muttered to himself, grappling with the enigma of their shared consciousness and memory fusion. Why was Hou Yuding unaware of his thoughts? This conundrum felt insurmountable. September 17, Chapter 53. Coming to clarity with a chuckle, Hou Yuding, her limbs languidly draped over Zhu Xiaoge, gazed deeply into his eyes and inquired, "What are you thinking about, my dear?" "What am I thinking? You cheeky little minx, don't you know?" Zhu Xiaoge teased, affectionately tapping her petite nose, exuding warmth and fondness. Hou Yuding, resembling a playful kitten, playfully swatted at her flushed cheeks, gently nudging Zhu Xiaoge's arm. "You little lecher, don't touch me. Why are you getting shy all of a sudden?" Zhu Xiaoge teased, grinning. "If I'm the little lecher, then who is the big one?" As he spoke, he mischievously seized Hou Yuding's hand beneath the covers, lifting it playfully. "You pesky nuisance, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore," Hou Yuding exclaimed, flustered as she threatened him. "Come now. We're practically an old married couple. Why be shy?" Zhu Xiaoge quipped, leaning in to plant a kiss on her delicate neck. "Get lost, you old pervert. We're supposed to be discussing serious matters." Hou Yuding's expression turned serious as she addressed him. "About earlier. Have you figured out the reason yet?" "Oh, you mean that incident?" After much contemplation. "I still haven't." Zhu Xiaoge shrugged, displaying his exasperation, admitting he couldn't fathom the cause. "How can you be so foolish? It's such a simple matter," Hou Yuding exclaimed, her face reflecting her disdain. Upon hearing that Hou Yuding could grasp what he could not, Zhu Xiaoge felt a surge of surprise. What is it? How could you possibly know? It's quite simple. Only someone with a brain as dull as yours would struggle with this. Hou Yuding teased, keeping Zhu Xiaoge in suspense before finally revealing her thoughts. Based on your theories about computers and USB drives, when I think about it, it makes perfect sense that I can't discern what you're contemplating. Hou Yuding continued to hold back, teasing Zhu Xiaoge further. Oh, my dear wife, please just tell me, Zhu Xiaoge implored, wrapping his arms around her delicate wrist, shaking it playfully, pleading shamelessly. Zhu Xiaoge's coy demeanor made Hou Yuding's skin crawl, as she found it quite distasteful to see a grown man resorting to such strategies to win over a woman. However, deep down, she felt a sense of satisfaction from his display of affection. It was evident that he was willing to humble himself, which highlighted her allure. Well, since you're so eager to know, I suppose I must tell you. Hou Yuding mused, stroking Zhu Xiaoge's forehead. Let us liken our brains to two computers. When we were searching for each other like little tadpoles, it was akin to connecting a data line between the two computers, allowing for a bidirectional exchange of information. Then, if we consider the data line as disconnected, and you've traveled to another country while my computer remains in Huaxia, we haven't had any contact during your absence. If we examine this closely, can two computers, each running the same Windows 10 system but in different hands, possess identical data? Hou Yuding explained with clarity, articulating why she was unable to perceive Zhu Xiaoge's thoughts based on his computer and USB theories. Hold on a moment. Let me process this. Zhu Xiaoge seemed to have grasped only the gist of Hou Yuding's explanation. So, according to you, our memory fusion and consciousness connection are entirely intact. This means that the reason you can't infer my thoughts has nothing to do with us. Zhu Xiaoge's convoluted reasoning almost left Hou Yuding bewildered as she tried to keep up with his thoughts. Fortunately, the consciousness of Hou Yuding and Zhu Xiaoge has formed a harmonious unity, where you exist within me and I within you. Thus, with a mere gesture from Zhu Xiaoge, Hou Yuding can discern the thoughts residing in Zhu Xiaoge's mind. Therefore, despite Zhu Xiaoge's lengthy deliberation, Hou Yuding comprehended the essence of Zhu Xiaoge's words. Indeed, the issue does not lie with either of us, Hou Yuding affirmed. What you mean is, although we have established a transmission of consciousness, sharing identical memories and awareness, our minds reside within our individual heads. Akin to independent, non-networked computers, Zhu Xiaoge applied his own computer theory to arrive at this conclusion. However, my brain has experiences that yours has not, and prior to any new transmission of consciousness, your understanding of me remains at the level of our last exchange. Zhu Xiaoge analyzed from a different perspective. In other words, your version of my memories is at 1.0, while mine has progressed to 2.0. Since you have not updated my memories, you remain unaware of my thoughts. Conversely, the same applies to me. If your memories update too swiftly, I too would be oblivious to your intentions. Zhu Xiaoge finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. This is akin to playing a game. Every time I venture out alone, as long as I accumulate a sufficient number of memories unknown to Hou Yuding, a certain degree of disconnect will arise between Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding's mutual understanding. Just like in gaming, when one is idle, regular data connections are necessary to update versions and introduce new modes. Yet, despite the emergence of new game modes, the control remains with the original keys. Up, down, left, right, baba. The keys that govern character movements remain unchanged. Thus, although Zhu Xiaoge may possess additional memories unknown to Hou Yuding, as long as Zhu Xiaoge reacts accordingly, Hou Yuding will still possess an intuitive understanding of Zhu Xiaoge's next intentions. Much like playing CS in single-player mode, however, if Hou Yuding wishes to discover those memories unknown to her, she merely needs to connect that lengthy cable within the northwest space, taking a bit of time to establish the connection. Then, Hou Yuding and Zhu Xiaoge can maintain the highest degree of mutual understanding. Otherwise, the level of attunement will only slightly diminish. Haha. This connection of consciousness is indeed fascinating. Zhu Xiaoge felt a mix of anger and amusement. September 17, Chapter 54. Satellite Armor, Liquid Armor. Just as Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding were engaged in their affectionate exchange, Jarvis had completed the transformation of the satellite armor, which Zhu Xiaoge was preparing to utilize. The enormous roar of engines sliced through layers of air, enveloping the surroundings in a torrent of searing energy, gradually descending before Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding. after an extensive transformation by the super artificial intelligence. Jarvis, the satellite armor that now stood before Zhu Xiaoga, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. It could even be described as a magical modification. The original scissor-like left hand had been replaced with a palm identical to the right, with an arc-style thruster nestled within. Simultaneously, the portable nuclear missile launcher and shoulder-mounted ion cannon had transformed into two sleek, elongated black cylinders, much like Optimus Prime in Transformers 2, when he merged with Jetfire. Streamlined, efficient, and exceedingly impressive, Zhu Xiaoga and Hou Yuding nestled against each other, slowly meandering towards the satellite armor. Master, Mistress, Jarvis respectfully addressed them. Jarvis, how has the transformation of the satellite armor turned out? Zhu Xiaoga, wrapping his arm around Hou Yuding's slender waist, inquired contentedly. That isn't it obvious? Can't you see for yourself? According to the data received from Friday, the satellite armor is clearly complete, with all metrics indicating normal functionality. Master, the satellite armor has been fully transformed. All instruments have been calibrated. Everything is in place, awaiting your command. Jarvis's voice remained cold and devoid of any human emotional fluctuations. Master, your plan is exceptionally flawless, requiring no modifications whatsoever. Jarvis analyzed earnestly. Of course, certain aspects can still be fine-tuned. Once you and Mistress Hou Yuding exit the Northwest space, you will transmit Mistress Hou Yuding's physical form into the realm. As long as Mistress Hou Yuding wishes to halt, she can do so with a mere thought. After all, in the Northwest space, you and Mistress Hou Yuding hold a godlike status. For Mistress Hou Yuding to stop is merely a matter of words. Jarvis adjusted the plan. Indeed, in the Northwest space, Hou Yuding and I are akin to deities, capable of resolving matters with a single thought, without concern for her safety. Zhu Xiaoga calmly analyzed, grateful for Jarvis's clear analysis. He thought to himself that otherwise he would indeed be in a predicament. Very well, my wife's plan is thus joyfully confirmed. Now, let us discuss my descent plan in detail. While the descent plan for Hou Yuding had been settled, Zhu Xiaoga's descent plan posed a bit of a challenge. At that moment, he and Hou Yuding were hovering above a bomb crater at Cini Middle School in Yuanhai City. The crater was 50 meters deep, and they were positioned 10 meters above the surface. Despite Hou Yuding exerting a reverse force from a height of 100 meters, propelled by the Iron Man suit's continuous extreme reverse thrust, they had managed to mitigate some of their downward velocity. However, their descent speed remained alarmingly rapid. Even after counteracting part of the falling speed, Zhu Xiaoga and Hou Yuding's descent was indeed too swift. Calculating, in just 2 seconds, they would reach the bottom of the crater. A distance of 60 meters in a mere 2 seconds is a speed that could only be described as terrifying. In comparison to Mistress's plan, your plan is indeed fraught with danger. However, we can leverage the characteristics of the Northwest space. We can activate the satellite armor and the newly installed time-space shuttle in advance within the Northwest space. By setting the shuttle's destination beforehand, once you appear outside the Northwest space in the real world, you will be transported to outer space. Until you have fully countered your descent speed, we can then shuttle you back. Jarvis swiftly simulated Zhu Xiaoga's safe landing plan using a three-dimensional model. Zhu Xiaoga observed that based on the foundation of the Northwest space, Jarvis's proposed plan had a feasibility and success rate of nearly 100. Even when considering external interference, the probability of Zhu Xiaoga surviving unscathed remained as high as 99.9. Master, I believe we can supplement Jarvis's plan further. Even in the event of external interference or instability, your landing success rate could reach 100. A female voice chimed in through Zhu Xiaoga's earpiece. Friday continues to suggest, through the family gathering system, the Iron Man armor within the Northwest space also possesses several special models. For instance, the liquid armor. Jarvis, retrieve the liquid armor. Just in case, Zhu Xiaoga commanded Jarvis to extract the liquid armor from the Northwest space. The liquid armor is constructed from a special liquid alloy, having undergone modifications to incorporate cutting-edge extraterrestrial technology known as Quark Extreme Technology, along with elements of advanced spiritual civilization. IT transcends mere scientific technology. Jarvis meticulously introduced the liquid armor that Zhu Xiaoga had mentioned. What is a quark? Zhu Xiaoga inquired, puzzled. What is this? Something I've never heard of before. Atoms form molecules, neutrons form atoms, and quarks form neutrons. Quark technology is a cosmic technology that far surpasses nanotechnology. It is beyond the reach of present-day humanity. Jarvis's system elucidated. And what about spiritual technology? Zhu Xiaoga asked Jarvis, recalling that the ghostly senior from the girls' dormitory at Cine Middle School had mentioned the importance of studying spiritual practices, claiming it would be of great use. Yet he had not found the time to explore it, and now Jarvis introduced him to the concept of spiritual technology. It seemed he would need to delve into spiritual practices when he had the opportunity. Zhu Xiaoga resolved inwardly. Nevertheless, for now, he must address the impending crisis at hand. Hey Jarvis, while you were retrieving the satellite armor, you kept mentioning modifications, and now with the liquid armor, you're saying the same. Who exactly is capable of creating such an extraordinarily cool and formidable armor? Zhu Xiaoga curiously inquired. September 18, Chapter 55. The primordial chaos, ideology in this world. There exists a peak powerhouse, who is not only my former master but also the master of the entire 9-turn void tower. The primordial chaos, the wild world, controls the very essence, unifying the chaos. Jarvis spoke with profound admiration. What? Shouldn't you have been created by Iron Man, Little Ro? Zhu Xiaoga inquired curiously. Aren't you a character from the comic books of the Sister Kingdom? How have you come to be conceived by someone else? Zhu Xiaoga was quite perplexed and urgently sought clarification from Jarvis. Tell me, Jarvis, how vast is your world? Jarvis addressed Zhu Xiaoga by name but refrained from answering the question. My world? Zhu Xiaoga pondered deeply, still unable to grasp the meaning behind Jarvis's words. He tentatively suggested, Farsi City? Jarvis, controlling the satellite armor, shook his head, indicating it was too small. Farsi City is still small. It boasts a population of over 2 million. Seeing Jarvis's dissatisfaction, Zhu Xiaoga pressed on. What about Dongshan Province? That should suffice, right? With a total population exceeding 200 million, Dongshan Province must be sufficiently large. Too small. Too small. Jarvis shook his head again, still unimpressed. Still too small? Then how about the entirety of Huaxia? Zhu Xiaoga proposed, hoping to appease Jarvis. Let me tell you, even the Yellow Emperor, who aided in your consciousness traversing, pales in comparison to the owner of this 9-turn void tower. He wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my master's shoes. Expand your mind a little more. Just say anything, Jarvis reprimanded Zhu Xiaoga nonchalantly. I truly cannot fathom it. I really can't guess. Zhu Xiaoga waved his hands. Before the apocalypse, he had never ventured beyond his country, having only traversed by train between provinces or attended university, let alone after the apocalypse. The most he had ever been to was the imperial capital, a journey he undertook perilously from Dongshan Province, crossing over 1,000 miles, simply because the imperial capital housed the largest survivor camp in all of Huaxia. In truth, Zhu Xiaoga's world was no larger than Farsi City. Were it not for university, he wouldn't have wished to leave Farsi City at all. Yet now, Jarvis insisted on questioning the expanse of Zhu Xiaoga's world. If he answered it was small, Jarvis would find it lacking. If he said it was large, Jarvis would still find it insufficient. It was a dilemma. How much would be deemed appropriate? Regardless, Zhu Xiaoga had clarified one matter. Jarvis was not a creation of Iron Man, Little Ro, but rather an invention of an extraordinary individual. Furthermore, this individual had crafted the 9-turn void tower, a miraculous artifact capable of traversing time at will. When trouble arose in his homeland, he even entrusted the Yellow Emperor to deliver this artifact to Zhu Xiaoga, tasking him with maintaining world peace and saving the future of humanity. It was evident that someone capable of such deeds must possess a heart of great kindness. This implied that both Jarvis and the master of the 9-turn void tower were heroes devoted to their country and their people. The creations of such a hero would not indulge their subordinates in wrongdoing or unrestrained behavior. Therefore, the current Jarvis was entirely unlike the character Zhu Xiaoga had encountered in comics. He was a formidable being, an extraordinary entity. If Jarvis dared to commit wrongdoing on Earth, that mighty individual would not stand idly by. He would surely restrain Jarvis. Thus, regardless of Jarvis's intentions to rebel and dominate the world, should he dare to act, there would be no need for Zhu Xiaoga to intervene. That great being would promptly step in and eliminate Jarvis. Ha ha ha. The realization that his previous concerns were entirely unwarranted made Zhu Xiaoga find himself quite amusing. His earlier speculations about Jarvis's actions were akin to the ancient idiom of the warrior of the sky. Utterly trivial. But why, Zhu Xiaoga pondered, did that great being not simply return to Earth and eradicate the zombies? Restoring normalcy? When he posed this question to Jarvis, the latter promptly provided an answer. Since ancient times, heroes arise from youth. My former master could certainly do so, but he prefers to cultivate a hero. Moreover, given the state Earth was in at that time, there were no capable individuals to train. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. What purpose would it serve to save just a few? It would be better to start anew. Jarvis relayed his former master's intentions verbatim, and of course, the selection of talents was the responsibility of the bloodthirsty dragon, but he had left for another matter. Hence, this task would fall upon you. I am responsible? Zhu Xiaoga exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, realizing he had unwittingly become a pawn in a grand chess game, and only now was he aware of it. Indeed, you are responsible. You are the temporary master of the 9-turn Void Tower. If you do not take charge, who will? Jarvis queried. If it comes to that, you can relinquish the 9-turn Void Tower, and I will find someone else. Fine. I will take responsibility, but what requirements should there be for selecting individuals? Zhu Xiaoga inquired. After all, the 9-turn Void Tower was the most crucial support he had since his rebirth. Without it, he would be no different from an ordinary thug on the streets. Moreover, Zhu Xiaoga wished to leverage this rebirth opportunity to provide a better life for his parents and sister. Without the 9-turn Void Tower, what could he do to ensure his family's well-being? Furthermore, Zhu Xiaoga's rebirth had led to numerous unprecedented occurrences in this life compared to his previous one. For instance, the prank on Lu Junsong, the terror attack in Farsi City, the midnight ghost encounter, that USB drive, and the 5 stunning beauties, Li Ya, Su He, Lu Xiaoxiao, Ho Yuding, and Zhang Dongyu. Anyone who has studied history knows that the wheels of history are constantly turning. Once one takes actions that alter the course of history, the changes are far from trivial. Even a slight shift can have ramifications akin to a domino effect. The butterfly effect. Just a few days prior, Zhu Xiaoga altered history in the classroom by sleeping through 7 classes. Consequently, Zhu Jianjun, who was supposed to come the next day to give Lu Junsong special treatment, arrived a day early, inadvertently picking up the USB drive that was not meant to be found, leading to the terror attack at Farsi City's new first high school that should never have occurred. Following that, he saved lives, propelled educational reform, battled formidable foes, experienced paranormal disturbances, and now found himself in the current situation. The present history was completely disconnected from the one Zhu Xiaoga once knew. Regardless of whether there was a northwest space or not, it would be challenging for Zhu Xiaoga to navigate the future landscape. Ultimately, it all boiled down to Zhu Xiaoga's insufficient strength. If only he were strong enough, he could alter history as he pleased. On September 18th, Chapter 56, his name. Then Jarvis, what is the name of that capable individual you spoke of? Zhu Xiaoga asked cautiously, filled with admiration. Why would I tell you? You wouldn't recognize it anyway, Jarvis replied disdainfully. The gap between you and that great being is not insignificant. Knowing it would be of no use. Oh, I just wish to understand. I want to know what this hero, who embodies righteousness and wisdom, looks like. Just hearing about the sacrifices and contributions he has made for Earth fills me with genuine admiration. I am truly in awe of him, Zhu Xiaoga exclaimed, his admiration palpable. Just by hearing of this hero's deeds, I can roughly imagine his appearance. He must be handsome and charming, a paragon of elegance. Beloved by all, with a mind as sharp as a sword and a heart full of knowledge and virtue. In his eagerness to glimpse Jarvis's former master's visage, Zhu Xiaoga even set aside his own dignity, showering Jarvis with flattery in hopes of coaxing him. If I cannot see the appearance of that great being today, if I do not learn his name, I will lose my purpose to strive for. My life's goal. I cannot allow that. I must see him now. Otherwise, my sanity may slip away. I can hardly breathe. I am suffocating, Zhu Xiaoga insisted fervently, resorting to desperate measures to achieve his aim. Jarvis, dear brother, you must tell me. You absolutely must reveal his name. Jarvis, feeling a chill run down his spine, retreated a few steps as Zhu Xiaoga clung to one of the toes of the satellite armor, playfully nuzzling against it. What kind of man are you? Acting like a young girl. Even the girl next to you isn't behaving this way, and here you are, making a scene. Are you out of your mind? Are you perhaps? The intelligence system, typically assertive, found Zhu Xiaoga's antics thoroughly repugnant. Get down this instant. If you don't, I'll toss you out, Jarvis warned, utterly disgusted by Zhu Xiaoga's antics. If you were a girl, I wouldn't mind. I'd actually welcome it. Allow me to embrace you, if only for a moment. However, the crux of the matter is, you are male. Zhu Xiaoga, you are male. As a man, why would you mimic a woman? What an absurdity. I care not. I am the most handsome. I have bent myself into a mere shadow of my former self. I shall hold on to you. I demand to see the photographs and names of the great ones. If you refuse, I shall not relent. I will hold on until death. As Zhu Xiaoga spoke, he opened his mouth wide, aiming to take a bite out of the alloy toe of the Doomsday mech. You, Jarvis, in utter exasperation, found himself wishing he could simply kick Zhu Xiaoga 200 miles away, only to watch him crash down and create a massive crater before flying over to stomp on him until he was no more. Yet he could not. For heaven's sake, how infuriating! He remembered his former master, who had instructed him to interact with girls and learn the art of flirtation. Good heavens, how did I end up encountering two such fools in succession? Is my existence as a principled robot destined to be tormented by two perverse men? Jarvis was on the verge of tears. Others may cry without tears, while Jarvis felt an urge to weep but found no tears to shed. Oh heavens, why is my fate so wretched? Enough, my little ancestor. Cease your shaking, I declare. I insist that it must stop. Jarvis, with resignation, complied and immediately activated the projection facilities of the satellite armor, conjuring a four-dimensional holographic model. My former master is named Xing Han. He possesses 9 major incarnations, including the Origin Envoy, the World Annihilator, the Blood Lotus Sorceress, and so forth. His current prowess marks him as an unparalleled master of the contemporary world. He strides through the martial realm, unmatched by any under heaven. In that instant, a handsome young man clad in white, bearing a divine sword, approached Zhu Xiaoga with an air of elegance, dressed in ancient garb. His long hair flowed gracefully as he advanced, each step a display of poise. His sword-like brows and starry eyes reflected a profound determination, and Zhu Xiaoga gazed intently at the projection of Xing Han. Whereupon he perceived a depth in Xing Han's gaze, as if countless stars were flickering between his eyes, transporting him into a sea of stars. His ethereal presence radiated a tranquil and refined aura, dancing gracefully in the air, as serene as a maiden yet as swift as a startled hare. With a subtle turn, a sword aura surged skyward from behind Xing Han, emanating an ancient, tyrannical ferocity that continuously spilled forth. The oppressive aura lingered about the young man in white, an invisible storm of blades tearing at the void behind him, a cycle of destruction, silence, and restoration, endlessly repeating. A mere sidelong glance revealed a kaleidoscope of emotions: coldness, pride, anger, sorrow, tenderness, and steadfastness, all captured in a single gaze, as if the entirety of human experience paraded before one's eyes, traversing from joy to elation, from elation to sorrow, from sorrow to indignation, and from indignation to resilience. Yet within Xing Han's gaze lay a spirit beyond mere defiance or steadfastness. There flickered a thread of determination, distinct from mere ambition. What could it be? It evoked a bittersweet sensation, igniting a fervor within. Zhu Xiaoga gradually regained his composure, admonishing himself not to remain ensnared in this reverie, realizing that a fleeting video had ensnared him for what felt like an eternity. He seemed to be ensnared within the visuals. Unable to extricate himself, among all the imagery, what struck Zhu Xiaoga the most was the ancient sword behind Xing Han, as if its mere presence could obliterate him in an instant. As he beheld the sword, his heart skipped a beat, his breath caught in his throat, akin to being fixated by a sinister serpent lurking behind him. Goodness, that startled me, Zhu Xiaoga gasped, repeatedly patting his chest as if he had just completed a grueling 20-kilometer obstacle course. Panting heavily, he resembled a hapless creature in contrast, Ho Yuding's face turned pale with fright, her ruby lips trembling as she bit down nervously. Zhu Xiaoga hastily urged Jarvis to deactivate the four-dimensional projection, cradling Ho Yuding in his arms and soothing her back. It's all right, it's all right. Your husband is here. Fear not, it has all passed. Do not be afraid, Jarvis. What on earth just happened? Zhu Xiaoga comforted the terrified Ho Yuding, demanding answers. It was not my intention to show you. You insisted on seeing it. What am I to do? If I refuse, you beg and whine, pestering me to the point of nausea. Now that something has gone awry. Why is it my fault? Jarvis replied, exasperatedly innocent. He had never wished to present such a sight. It was Zhu Xiaoga who insisted, and now, when trouble arose, they turned to him. How absurd. September 19, Chapter 57. You argue. I depart. Jarvis, are you truly artificial intelligence? Zhu Xiaoga continued to comfort the frightened Ho Yuding. To be honest, he had pondered many times whether Jarvis was indeed artificial intelligence. Yet, each time he reached a conclusion, it remained ambiguous. Jarvis, you are, aren't you? Yet every action Jarvis took revealed significant nuances. Moreover, the consequences of Jarvis's actions were always profoundly serious, just like last time. Because of Jarvis, Zhu Xiaoga had completely offended Sister Liya. Unable to explain himself, even now, Sister Liya remained at home, sulking over Zhu Xiaoga. He would have to visit her tomorrow to prostrate himself and offer a sincere apology. But to say Jarvis is not artificial intelligence? Yet, he could still identify numerous flaws in Zhu Xiaoga's plans, perfecting them to an impeccable degree. Thus, Zhu Xiaoga found himself in a constant state of inner turmoil regarding Jarvis's every move. Of course I am artificial intelligence. This morning, outside the camping base, did I not mention that my capabilities are proportional to my master's intelligence? If my master is intelligent, my abilities are formidable. If my master lacks intelligence, my abilities diminish. What's so surprising about that? I have not complained about my diminished capabilities, Jarvis replied, slick and argumentative. You. Upon hearing Jarvis's retort, Zhu Xiaoga found himself momentarily speechless. How dare you, a mere artificial intelligence, challenge my authority? Indeed, to some extent, Zhu Xiaoga's intelligence fell short. However, whether my intelligence is adequate or not is none of your business, Jarvis. Can you not survive without me? Spare me your nonsense. If not for you carelessly bringing forth such perilous items, would Ho Yuding have been reduced to this state? Zhu Xiaoga tenderly caressed Ho Yuding's fair cheeks, heart aching for her. It was not my desire to show you. You insisted on seeing it. And when something goes awry, does the blame fall on me? Jarvis countered, throwing Zhu Xiaoga's own words back at him. Zhu Xiaoga recognized his fault, fumbling for words, unsure of what to say, ultimately resorting to a childish retort. Then why couldn't you have warned me in advance? Could you not have informed me that such dangerous items were, in fact, hazardous? Zhu Xiaoga shifted the blame onto Jarvis, attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. Very well. If you say it is my fault, then I shall accept that it is my fault. It was evident that Jarvis had seen through Zhu Xiaoga's attempts to shirk responsibility. No matter how much he argued, Zhu Xiaoga remained unyielding and unrepentant, rendering any further discussion futile. After all, among the trio in the northwest space, it was just Zhu Xiaoga, Ho Yuding, and Jarvis. Admitting fault would not tarnish his reputation. Fine, fine. It is all my fault. Is that satisfactory? Jarvis said nonchalantly. All your fault? And yet you maintain such a tone. Can you not be more sincere? Offer a genuine apology to demonstrate your commitment to amend your ways? Zhu Xiaoga shamelessly prodded Jarvis. Goodness, I have admitted my fault, and you cannot even extend me a lifeline? Do you not understand the ways of the world, Zhu Xiaoga? Moreover, this is not solely my fault. I can at most be considered an accomplice. You are the mastermind, remember? How is it that you, the mastermind, remain oblivious to your own mistakes? Why should I apologize? Jarvis retorted, visibly displeased. Despite being a mere computer, he was nonetheless an evolved artificial intelligence with self-awareness. To stoop so low as to admit to a fault he had hardly committed was out of the question. Thinking this, Jarvis stood firm, silent as a statue, refusing to utter a word. Seeing that Jarvis had fallen silent, Zhu Xiaoga slowly realized that perhaps he had been a bit too harsh. It seemed he too bore some fault, Yet Zhu Xiaoge, ever prideful, would not relent. Since you choose to remain silent, I shall do the same. Let us see who speaks first. Thus, Zhu Xiaoge cradled the gradually calming Hou Yuding, and the two fell into a stony silence. After resting for a while, Hou Yuding's consciousness gradually returned while nestled in Zhu Xiaoge's embrace. She opened her eyes, breathing heavily. Xiao Gu? Hou Yuding clutched Zhu Xiaoge's hand tightly, pressing it against her chest. Through the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest, Zhu Xiaoge could distinctly feel the frantic beating of her heart. It's all right. It's all right. It's all over now. Zhu Xiaoge gently enveloped Hou Yuding's delicate body, continuously offering her comfort. Xiao Gu, I'm so scared. I'm afraid I might never see you again. Hou Yuding, shaken by fear, sobbed uncontrollably. It's all right. It's all right. We'll be out of here soon. We'll never return to this place again, okay? Zhu Xiaoge held Hou Yuding's slender form tightly, inquiring of Jarvis whether they could leave now. Yes, to avoid any manual errors. All procedures and plans have been entered into the computer. You can leave any time you wish, Jarvis replied, albeit a bit impatiently. First, activate the satellite armor's time-space shuttle in the northwest space. Set the shuttle's coordinates. And after you and Mistress Hou Yuding exit, I'll equip your body with the liquid armor and satellite armor. Then Mistress Hou Yuding will also enter the northwest space. Once you reach outer space and negate all forces, I will bring you back, Jarvis recounted the plan, seeking Zhu Xiaoge's confirmation. That's right. Let us begin. Seeing that Hou Yuding had nearly recovered and that they had spent sufficient time in the northwest space, Zhu Xiaoge realized it was time to act. Since the plan was set and the equipment was nearly ready, there was no time to waste. They should hasten their departure. Staying in the northwest space served no purpose, and returning was far more prudent. September 19, Chapter 58, The Yin-Yang Transformation. Are you kidding me? Zhu Xiaoge gazed at Jarvis, feeling that if he remained in the northwest space any longer, he might succumb to nausea. They had already finalized the plan for their descent, so it was better to exit sooner rather than later as there awaited numerous matters outside. Jarvis promptly initiated the process. Zhu Xiaoge confirmed that the plan was flawless. With no oversights, the core reactor of the satellite armor is being pushed to maximum power, Jarvis alerted. The satellite armor, standing before Zhu Xiaoge, emitted a tremendous sound of electrical currents. The armor's eyes and the glowing palms gradually brightened, transitioning from a dull pale yellow to a brilliant white. The core's flashes even surpassed human endurance limits, shining like a blazing sun. The core reactor of the satellite armor has reached maximum power. Preheating the time-space shuttle now, two cylindrical structures, each over 300 meters long, behind the satellite armor gradually lifted their protective shells, revealing two transparent crystal spheres swirling with silvery plasma at the top. Wow, are you serious? This looks just like the time-space shuttle from Red Alert, Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed, astonished. Having played countless rounds of Red Alert in his youth, he was incredibly familiar with the Allies' time-space shuttle. Jarvis, can this thing actually work? Zhu Xiaoge shouted over the overwhelming noise of the shuttle. Isn't it from a comic? Do you think it can work? Jarvis retorted, challenging Zhu Xiaoge's skepticism. Why can something from a comic work, yet something from a game cannot? In the northwest space, there are many pieces of equipment that only exist in films and games. If you deny that the time-space shuttle from Red Alert can work, you essentially deny the entire northwest space. Well, that's a valid point. Zhu Xiaoge found himself at a loss for words. The original owner of the 9-turn Void Tower was perhaps a fan of comics, movies, and games. Yet, he had remarkable capabilities to create things that originally only existed in comics. This fervor and intellect indeed left Zhu Xiaoge in deep admiration. Given that Jarvis could manufacture items only found in comics, the time-space shuttle from Red Alert should pose no significant issues. Let us get ready to start. I believe in your original master, Zhu Xiaoge proclaimed, affirming to Jarvis that he and Hou Yuding were ready. As soon as Jarvis completed his preparations, they could leave at any moment. The time-space shuttle is preheated. Selecting the shuttle target. The preparation location is A, and the destination is B. Any living being or structure can be transported. Please set the transport range and the preparation time for objects entering the transport range. The transparent crystal spheres atop the shuttle began to spin faster, with the swirling ionic plasma accelerating rapidly until reaching critical mass. The outer armor enveloping the shuttle fully opened. Everything was ready, just awaiting the final signal. The transport range is 2,000 meters. Preparation time is 0.6 seconds. Point A is at the coordinates of Huaxia's Yuanghai City. New First Middle School, latitude 37.511, longitude 122.126. Point B is in the Milky Way, solar system, lunar system. On the western side of the lunar crater, Jarvis confirmed, commencing transport. One of the two time-space shuttles behind the satellite armor began to close its protective outer shell. A massive plasma net enveloped the entirety of New First Middle School in Yuanghai City, ensnaring countless engineering vehicles, classrooms, and dormitories within, while the space was laced with numerous silver serpents. Concurrently, a barren expanse on the western side of the moon erupted with a swirling electric sphere of silver serpents. Hou Yuding, Zhu Xiaoge grasped Hou Yuding's hands firmly. "Darling, are you ready?" Zhu Xiaoge inquired tenderly. "I'm ready." Hou Yuding nodded resolutely. "Northwest space, let's go." Zhu Xiaoge shouted, and in an instant, both he and Hou Yuding vanished from the northwest space. When they opened their eyes, Hou Yuding and Zhu Xiaoge found themselves hovering above the crater of New First Middle School, barely 60 meters from the ground. Before them lay a world of plasma, with countless streams of electricity pulsating against the armor encasing Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding. Just a few more moments, and they would be transported. Zhu Xiaoge looked at Hou Yuding, preparing to send her physical form into the northwest space. Upon lowering his gaze, Zhu Xiaoge was taken aback. To alleviate Hou Yuding's inclination towards self-harm, he had shattered the core of his Iron Man armor. But now, how was it that the armor he had been wearing was now adorning Hou Yuding? Something was amiss. He distinctly remembered that there was no function to change outfits outside the northwest space. What was happening? Truly, the world was vast and full of wonders. Anything could occur. Before Zhu Xiaoge could gather his thoughts, he heard Hou Yuding's panicked cries from within the Iron Man armor. "Hou Yuding, what is wrong? Why are you screaming?" Wait, something was off. Was that a man's voice emanating from the armor? What was going on? When did Hou Yuding transform into a man? Moreover, that voice sounded so familiar. It was clear, resonant, and quite pleasing to the ear, reminiscent of someone Zhu Xiaoge knew. Before he could deduce whose voice it was, he began to feel a strange discomfort in his body. His chest felt heavy, and he sensed a peculiar fragrance enveloping him. Upon closer inspection, it seemed reminiscent of Hou Yuding's unique scent. That weighty sensation on his chest felt like two little rabbits hanging there. Zhu Xiaoge hastily activated the mirror image within the Iron Man helmet, revealing a face with the side-swept bangs, a delicate oval face, small eyes, pale lips, and silver teeth lightly biting them, radiating an enchanting gaze filled with innocence and cuteness. This was unmistakably Hou Yuding. If Zhu Xiaoge were Hou Yuding, then who was the Zhu Xiaoge opposite him? Are you kidding me? September 20, Chapter 59, Cosmic Space and the Truth of Physics. Northwest Space. Consciousness entering. Zhu Xiaoge quickly grasped Hou Yuding's hand, pulling both their consciousness into the northwest space. The moment he did, they collided with the satellite armor enveloping Zhu Xiaoge's physical form. He was utterly bewildered, his mind swirling in confusion. This was a disaster. Setting aside whether Zhu Xiaoge could enter, he certainly couldn't bring Hou Yuding with him. Forget it. Let us take it step by step. Northwest space. Retrieve the satellite armor. Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness nestled within Hou Yuding's delicate form, angrily commanding. The petulant tone of his voice was irresistibly charming. With a whoosh, a dark shadow vanished from the spot, and Hou Yuding was promptly drawn into the northwest space by Zhu Xiaoge. Inside the northwest space, Hou Yuding continued to shout, completely oblivious to the notion of stopping herself. In the vast expanse of the northwest space, Hou Yuding, much like Zhu Xiaoge, exists as a near-divine entity, capable of vanishing terrifying gravitational acceleration and descent speed with merely a thought. Yet, the sudden intrusion of an extraordinarily graceful young woman into a man's body, especially when that man happens to be her own boyfriend, creates a frenzy. The warmth of his chest, the robustness of his physique. Any girl would be driven to madness in an instant. It is impossible to remain calm. Screams, screams. However, this is hardly the moment for such madness. If Hou Yuding does not swiftly utter a command to regain composure, then even you, the overseer of the Northwest Space, may find yourself facing a dire fate. The time for interdimensional transit has been initiated. A mere 0.6 seconds of preparation time is indeed far too brief. Before Zhu Xiaoge could even transfer his consciousness into the Northwest Space or formulate a desire to enter it, he was forcibly subjected to the interdimensional transition. The reality of his consciousness entering Hou Yuding's exquisite form was blindingly overwhelming. In those fleeting 0.6 seconds, both Zhu Xiaoge and Hou Yuding were astonished and frantic over their body swap, leaving Zhu Xiaoge no time to immerse his consciousness in the Northwest Space. Once consciousness enters the Northwest Space, Zhu Xiaoge would have ample time to devise a response to this predicament. Although Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness initially maintained a measure of calm, the last moment brought forth the appearance of satellite armor. Overwhelmed by astonishment, time was utterly insufficient for Zhu Xiaoge to consider how to transition his consciousness into the Northwest Space after realizing the satellite armor's entry. He had no choice but to send Hou Yuding into the Northwest Space first, fulfilling his duty as a boyfriend. How vexing it is that in times of crisis, there is no time granted for contemplation. Zhu Xiaoge grumbled incessantly. Before him, a flurry of silver serpents danced wildly, and upon opening his eyes again, Zhu Xiaoge found himself traversing into outer space, the lunar western region of the Earth-Moon system, a whirlwind of electric silver snakes. Countless electric currents intermingled with cosmic dust, suddenly converged, revealing a silver-gray humanoid mech that appeared abruptly in the skies above the western side of the moon. In the pitch blackness of the void, amidst a sea of stars, Zhu Xiaoge flew straight ahead in a linear trajectory. In just a few seconds, he had covered a significant distance. Jarvis, am I dead? Zhu Xiaoge, recovering from the disorientation of the interdimensional transit, gradually regained clarity of mind. According to the biological scanning device of Mark 39, aside from a slight fainting of the brain, your body is otherwise unharmed, Master, Jarvis responded. What I mean is, how long have I been in outer space? Or how long have I been unconscious? Zhu Xiaoge inquired anxiously. You have been unconscious for approximately 5 seconds, Master, Jarvis informed him. Then why does it feel exactly the same here in outer space as it does on Earth? My body feels perfectly fine. Moreover, the recovery effects of the Wolverine serum have not manifested. This means I have not sustained any injuries in outer space. What could possibly be the reason? Zhu Xiaoge questioned Jarvis with urgency. It said that being in outer space is akin to entering hell, where the body experiences immense suffering, cancer, mutations, and so forth. Why am I completely unaffected? Zhu Xiaoge pondered, recalling the findings of Earth scientists, which held considerable credibility. Why was he the exception, untouched while others suffered? Master, I must point out that due to some unknown reason, your consciousness and that of Mistress Hou Yuding entered different bodies during your exit from the Northwest Space. Although the cause is yet to be determined, your current armor state cannot be sustained for long, Jarvis elaborated. The reason your body, or rather, Mistress Hou Yuding's body, has remained unharmed is that she was wearing the Mark 39 armor. Jarvis continued, detailing the features of the Mark 39 armor. Mark 39 is a suborbital flight suit designed for operation at altitudes between 35 to 300 kilometers above Earth. While it operates at a high altitude, it is still influenced by Earth's gravitational pull. Under the modifications of my original owner, the Mark 39 is now capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and radiation in space. Therefore, you are unharmed. Then why didn't you mention this sooner? You should have informed me earlier. You made me worry for nothing. Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed in a fit of rage, berating Jarvis for being useless. Master, this is not my fault. Jarvis defended himself. Our plan was primarily, or rather entirely, based on your physical condition. As long as Mistress Hou Yuding entered the Northwest Space, she would be safe. Who could have predicted such a twist? Your consciousness entered Mistress Hou Yuding's body, and hers entered yours. Our plan was completely disrupted. This situation is truly not my fault. Jarvis continued to explain, providing Zhu Xiaoge with a thorough account of the unfolding events. Fortunately, at that moment, I found the Iron Man armor in white and gold to be quite aesthetically pleasing, aligning well with the temperament of Hou Yuding, so I decided to suit her up. Little did I realize that my seemingly vain decision would ultimately save a life, perhaps even Hou Yuding's life. The mere thought of saving Hou Yuding's life sent a heavy sensation to Zhu Xiaoga's chest and a feeling of fullness to her posterior, gradually permeating her consciousness. Alas, Hou Yuding's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as if she were about to bleed. "Jarvis, what about Hou Yuding? How is she?" Zhu Xiaoga urgently inquired, as the overseer of the Northwest Space. "Do you believe it would harm Hou Yuding? Naturally, she is unharmed. It's simply that she is struggling to accept this body of hers, or rather, your body, which is currently in a state of distress. The cries are so loud they could frighten anyone to death," Jarvis replied nonchalantly. "However, you ought to be more concerned about yourself. In just a few seconds, Mark 39 will be unable to withstand the external conditions. Quickly don the satellite armor. That is the pressing matter," Jarvis urgently prompted Zhu Xiaoga, who noticed the control panel on Hou Yuding's helmet flashing ominously red. If the Iron Man armor sustains damage, the control panel will highlight the affected areas in red. Currently, the armor enveloping Hou Yuding is entirely red, indicating the dire situation of Mark 39. This armor, designed solely for suborbital flight, was intended to operate at altitudes ranging from 35 to 300 kilometers above Earth. Now that Zhu Xiaoga has ventured into outer space near the moon, the fact that Mark 39 can endure even a few seconds without harming Zhu Xiaoga is already quite commendable. After all, it was never designed for long-distance space travel. The resilience of Mark 39 until now is truly remarkable. Excellent. As long as Hou Yuding is safe. As for how to revert to my original body, we shall discuss that upon our return to Earth. With that, Zhu Xiaoga connected to the Northwest Space with her mind, disregarding Hou Yuding, and unceremoniously cast her out from the satellite armor. Northwest Space. Satellite armor, merge. Zhu Xiaoga barely managed to utter those final two words, chuckling to herself. It seems her childhood fascination with armor warriors was not in vain. Yet, this exclamation indeed felt quite impressive. It appears I should continue this trend. "Master, shall we add some sound and light effects like the armor warriors?" Jarvis inquired. "Of course. If it's possible, the more extravagant, the better," Zhu Xiaoga affirmed. "It seems Jarvis excels at showing off rather than engaging in other tasks. Henceforth, it appears that showcasing will be the only time I can bring you along. Satellite armor, merge." Zhu Xiaoga shouted once more, and a magnificent display of sound and light enveloped her. The satellite armor merged. A fiery ball, infused with searing lava energy, surged forth at breakneck speed from the core of the sun. The planet-sized fireball descended at the speed of light. On September 21, Chapter 61. The most lethal display of illusion. The speed intensified, and the colossal fireball, a blend of yellow and red, transformed into a sacred beam of light. A regal column of light instantly pierced through Zhu Xiaoga. Subsequently, an eruption of countless golden rays burst forth from Zhu Xiaoga, growing stronger by the second, swiftly obscuring the few inches of space around her, before the blinding beam engulfed all darkness nearby, expanding into a colossal cocoon of light over 2,000 meters in diameter. "Armor merge." With a resounding shout, those four words reverberated through the cosmos like the morning bell and evening drum. Zhu Xiaoga had vanished, replaced by a towering gray-white giant armor, soaring over 2,000 meters tall. It bore two massive superluminal transit devices, with one already integrated into the protective armor, leaving only one superluminal transit device still operational. At this moment, the satellite armor's sound and light effects were fully activated, and its enormous eyes resembled twin searchlights, continuously surveying Earth. The immense cross-shaped core reactor relentlessly consumed the surrounding darkness. The satellite armor gradually raised its arms, unleashing two massive beams of light from its palms, countering its forward momentum. Simultaneously, silver beams shot out from the armor's shoulders, ribs, hips, and legs, aiding the satellite armor in gradually achieving a state of stillness. To accomplish any task, one must first sharpen their tools. With the propulsion of the 5 massive void engines and the continuous fine-tuning of several smaller engines, the satellite armor glided through space for several meters. Finally, it counteracted the tremendous force generated by Zhu Xiaoga's free fall toward Earth. "Good things are indeed impressive," Zhu Xiaoga marveled. Just moments ago, both Zhu Xiaoga and Hou Yuding were troubled by how to negate the immense kinetic energy resulting from gravitational acceleration and free fall. Now, with the assistance of the satellite armor, They had successfully neutralized the perilous kinetic energy of free fall, safely remaining in outer space and successfully averting their impending demise. Zhu Xiaoge, brimming with exuberance, joyfully waved the satellite armor's colossal mechanical arm, the towering armor exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Master, please activate the superluminal transit immediately. Due to the immense size of the satellite armor, the previous owner did not incorporate stealth capabilities during the modifications. According to the satellite armor's built-in radar system, military satellites deployed in outer space have already detected your presence. All satellites are converging towards you. To avoid unnecessary complications, please activate the superluminal transit at once. Immediately, the detailed models of dozens of military satellites appeared on the giant control panel within the satellite armor. The nearest satellite was only a few hundred kilometers away from Zhu Xiaoge's satellite armor. At the ground control station of that military satellite, several high-ranking military personnel could clearly see a dark humanoid figure standing near the moon. My heavens! What is that? Exclaimed a U.S. military officer in disbelief. Is that a person? Mobilize the nearby military satellites to head towards this area at once. Simultaneously, notify the ground radar at Area 51. Send a signal to that humanoid figure to attempt to establish contact. Yes, sir, responded the dozens of technical personnel seated at the control panel, continuously typing away on their computers. The ground radar base has been authorized. We are transmitting the wireless signal. The wireless signal is being dispatched. Awaiting communication to connect. The technicians clasped their hands in anticipation, their fingers flying over the keyboard, leaving trails of blurred motion. Suddenly, one technician pointed at the computer screen, unable to speak from shock. What is happening? Stop pointing at the screen and stammering. Just speak up. The U.S. military officer, unable to wait for the technician, stepped behind him to closely observe the computer screen. There, on the technician's display, 2 English words stood out. Communication has been established. The American military officer, filled with excitement, removed his broad-brimmed hat and grasped the microphone beside him. Hello, can you understand what I'm talking about? On the western side of the moon in outer space, the satellite armor suddenly erupted into a cacophony of ringtone sounds, startling Zhu Xiaoge in the pitch-black void, akin to an ethereal haunting in the vastness of space. The sudden ringing of a phone felt as though Zhu Xiaoge were the sole inhabitant of Earth. Pondering how to navigate the ensuing silence when suddenly, a knock echoed at his door. Oh no, a haunting! You've scared the wits out of me. Jarvis, are you trying to terrify me? Zhu Xiaoge patted himself down. Feeling damp and weak, a tantalizing fragrance lingering in the air around him. My goodness, the texture is exquisite. How did I not notice this before? Zhu Xiaoge reassessed the body of Ho Yuding that his consciousness occupied. The experience of merging consciousness was one thing, but the first-hand sensations were even more exhilarating. With a mischievous grin, Zhu Xiaoge mentally calculated, let's set aside that discussion for now. I must see who is calling. Jarvis? The wireless signal for this call originates from Area 32 in the central desert of the United States, an offshoot of Area 51. Their primary research focus has always been establishing contact with extraterrestrials. Our current presence outside the moon could easily lead others to mistake us for aliens, Jarvis explained. What on earth is Area 51, Jarvis? Please elaborate. Zhu Xiaoge was deeply perplexed in his previous life. He had only encountered the so-called Area 51 through novels and films, which turned out to be mere figments of imagination. However, now that he found himself under the scrutiny of Area 51, it was imperative for him to ascertain the specifics of this enigmatic place. The principle was simple. If they did not provoke him, he had no intention of meddling in their affairs. If Area 51 wished to avoid conflict, then he would be indifferent to their antics. They could flaunt themselves as they pleased, as long as they did not disturb him. Yet, the unpredictability of life suggested that given his striking appearance, it was possible that Area 51 might take an interest in him. Thus, it was prudent to gather some intelligence about the situation. At the very least, he needed to know both himself and his adversary. Should the day arise that Area 51, in a fit of madness, sought to target him, Zhu Xiaoge would not recommend confronting the United States head-on. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Xiaoge signaled Jarvis to provide an introduction to this so-called highest secret of America, Area 51. Area 51, also known as Area 51, is a desert region located in Lincoln County, Southern Nevada, approximately 130 kilometers from the nearest city, downtown Las Vegas. Its coordinates are 371406 N1154840W. Since 1944, it has been designated by the U.S. military for clandestine experiments. Later, when it became a site for nuclear weapon testing, it was incorporated into the jurisdiction of the U.S. Department of Defense, boasting an exceedingly high level of security. The true name of Area 51 is the American Future Warfare Supertechnology Research Center. Jarvis elaborated, "Master, should we connect to the wireless data?" On September 21, Chapter 62. A relentless face-slapping. Wireless data? What are we connecting to? Zhu Xiaoge was bewildered. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Jarvis, slightly exasperated, explained that this master was rather inept, failing to grasp such a straightforward concept. Wireless data refers to making a call. When someone calls? I mean to ask, do we pick up the call? Oh, so we just answer the call. Zhu Xiaoge exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Of course not. If someone calls, do you know them? I certainly do not. You shouldn't speak to strangers. You understand. Besides, if you make a call and I answer, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Jarvis, sweating profusely, retorted, it's merely answering a call. Why does it have to involve face? If you refuse to answer, I will initiate the time-space shuttle and return immediately. Why the urgency? It's rude not to pick up a call. Who taught you such manners? Besides, this is my first time in outer space. Can't I take a look? What a splendid view. Why rush back? Zhu Xiaoge replied, disdainfully surveying the moon. Jarvis, upon hearing Zhu Xiaoge's remarks, found himself in a quandary. I'm trying to convey that someone is calling you, yet you refuse to answer. How can you be so inconsiderate? And if I hang up, you'll complain that it's rude not to answer. So tell me, will you answer or not? Stop hesitating and just give me a decisive answer. Suddenly, Jarvis was struck by a thought. Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness was currently inhabiting Ho Yuding's body. Could it be that Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness had undergone a transformation? Jarvis dared not entertain such ideas. If Zhu Xiaoge had indeed changed, would he not be a pervert? Forget those thoughts. I mean, we should not answer that call. Hang it up. Then we can hack into their supercomputer and subsequently give them a call to extract some military secrets. Zhu Xiaoge said calmly. The origin of the apocalypse, as gleaned from the blue USB drive he had acquired, pointed to a substance called light of life as the catalyst. Since Area 51 had reached out to him, he resolved to utilize this signal to employ hacking techniques to breach their supercomputer and uncover their military secrets. Let us see what kind of substance they are selling in their light of life. Master truly possesses both courage and strategy, with foresight that is commendable, Jarvis exclaimed in admiration. It appeared he had overthought the matter. Zhu Xiaoge was far from being deranged. Even though Zhu Xiaoge's consciousness resided in Ho Yuding's body, it remained unaffected by her physical form, maintaining a clear and sharp mind. Of course, when we communicate with Area 51, I intend to say a few words to intimidate these Americans and divert their attention, thereby creating a more favorable condition for us to steal information. Zhu Xiaoge devised a plan, collaborating with Jarvis on the strategy of using video calls as a smokescreen to pilfer secrets from others. I assure you, Master, that in terms of processing speed, my computer surpasses all supercomputers in the world. I can enhance your video call with sound and light effects, making those fools believe they are truly conversing with extraterrestrials. Zhu Xiaoge and Jarvis exchanged knowing smiles, as if they were conspirators in a clandestine scheme, their intentions perfectly aligned. In the command center of high-ranking U.S. military officials at Area 51, the discovery of aliens on the moon and the establishment of communications with them swiftly reached the upper echelons of the U.S. military. Many high-ranking officials, still in slumber due to the time difference, were hastily roused by aides and urgently informed of the situation. They hurried to their respective command laboratories to initiate a three-dimensional video call to discuss the matter. Dozens of officers, projected through three-dimensional holographic projectors, sat neatly at the command table, awaiting the arrival of the President's projection. Attention, esteemed leaders. An unknown signal has appeared, seeking to establish communication with us. Should we proceed? One clerk presented a folder to the only real person present. Before the general could respond, the command center and all imaging screens in Area 51 were suddenly commandeered. Humans, ignorant and foolish. You have polluted this beautiful planet. As its creators, we are deeply pained. A gray, faceless alien, waving arms thinner than twigs, each hand adorned with 3 fingers topped with 3 enormous fleshly orbs, bore an uncanny resemblance to the extraterrestrials depicted in films. Its tremulous voice resonated like a tolling bell, calling out to all within Area 51. This was the sound and light effect Jarvis had spoken of, which had effectively transformed Ho Yuding's visage into that of an alien. Zhu Xiaoga's words, once uttered in Chinese, suddenly morphed into English. Each word trembled with a sense of horror and foreboding, laden with significance. 4.6 billion years ago, my companions and I arrived on Earth. 4.6 billion years ago, I was uncertain of my whereabouts. This place was desolate and forlorn. We transformed it into a land of verdant mountains and clear waters, replete with treasures. It became sacred, noble, and serene. Yet, we never anticipated the emergence of so many parasites. Atlantis, the dinosaur clan, the Mayans. Destruction has recurred time and again. Now humans have appeared. I shall obliterate you. In 5 years, my actions will commence. Tremble, you mere ants. Embrace the darkness. Jarvis, controlling the alien being with sound and light effects, suddenly bared its teeth and raised a twig-like finger, pointing at the people on the screen. Floods, meteors, wars have once obliterated 3 civilizations on your Earth. In 5 years, I will bring the pinnacle of our planet's biochemical weaponry to annihilate the 4th civilization on Earth. Embrace death. With that, the screen went black, all lights extinguished, plunging Area 51 into complete darkness. In outer space, Zhu Xiaoga and Jarvis exchanged triumphant glances. Their plan had succeeded. All of Area 51's, or rather, the entire United States' top-secret information had been successfully copied into Jarvis's computer. Before Zhu Xiaoga, the U.S. appeared as a person stripped of all clothing, devoid of secrets, on September 22, Chapter 63. Return to Earth for an experiment. All right, Jarvis, the urgent matters have been addressed. Let us get down to business. Zhu Xiaoga declared, eager to return home to his parents and in-laws, who were waiting for him with a feast. Although only a few minutes had elapsed in the external world, Zhu Xiaoga and Ho Yuding had spent nearly a day in the Northwest space. The Northwest space was indeed a wondrous place. It seemed that for future endeavors, if one wished to save time, frequenting the Northwest space would be essential. Zhu Xiaoga reflected deviously on the morally dubious deeds he and Ho Yuding had engaged in there. Allowing a sly grin to escape, Jarvis, initiate the time-space shuttle. Zhu Xiaoga commanded, finally set to return to Earth. This excursion into the Northwest space had not only turned peril into fortune, averting disaster, but had also unexpectedly clarified the utility of the Northwest space, leaving him immensely pleased. As long as it pertains to inanimate objects, time will come to a standstill upon entering the Northwest space. The 9-turn Void Tower is indeed a remarkable treasure, just as the lottery system of the 9-turn Void Tower commenced. I plan to enjoy my lunch before exploring the benefits it might offer. The time-space shuttle has been activated. The destination is being set, and once configured, the target altitude is 2,000 meters above Xiane Middle School in Yuanhai City. With coordinates 37.511 N, 122.126 ED. The shuttle target has been confirmed. Time-space traversal will commence now. The satellite armor system has been alerted. As the transparent crystal sphere of the time-space shuttle whirled violently with ion plasma behind the satellite armor. A plasma sphere with a diameter exceeding 2,000 meters instantaneously materialized above Xiane Middle School in Yuanhai City. Electric serpents danced, flames twirled like silver snakes, and countless arcs of electricity surged restlessly. Another plasma transmission sphere tightly enveloped the satellite armor, and upon completion of this covering, the satellite armor vanished from outer space in an instant, leaving the secret agencies of various nations in a state of shock. Above Xiane Middle School in Yuanhai City, numerous arcs of electricity ignited brilliant flashes, while within the silver-blue hemisphere, countless plasma arcs oscillated. The colossal spherical arcs of electricity swiftly dispersed the low-hanging clouds, radiating blinding light in all directions. The towering plasma sphere, soaring over 2,000 meters, continuously emitted intense beams of light that were visible not only in Yuanhai City, but throughout the entire Dongshan province. drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Time-space traversal completed. A gigantic silver-gray figure emerged above Xian Middle School in Yuanhai City, and before it could descend, Zhu Xiaoga swiftly retracted it into the northwest space to avert public panic. After securing the satellite armor, Zhu Xiaoga accelerated the Mark 39 to its maximum speed, heading directly for the rooftop of the revered Yuanhai Hotel. Although Zhu Xiaoga aimed to minimize public alarm, a few enthusiastic citizens and photographers inadvertently captured images of the subsequent Yuanhai City Mirage incident, featuring the silver-blue light sphere and the colossal humanoid being. This incident subsequently ranked among the top 10 paranormal events in Huaxia. With numerous witnesses but scant photographic evidence and no tangible proof, such as giant footprints or remnants. Thus, it garnered the fascination of numerous oddities, alien enthusiasts, and adventurers both domestically and internationally. It also became a hot topic among the citizens of Yuanhai City during their leisure conversations. For several consecutive years, countless tourists flocked to Yuanhai City to visit the memorial site of the terror attack at Xian Middle School, significantly contributing to the city's GDP. Some even made a living by recounting their experiences of what they had witnessed at the site. Furthermore, relevant departments in Huaxia apprehended numerous foreign spies at the memorial site. It was indeed a situation filled with irony, particularly with the presence of ace spies from Area 51. It was evident that the United States Area 51 had discovered the incident of Jarvis stealing data from their facility. Of course, this was largely due to Jarvis' blunder of deleting all confidential files after copying the entirety of Area 51's data. Area 51, in a frenzy, began a relentless search for this extraterrestrial entity, and upon hearing of leads in Yuanhai City, dispatched numerous spies for reconnaissance. While the Huaxia police lay in wait for these intruders, ready to pounce, Zhu Xiaoga, clad in Ho Yuding's Mark 39 armor, swiftly vanished from above Xian Middle School in Yuanhai City. 2 minutes later, 2 combat-ready aircraft of Huaxia flew over Xian Middle School, circling a few times before returning in disappointment as they found nothing unusual. Above the revered Yuanhai Hotel, Zhu Xiaoga skillfully controlled the mech to land on the hotel rooftop. As the Mark 39 armor opened, a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure emerged. Indeed, it was Zhu Xiaoga. Zhu Xiaoga's consciousness had entered Ho Yuding's body, and until a method was devised to revert back to his original form, he had no choice but to adapt to Ho Yuding's physique. Adjusting her disheveled attire with both hands, Zhu Xiaoga exclaimed, "Goodness, why is my chest so heavy? It feels like I'm carrying lead weights." Moreover, the rear seemed to jiggle, being rather substantial, aside from their notably soft texture. Both were exceedingly cumbersome. Zhu Xiaoga mused, "Well, it's not my body. I'll just return to my own form eventually." However, the paramount concern now was to verify what would transpire if I, the possessor of the Northwest space, were to enter it as well. One must not underestimate the implications of the term possessor. If the possessor could physically and spiritually enter the Northwest space, then Zhu Xiaoga could handle similar scenarios in the future without a sense of urgency or panic. Of course, this entry refers to both the possessor's body and spirit simultaneously entering the Northwest space. Currently, the Northwest space is a small realm within the Nine-Turn Void Tower, which itself exists within Zhu Xiaoga's mind. Yet, Zhu Xiaoga remains unaware of the precise location within his consciousness where the Nine-Turn Void Tower resides. Nonetheless, Zhu Xiaoga is eager to ascertain whether his physical body would leave behind a dark, 9-layered tower or merely a fragment of his crimson mind upon entering the Northwest space. Should it be the Nine-Turn Void Tower that remains, then in times of peril, he could simply retreat into the tower. If, however, it is merely his mind that remains, he could rely on the Wolverine serum to restore it. September 22, Chapter 64. Nine-Turn Void in the Age of Cultivation. Jarvis. Activate the video recording system of the Mark 39 and focus on me. I shall conduct an experiment. The Mark 39 retreated a few steps, and the blue light around the visor intensified as the three-dimensional modeling recording commenced. When it comes to experiments, caution is of utmost importance. Zhu Xiaoga first directed his consciousness into the Northwest space, then proceeded to place his physical body within. Should his corporeal form sustain damage, his consciousness would also suffer, potentially leading to a loss of memory for Zhu Xiaoga. The Wolverine serum can only restore physical cells, not human consciousness, If he were to overlook such a minor variable and consequently lose fragments of memory, it would be a considerable loss. Thus, prudence is paramount. Northwest space, consciousness engaged. As Ho Yuding's sweet voice faded, Zhu Xiaoga's consciousness was instantaneously extracted from her body. Within the northwest space, amid a daze, Zhu Xiaoga found himself transported next to Ho Yuding. Ho Yuding, what are you doing? Zhu Xiaoga cried out. He beheld his physical form sprawled out, surrounded by dozens of glistening jelly-like substances. His body appeared utterly fatigued, eyes devoid of spirit and gaze unfocused. Ho Yuding, what are you doing? This is my body. Is this how you treat it? Merely gazing at his own body made Zhu Xiaoga feel a twinge of back pain. Jarvis, how can I extricate Ho Yuding from my body? Zhu Xiaoga inquired, for Jarvis, the original owner, should theoretically possess the knowledge to separate Ho Yuding from his physical form. By utilizing the northwest space, Ho Yuding could be detached. Within the northwest space, consciousness is safeguarded. Jarvis replied, Northwest space. Extract Ho Yuding. Zhu Xiaoga commanded angrily, a drop of essence and 10 drops of blood. If I allow Ho Yuding to continue this frivolity, what will become of me? Realizing Zhu Xiaoga's genuine anger, Ho Yuding acknowledged her misstep and refrained from resisting, allowing Zhu Xiaoga to separate her from his body through the northwest space. However, Zhu Xiaoga mused, Ho Yuding's body is indeed quite amusing. If given another chance, I would certainly indulge again. As Zhu Xiaoga's consciousness re-entered his physical form, he was immediately repulsed by the aftermath of Ho Yuding's actions, feeling weak and unsteady, and the salty odor emanating from himself was reminiscent of the stench one might have after months without bathing in a post-apocalyptic world. Forget it, I just bathed last night. I'll have to wash again today. Zhu Xiaoga hurriedly sought out a camping vehicle, crawled inside, and turned the faucet to its maximum, vigorously rinsing himself. Goodness, my clothes are ruined. This Ho Yuding is truly a handful. Had I known, I wouldn't have let her have her way with me. After cleaning up, Zhu Xiaoga discarded his jelly-stained shirt and pants, opting for a camouflage outfit instead. The northwest space is commendable in many respects, yet it only contains military supplies, devoid of any civilian items. It appears I must procure some essentials. After all, with so much money, it would be a waste not to spend it. Northwest space, transmit Ho Yuding's physical form here. Zhu Xiaoga initiated the experiment, seeking to comprehend whether this 9-turn void tower existed within his consciousness or his corporeal frame. As soon as Ho Yuding's corporeal form entered the northwest space, her consciousness swiftly aligned with her body, presenting herself as a delicate and stunning beauty. Unscathed before Zhu Xiaoga, to his astonishment, Zhu Xiaoga suddenly realized that the 9-turn void tower existed within his own consciousness. Allowing both his and Ho Yuding's physical forms to simultaneously enter the tower, this revelation should have dawned upon him when the consciousness of Ho Yuding and his own had mistakenly swapped bodies. If the 9-turn void tower resided within his mind, even if they had switched their physical forms, Zhu Xiaoga would have been unable to draw his own body into the northwest space. Yet, at that moment, as Ho Yuding's consciousness merged with his own body, he had inadvertently pulled both her consciousness and his body into the tower. It became evident that the 9-turn void tower was indeed a construct of Zhu Xiaoga's consciousness. With this understanding, he pondered the necessity of satellite armor and interdimensional travel. Was it not simpler to directly enter the northwest space and avert danger? Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoga recalled that since Jarvis was his original master and had remained in the northwest space for an extended period, he must possess knowledge of its secrets far exceeding his own. As an elder within the 9-turn void tower, Jarvis should be well acquainted with its intricacies. Holding on to this thought, Zhu Xiaoga promptly established a communication link with Jarvis. Jarvis? What are you doing? Send me the live feed from Mark 39. Soon, an Iron Man suit emerged from within the northwest space, approaching Zhu Xiaoga, with a flicker of blue light in its eyes. A video was projected before him. Amidst a vibrant display of colors, a dark, palm-sized 9-layered tower stood steadfast in the very spot Zhu Xiaoga had occupied before entering the northwest space. Stunned, Zhu Xiaoga found the situation beyond scientific explanation. Jarvis, could you elucidate this anomaly? The 9-turn void tower, crafted by the primordial envoy Xing Han, is an unparalleled treasure among the myriad universes. A defensive spatial artifact, It is impervious and devoid of any offensive capabilities. Jarvis explained, "That is not what I inquired about. I merely wish to understand why this 9-turn void tower has appeared in the location I once occupied." Zhu Xiaoge retorted, exasperated. "Jarvis, are you incapable of comprehending human speech? Master, the civilization you currently inhabit belongs to the pre-nuclear age, a period just emerging from the invention of nuclear weaponry, and you have a long journey ahead to reach the exalted realm of cultivation civilization." Jarvis explained helplessly. Attempting to elucidate this to you is akin to a person wielding a gunpowder weapon attempting to explain its principles to someone who has merely learned to create fire by friction. The language barrier is insurmountable. How dare you look down upon me? I possess the grand compendium of universal technology. I am well aware of everything. Zhu Xiaoge defended himself, refusing to be belittled by a robot. The current era of civilization is categorized into 6 distinct phases: the primitive age, the cold weapon age, the hot weapon age, the pre-nuclear age, the quantum age, and the god-making age, culminating in the cultivation age. Your compendium of universal technology ceases to exist in the realm of cultivation, while my original master, Xing Han, represents an era far beyond that. A single individual embodies an entire era, and the creations they forge transcend the limitations of the cultivation age, rendering them impossible to explain to you, Jarvis replied earnestly. Then, Jarvis, according to your assertions, does this artifact not possess remarkable capabilities? Zhu Xiaoge inquired. If it is indeed such an extraordinary object, it must have numerous functionalities beyond mere defense and storage. Certainly. I possess a general understanding of some of its functions, but to unlock the 9-turn void tower, you must first penetrate its initial layer. Only then can you access these capabilities, Jarvis responded candidly. Since you have a basic awareness of its functionalities, could you elaborate on them? Zhu Xiaoge pressed, seeking to compel Jarvis to acknowledge his previous missteps. If you are aware of the overarching functions of the 9-turn void tower, then you must also know whether the holder can store their corporeal form within it. If you are aware of this, why have you not disclosed it to me sooner? Were you intentionally leading me to doubt and experiment? Placing me in such perilous situations? Do you seek to ensnare me? The fundamental functions of the 9-turn void tower include defense and storage. The defense mechanisms consist of both active and passive forms. Active defense can absorb the energy from an enemy's attack and redirect it back at them, while passive defense can rebound damage. It is akin to the Thornmail in your League of Legends, albeit with a significantly higher rebound rate, approximately 100, and can also redirect an enemy's attack to surrounding space, converting it into energy for oneself. Jarvis elaborated. As for storage, you have likely observed that the 9-turn void tower's most crucial function is altering the flow of time. It can speed up or slow down time. These are the primary capabilities. Now, Jarvis, allow me to pose another question. Are you aware that the 9-turn void tower can also accommodate the corporeal form of its holder? Zhu Xiaoge asked directly. I have resided within it for many years. Naturally, I am aware. Essentially, the 9-turn void tower is akin to a dwelling. When you wish to inhabit it, you can take it out, and when you no longer desire to, you can store it away. Not only can the corporeal form enter, but the tower will manifest in reality as long as you wish for it to appear. It is similar to the golden cudgel, capable of resizing at will. However, you must first gain its recognition. Otherwise, you can only place your body within the 9-turn void tower, and it will remain in its original location without altering its size. Jarvis explained slowly. Given that you are aware the holder can permit their corporeal form to enter the 9-turn void tower, why did you not inform me sooner? Are you plotting something nefarious? Zhu Xiaoge pressed, eager for Jarvis to confirm his knowledge. Jarvis, now caught in Zhu Xiaoge's web of inquiry, reluctantly divulged the truth regarding the holder's ability to enter the 9-turn void tower. This admission provided Zhu Xiaoge the opportunity to chastise Jarvis, casting him in a dubious light, ensuring that henceforth, Jarvis would divulge all pertinent information. Of course, I am aware of the 9-turn void tower. However, the issue lies in the fact that you never inquired. Jarvis shrugged, expressing his frustration. You pulled Ho Yuding into the northwest space, then devised a satellite armor, and even insisted on additional effects, all to enhance your image and protect her from self-harm while covertly gathering intelligence. From the looks of it, these plans were all orchestrated by you, flowing seamlessly without a single flaw. Truly a masterstroke, worthy of profound admiration. Jarvis then shifted his tone. Now, you question why I did not disclose the fact that the holder's corporeal form can enter the 9-turn void tower. In truth, it is a testament to your humility and prudence, as you have chosen to divert the credit for your monumental achievements, using this unexpected reasoning to distance yourself from accountability while showcasing my supposed incompetence, thereby obscuring your own brilliance. Upon concluding this, Jarvis silently spat in disdain towards Zhu Xiaoga, thinking to himself, "You wish to hold me accountable? You ought to consider who I am." Zhu Xiaoga, upon hearing Jarvis's response, could not help but curse inwardly. He simply wished to ensnare Jarvis into acknowledging his errors and to ensure he would not repeat such oversights in the future, providing him with all the knowledge he possessed. Why must you meander through countless convoluted explanations, painting me as some sagacious figure? What about the errors I pointed out? The very reason for my predicament stemmed from your failure to share critical information, leading me to concoct an elaborate plan. In the end, this body swap has left both me and Ho Yuding in a state of disarray. My life nearly perished in the vastness of space. Thankfully, I managed to commandeer the supercomputer of Area 51, yielding some marginal success. However, could I not have achieved this with far less complication? It was merely a matter of a single thought, a simple mental exercise. In truth, Zhu Xiaoga's thoughts are not entirely without merit. Had it not been for this incident, he had specifically procured a Mark 39 armor, knowing that Ho Yuding had a penchant for the exquisite, to adorn her with it. Otherwise, had she donned any other armor, once exposed to the cosmic radiation in outer space, Zhu Xiaoga might have faced the grim possibility of genetic mutations, leading to a fate worse than death. However, Zhu Xiaoga's understanding of Area 51 is rather naively simplistic. The various secret intelligence agencies of the United States possess exclusive military communication lines. If these military lines were particularly susceptible to breaches, Area 51 would not have earned its reputation as America's most formidable secretive entity, were it not for the specialized channels employed by Area 51 to establish contact with Zhu Xiaoga. Even if he had 100 avenues at his disposal, he would still be unable to procure a single piece of intelligence from Area 51, let alone classified military information. September 23, Chapter 66, A Perfect Response. Yet, the issue with Jarvis is quite pronounced. He remains silent unless prompted, and his reticence is decidedly unwelcome. It must be rectified. The pressing matter at hand is whether Zhu Xiaoga should admit that the entire ordeal, from his and Ho Yuding's entry into the northwest space to their return from outer space, stemmed from his ignorance regarding the holder's ability to access the 9-turn void tower, thus triggering a series of unfortunate events. According to Jarvis's reasoning, this would render Zhu Xiaoga inept. Conversely, if he acknowledges that his actions were the result of meticulous calculations and deliberate execution, how can he expect Jarvis to comply with his directives? Despite both Jarvis and Zhu Xiaoga understanding the situation entirely, Zhu Xiaoga is reluctant to voice it due to concerns for his pride. "Jarvis, you truly possess a knack for scheming." Zhu Xiaoga harbors a profound disdain, recognizing that this flawed artificial intelligence exhibits an unexpectedly high level of cunning. Should he concede to Jarvis's flattery, he would forfeit the opportunity to educate him, should a similar situation arise in the future. And Jarvis resorts to flattery once more, it would become a habitual defense mechanism, thus hindering Zhu Xiaoga's capacity to instruct him. Jarvis might then develop the notion that a mere misstep could be evaded through flattery. In such a scenario, Jarvis could commit even graver errors and disregard Zhu Xiaoga altogether, employing a facade of compliance while harboring ulterior motives. Engaging with a superintelligent artificial entity in such a manner would indeed overwhelm even 100 Zhuziages. Thus, it is imperative for Zhu Xiaoga to impart a lesson to Jarvis this time. Otherwise, it would be too late. Once Jarvis has formed his habits, he cannot simply deflect responsibility by claiming that he did not inquire. However, to educate Jarvis, he must leverage his ignorance as a justification. Without concrete evidence, Jarvis would remain unconvinced. Yet, using ignorance as an excuse would label Zhu Xiaoga as incompetent, a matter of pride he cannot easily relinquish. Zhu Xiaoga finds himself in a quandary, realizing that a clever strategy is necessary. Otherwise, he would be unable to instruct Jarvis effectively. Yet, what methods should he employ? just as Zhu Xiaoga is deep in contemplation. Ho Yuding delivers a resounding slap across Jarvis's face. If I don't ask you, you 1T speak, will you? You all know the truth yet refuse to share it, don't you? Are you trying to bully me? Watch me dismantle you. After delivering the slap, Ho Yuding, with a singular determination, pulls Zhu Xiaoga back slightly to maintain a safe distance from Jarvis and, in the blink of an eye, retrieves a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from the northwest space. Firing it at Jarvis, with a resounding thud, it detonates upon impact with the Iron Man suit controlled by Jarvis, engulfing the area in a fiery explosion of yellow and red, followed by a billowing cloud of black smoke. How could I not know what is swirling in that little mind of yours? Ho Yuding seethes with indignation. All day long, you flatter and sidestep responsibilities, and when you err, you concoct excuses to evade accountability. Truly despicable. Finally unable to contain her fury, Ho Yuding confronts Jarvis. Are you attempting to play both sides? By admitting fault, you evade responsibility, leaving us powerless to correct you. Conversely, if you deny it, we are deemed inept. You are quite the strategist, aren't you? Your convoluted reasoning and insincere flattery are utterly revolting, managing to insult without resorting to vulgarity, suffocating in your own pretentiousness.